Hello. Welcome to the Fanfic Majesty. If you want more content, you can follow me on Patreon. I will be uploading more content on there that will be exclusive. The link is in the description. Please support me. 3 PSP. Percent. Chapter 81, The Battle Between Monsters. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Ahem. Under the advanced application of armament hockey, Weibo obviously suffered much more damage than before. Even with the Naginata as a buffer, after stopping and rolling, when he stood up again, he continued to cough up blood from his mouth, looking very embarrassed. Shua. The sturdy figure disappeared in place, only to hear the sound of breaking through the air, and Zephyr flew in front of Weibo in an instant, then jumped up, and smashed his iron fist on the head of Weibo, who had no time to react. Bang! The ground shook violently, and cracks spread in all directions, and the entire port seemed to become extremely tragic, like a broken mirror. After using the advanced application of armament hockey, Zephyr's fist became even more fierce and unparalleled. The terrifying force made Weibo's upper body, which hit the head, hit the ground hard. The strong impact was transmitted and diffused, which also caused the ground to collapse and shatter. Huge pit. Terrifying vigor scattered wantonly, and the void was distorted, landing on Zephyr crawling in front of Weibo. Although his body size was less than half, his powerful aura had an overwhelming upper hand. Advertisement. Ah, the 770 Weibo, whose face collided with the ground, fiercely spurted out a mouthful of blood again. His messy hair was in a mess, but he was still fierce. After the impact weakened, he quickly propped up his body, and even formed a ferocious left hand. Claws fiercely grabbed Zephyr in front of him. Zephyr's reaction was not unpleasant. Facing the grasping claws, he resolutely avoided it sideways, and at the same time clasped Weibo's arm with both hands and turned around suddenly, and staged a wonderful over-the-shoulder throw. Exclamation mark, exclamation mark, exclamation mark. Weibo, who was picked up and dropped, collided with the ground on his back, causing a second violent shock to the ground, and the ground that had collapsed into a huge deep pit cracked and collapsed again, forming a pit within a pit. Weibo fell into the rock and soil with his back facing the sky, but under his monster-like body, he spat out blood and struggled to break free from Zephyr's hands. Like a flexible giant bear, he twisted his waist and jumped up, and he would always die. The big Naginata he was holding violently slashed at Zephyr. With a cold snort, Zephyr's iron fist quickly blasted out through the air, and the Naginata that came from the slash collided with it, as if it had hit an indestructible AJFD material and was directly shaken away. At the same time, Zephyr stepped forward, and the other was it also formed a fist, directly hitting Weibo's chest. Boom! The terrifying fist force crazily squeezed the air, passing layers upon layers to form a huge impact visible to the naked eye, which not only directly penetrated Weibo's body, but also gushed out from his back, splitting the ground in front like a beam of light, forming a gap like long cracks. With a wow, blood spilled out of his mouth, pain appeared on Weibo's face, and he stepped back a few steps, but it was also more fierce and violent. He rushed back while roaring, using his head as a hammer, and crazily hit Zephyr's head. Frowning, Zephyr quickly retracted his fist into a claw, raised his hand to grab Weibo's throat, and after approaching against the opponent's head, he twisted his waist and kicked violently, converging on armament hockey's extremely fierce sweep of the instep. In the opponent's waist. Advertisement. Boom. Under the astonishing impact, Weibo's body bent sideways, and then flew out instantly like a fired shell. The direction Weibo was flying in happened to be the buildings on the side of the port. He frantically smashed the buildings to pieces and collapsed them in a frenzy. Finally, he slid on the ground and slid for more than 10 meters. Stop. It hurts lousy to death. Although he was a little wobbly, Weibo got up quickly. A roar mixed with displeasure and anger came out of his mouth, and he swung his Naginata across as if venting, and the burst of slash-like impact instantly wiped out the surrounding buildings. All blasted to pieces. In the chaotic and distorted air, Weibo, who was like a humanoid monster, looked at Zephyr ferociously, and ran wildly amidst the sound of fury. While trampling the ground violently, he charged Zephyr again with incomparable rage. Is this guy a monster? How is it possible that he can still stand up after enduring so many attacks from Teacher Zephyr? What a scary person. Why have I never heard of such a character in the Chinese pirates? At the edge of the port, after the blockade and dispersal had been completed, many people also came behind Jenna, including the recruits. When they saw the battle in front of them, they were full of shock and horror. The elite recruits such as Ain and Bins were full of disbelief, especially when they saw Weibo charging again. They subconsciously took a step back, obviously because of Weibo's ferocity. Violence was overwhelmed. Advertisement. In front of them, Jenner also had an extremely serious expression. If one touched him at this time, one would immediately find that his muscles were in a state of extreme tension. Although Zephyr had the upper hand in the battle situation, Weibo's toughness still made Jenner feel extremely nervous and alert. It's really terrifying. Although Weibo's current strength may not be as good as Luffy's when he went to sea, his strength has undoubtedly surpassed the mighty level combat power. Even in the overlord level combat power, he is enough. Ranked in the middle class. However, even so, Weibo has almost no resistance when facing Zephyr. No matter how he attacks, he will be easily defeated and blown away. If it weren't for Weibel's abnormal toughness, this battle would have ended long ago, and Zephyr's all-round suppression will win. With his eyes fixed on the battle, Luo Wei couldn't help being amazed. Zephyr's performance in the battle with Weibel was really amazing. Even though Luo Wei had a rough assessment of the world-class combat power, he still couldn't help feeling frightened after seeing it for real. The ceiling of this world is higher than he imagined. At the same time, the infinite power that shakes the sky and the earth also makes his mind agitated. The law of the jungle preys on the strong, and the desire for strength seems to be engraved in the genes of all living things, and humans are naturally included in it. Luo Wei now feels that the powerful desire engraved in his genes has been completely stimulated, and the blood in his body seems to be boiling hot, thinking power is flowing to the body unconsciously. Chapter 82 Xeon 1 Strike. Penetration. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. On the scene, the battle is still going on. Weibel's charge again did not achieve any real effect. First, Zephyr punched the Naginata away, and then he was kicked in the head again, flying nearly 100 meters horizontally. His physique seems to be a bit like Charlotte Linlin. He is born with a super strong defense. Although it is not as exaggerated as Charlotte Linlin, it is also very amazing. I attacked him so many times in a row with the advanced application of armament hockey, but I still wounded him hard. Although he tried his best to control his breath, after a fierce battle, Zephyr's breathing became rapid, even a little messy, and he was constantly panting in his mouth and nose. After all, he is already old, and unlike Garp, when he was young, in pursuit of getting stronger quickly, he would often squeeze his body with overload. When I was young, I didn't notice it, but now, the hidden dangers left by excessively squeezing the body are beginning to be revealed. Just like now, once encountering a high-intensity battle, the physical strength will be exhausted. So don't look at Zephyr's firm advantage in the battle, but he is actually very aware of his situation. Once it turns into a protracted battle, even if he won't be injured, his strength will decline rapidly. Aware of Weibel's danger, Zephyr decided to resolve this battle as quickly as possible, regardless of the burden on his body. Boom. The muscles all over his body swelled slightly, and Zephyr burst out with amazing strength in an instant. When he stepped down with both feet, the ground collapsed suddenly, and the whole person disappeared in an instant. The speed directly broke through the sound barrier, and the airflow spread layer by layer like a long storm dragon. Before the sound of breaking through the air, Zephyr rushed to Weibel, who had climbed up again with terrifying power. Drink. Advertisement. Amidst the shouts, Zephyr's flesh and blood oppressed more armament hockey with a burden that his current physical condition could not bear. The astonishing amount of armament hockey quickly gathered on the fist, and with the inertia of the body, it slammed on Weibel's face, which had no time to react. Boom. The air was compressed to ultimate, and then formed an explosion-like impact transmission and spread. The ground with a radius of tens of meters instantly cracked, and the void was also distorted under the agitation of the terrifying airflow. If you play it in slow motion, you will find that Weibel's face was slowly sunken by Zephyr's fist, and all 7 orifices were covered with blood. Immediately afterwards, Weibel's body fell back, his face covered in blood, and he flew upside down, like a shooting star, passing hundreds of meters in an instant, crashing into the town behind. Boom boom boom. Amidst the continuous roaring sound, looking down from the sky, a straight line of buildings in the town collapsed crazily, forming a passage of ruins hundreds of meters long. This scene happened very quickly, and the power that Zephyr erupted was beyond imagination. As this armament hockey top app, infiltrate. Luo Wei, who was closely watching the battle, shrunk his pupils, and with his keen insight into the field of thoughts, he discovered the secret contained in Zephyr's punch at the first time. Squeezing the body with overload and using the top-level armament hockey, Zephyr's breathing became more rapid and disordered after punching Weibel away. But he didn't relax at all, he stepped out quickly, and his body galloped like an arrow along the passage of ruins knocked out by Weibel. Swish. Advertisement. Without hesitation, Luo Wei urged his thoughts, and his whole body rose into the air from the top of the building under his feet, like a rainbow, and immediately followed. You stay where you are and wait, and you are not allowed to leave the port without my order. Jenner, who was a little slow to react, quickly gave instructions to his subordinates and recruits, and then immediately chased after him. Regardless of whether he is a student or a trainee ship commander, when Zephyr is fighting against powerful enemies, Jenner needs to be responsible for the raiding formation, so it is naturally impossible to stay in the port. In the town, after evacuation, there were no residents on the streets, and at the end of the ruins, Weibel's fat and huge body was lying on the rocks, and many gravels around were still stained with bright red blood. Shua. The sound of piercing the air was approaching, and Zephyr, who was chasing after him, came close almost instantly. 0. Seeking flowers. Hoo. Seeing Weibel lying on the rocks, Zephyr stopped and breathed rapidly. His breathing was even more rapid than before, and even beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. In the sky, Luo Wei, who also followed closely, quickly landed on the roof of a nearby house. He was just about to check Weibel with the field of mind, but he was attracted by Zephyr's abnormality. What's going on? Why is it so hard to breathe? With Zephyr's physical fitness, even if he is old, he shouldn't be so bad. Wait, maybe he. Finding that Zephyr's breathing was abnormally rapid, Luo Wei was stunned for a while, but then as if thinking of something, his face suddenly changed slightly. Advertisement. .00. The arrival of Luo Wei did not attract Zephyr's attention, or in other words, he didn't mind Luo Wei's appearance. Watching battles is also helpful for growth. He has a heart of cultivation for Luo Wei, so naturally he doesn't mind Luo Wei watching his battles up close. Although I felt a little short of breath and uncomfortable when I breathed, the translator didn't think much about it, just thought that I was really old and my physical strength was not as good as before. When looking at Weibo, he just walked over. Pat. Just as Zephyr approached, a few pieces of gravel that fell on Weibo's body suddenly slipped, but his body moved. Cough cough cough. Coughing up puddles of blood in his mouth, Weibo struggled to use the big naginata in his hand as a crutch to support himself and get up. Can you still move? Zephyr immediately stopped and looked at him in surprise. Just now, regardless of the burden on his body, he broke out with all his strength and hit the opponent's head with an armed look to penetrate. For anyone else, the brains are infiltrated armament hockey blasted from the inside. Even though Weibo had shown a monster-like physique before, Zephyr believed that the opponent would not be able to afford serious injuries even if he survived such a blow from him. Seeing that Weibo was still able to move at this time, Zephyr was surprised and immediately put on guard, covering both fists with high-strength armament hockey. Chapter 83. Rescue and Battle. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. However, at this moment, Weibo made an unexpected move. Instead of fighting violently after being knocked down like before, he got up and knelt down with a plop when he saw the opposite Zephyr. On the ground. My lord, please forgive me. I have a 70-year-old mother on top of me, and a child of a few years old on my bottom. I beg you, my lord, to bypass me in large numbers this time. After kneeling down abruptly, Weibo's eyes and snot flowed down his face. With his sunken face and blood all over his face, Weibo looked extremely miserable. He kowtowed and wailed loudly, as if he really gave up resisting and sincerely repented. Zephyr obviously didn't expect such a move from Weibo, and couldn't help being stunned for a moment. It stands to reason that it is impossible for a person like Zephyr who has experienced many battles to relax easily in battle. 743. But I don't know if Weibo's disguise is too good, or it is just like the origin of his, don't kill, even have a heart of kindness to pirates. As long as you are willing to truly repent, I will naturally not deal with you again. Seeing Weibo's unbearable begging for mercy, Zephyr seemed to think that the other party had really given up resisting, and dissipated the murderous aura that permeated his body. At the same time, breathing became more and more uncomfortable, and he even put away the armament hockey on the gathering fist to reduce the burden on his body. Died a lousy. Advertisement. The shocking change happened at this moment. Zephyr's armament hockey had just retracted, and Weibo, who was kneeling and begging for mercy, suddenly raised his head and showed a ferocious expression. The holy law is cut away. Not good. The sudden change shocked Zephyr's mind, his expression changed, and he hurriedly raised his right arm to resist the slash of the naginata. Even though he was caught off guard, his reaction was still extremely fast, but just when he was about to activate armament hockey to gather his arms, a sudden burst of heart palpitations emerged, and the uncomfortable situation when breathing suddenly intensified, reaching an extremely painful level. It was as if his chest had been severely hammered, and the suffocating pain directly caused Zephyr's consciousness to slacken, which also caused him to lose control of armament hockey for a while. The large naginata coming from the violent slash was already approaching Zephyr's right arm that was resisting, and without armament hockey's defense, it was difficult to parry with only flesh and blood, even with Zephyr's physique. If this trend develops, Zephyr's right arm will definitely be severed by Weibo's naginata. The strong sense of crisis caused Zephyr's pupils to shrink into needles, and he was shocked, angry, and even remorseful. He actually made such a major mistake, knowing that the pirates are a group of cunning and despicable people, but still showed kindness that shouldn't be there. At this moment, the faces of his dead wife and children appeared in Zephyr's mind, as if they were accusing him of being so kind to the pirates. Strong remorse and self-blame filled his heart, and at the same time, an extreme hatred for pirates also quietly rose. Zephyr's original concept of treating pirates has undergone a slight change. Jung. Advertisement. Zephyr's psychological change actually only happened in an instant. When the big naginata with amazing power approached his right arm, suddenly a swift light of the sword struck from the side. Ding. Boom. The slightly curved blade blocked Zephyr's right arm in time, intercepting the falling naginata on the opposite side. Fierce sparks splashed, and the fierce collision instantly caused a huge impact. The air was squeezed layer by layer, rolling up explosive air waves visible to the naked eye. The astonishing range of impact radiation was more than 100 meters. Wherever it passed, whether it was streets or houses, dense cracks were formed by the shock, and even some nearby houses directly collapsed. Luo Wei. Under the impact of the turbulent air waves, Zephyr, who was in poor health, was also driven to take a few steps back to stabilize his figure, and then he looked at the figure blocking the big naginata in astonishment. In midair, under the fierce collision between the naginata and the blade, both sides made creaking sounds, as if there were two unparalleled forces confronting each other. The ground under his feet was also dented and cracked under the astonishing impact, and Zephyr was rescued in time, and it was Luo Wei who blocked Weible's slash. His expression is cold, his eyes are sharp, not only his body is wrapped with turbulent thought power, but also the blade is wrapped with an astonishingly strong armament haki. Although the power on the naginata was terrifying, it was firmly blocked by the blade, which also made Weible's face on the opposite side even more ferocious. Damn Marine, there is even a helper, Laozi will kill you alive. Advertisement. Amidst the deafening roar, Weible held the long handle with both hands and exerted force continuously, trying to cut off Luo Wei even with the knife. If you have the ability, then try it. Feeling that the pressure was increasing, Luo Wei snorted coldly, and quickly put his left hand on the back of the knife, looked at the other party with sharp eyes, and continuously burst out thoughts and armament haki. On the blade that was already entangled with armament haki, a wave of thoughts quickly swarmed upwards, increasing its power again. Luo Wei also showed extremely powerful power. If it was Weible in his heyday, Luo Wei might not be able to resist the opponent's terrifying power even if he exploded with all his strength, but he has been beaten to a half-disabled state by Zephyr, especially Zephyr's last punch. The infiltrating armament haki made Weible even more powerful. Bull was seriously injured. Halfway through exerting force, Weible felt a burst of severe pain coming from his head, causing him to have a splitting headache and spurt out blood from his mouth, and at the same time, his strength dropped sharply. Even monsters have a limit of 1.0. Zephyr's heavy punches so many times are naturally impossible to have no effect. Luo Wei also felt that the power of the naginata had declined, his eyes flashed, and without hesitation, he pushed the power of thought and armament haki to the limit, and pushed the blade fiercely. Boom! The big naginata was raised high, and Weible, who was holding it in his hand, staggered back more than 10 steps. Not only his face was twisted and hideous under the pain, but he also gasped for breath. Teacher Zephyr, leave the rest of the battle to me, you go to the side to rest first. Without looking back, he gave a loud shout. A soft thought force burst out from Luo Wei's body, and quickly spread to Zephyr's body behind him. It was like a whirlwind that swept him to the selected place. Chapter 84. True Strength. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Zephyr didn't resist. One was because his current physical condition was very bad, he felt suffocated when he moved slightly larger, and the other reason was that he was stunned by Luo Wei's astonishing power to knock Weible away. Although he has always had a high opinion of Luo Wei, there is still a world of difference compared to the strength Luo Wei is displaying now. Even though Weible had been severely injured by him before, Luo Wei was able to repel Weible, and his strength was far beyond Zephyr's cognition. Teacher Zephyr, what's wrong with you? Zephyr, who was swept away by the power of thought, had just landed, and there was an anxious cry not far away, and it was Jenner who was also chasing him. In fact, Luo Wei will roll Zephyr in this direction, also because the realm of prison has discovered the arrival of Garner. Jenner, who hadn't seen the specific situation clearly, was immediately attracted by Zephyr, who was short of breath and obviously abnormal, and hurried forward to help him. I'm fine, don't worry about me, go and help Luo Wei. Zephyr held onto 09 so that he didn't fall down, pushed Jenner away, gasped for breath, and pointed to where Luo Wei was with difficulty. Assist Luo Wei. Jenner looked stunned, followed Zephyr's pointing, and immediately saw Luo Wei who was confronting Weible in the distance. Garner Commodore, take Mr. Zephyr to the port quickly, he has asthma and must be treated as soon as possible. Advertisement. Under the perception of the field of mind, when Luo Wei was on guard against Weible's counterattack, he naturally sensed the situation on Zephyr's side, and shouted from a distance behind his back. Asthma. Jenna, who was still surprised at why Luo Wei replaced Zephyr in the battle, subconsciously looked at Zephyr beside him when he heard the words. Although he is not a doctor, asthma is not a rare condition. Seeing Zephyr's obvious dyspnea, he didn't know that what Luo Wei said was true. Mom, my head still hurts, you go to hell. Regardless of Tigner's reaction, on Weible's side, after stabilizing his figure, he just covered his head with his left hand in pain. It's just that such a move couldn't relieve the pain at all. Under the roar of venting, his bloodshot eyes stared at Luo Wei with horror. As if to vent his pain better, he let out a roar, raised his naginata and slashed at Luo Wei with that unique slashing shock wave. The astonishing fan-shaped shock wave easily caused the void to tremble. Wherever it passed, the ground shook, and the airflow visible to the naked eye squeezed layer by layer, rolling towards the surroundings crazily. However, compared to when he was fighting Zephyr, Weible's shockwave is obviously not as good as before, and the scale and power are reduced by more than half. Although it is still extremely terrifying, it is still enough to prove that his strength has been greatly reduced under the serious injury at this time. Weible Luo Wei, who is full of health, will still be afraid, but he has to be cautious about the half-disabled opponent. Advertisement. At the moment when the slashing shock wave burst out, Luo Wei, who had been on alert all along, waved his blade without hesitation, and slashed fiercely from top to bottom. Under the piercing light of the saber is an incomparably blazing golden sword energy, as if rising from the ground, rushing straight to a height of more than 20 meters, with the brilliant power of cutting the wind and waves. It quickly met the slashing shock wave. Bang! Terrifying roars erupted, and the ground and buildings with a radius of more than 100 meters were all destroyed by the terrifying aftermath transmitted in an instant. At the center of the collision between the golden sword energy and the slashing impact, the earth collapsed crazily, forming a messy and torn deep pit. The void is distorted by the pervasive terrifying energy. If anyone walks into this area at this time, they will definitely be shaken into blood mist by the terrifying impact. Although he hasn't really integrated the mind power with the way of the sword, when Luo Wei slashed out the golden sword energy, he still wrapped the mind power around it, which greatly increased the power of the slash. In contrast, Weibo, who has been affected by injuries, can be said to be not even half of his heyday. The astonishing collision lasted for several breaths of time, followed by seeing the slashing shock wave collapsing first and being broken by the golden sword energy. The weakened golden sword energy immediately engulfed the billowing air waves, swept to Weibo's body, and then engulfed him whole. Bang! Advertisement. In the violent movement, the area where Weibo was located was directly collapsed by the terrible sharp edge and impact, and a fan-shaped depression appeared. Before the depression, Weibo's chest was torn apart by the golden sword energy, and there was a not-so-deep and not-shallow gap, from which blood slowly flowed. Sure enough, even if he was seriously injured, his body is still terrifyingly strong. Although the slash that crushed the opponent weakened the power of the sword energy, but it only caused this level of damage. It seems that ordinary slashes cannot really threaten the opponent. Seeing the opponent's 183 injuries clearly, Luo Wei frowned. Even though he had expected it, he still couldn't help but feel dignified. Such a slash, is this his true strength? It's too exaggerated. Although Weibo was not seriously injured, the golden sword aura exhibited by Luo Wei still shocked Jenner and Zephyr in the distance, especially Jenner, whose face was full of disbelief. To be able to become the commodore of the headquarters, Jenner's vision is naturally not bad. Even if he can't see the power of Luo Wei's entwined sword energy, but only his own kendo slashing power is still at the level of an upper-level swordsman. At the same time, despite being shocked, Jenner breathed a sigh of relief. Luo Wei's strength undoubtedly greatly eased the dangerous situation at this time. He looked at Luo Wei in the distance with amazing momentum, and then at Zephyr, who was getting more and more difficult to breathe and even turned pale. He gritted his teeth, rushed to Zephyr, kicked himself up, and ran towards the port. Garna Yu. Being picked up, Zephyr reacted immediately. He had already guessed Jenner's plan, and wanted to stop it anxiously. Chapter 85. Thought Flow / Blood Mosquito. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Teacher Zephyr, now is not the time to be brave. Now that Luo Wei has come to his senses, we should believe that he can defeat a strong enemy. I must take you back to the port for treatment. Jenner is not an indecisive person either, and before Zephyr could say something later, he continued to run wildly while speaking calmly. After witnessing Luo Wei's strength beyond his imagination, even regardless of the kindness of teachers and students, Jenner already knew what he should do, that is to treat the abnormal Zephyr first. After finishing speaking, Jenner just ran with a dull head, rushing to the port at the fastest speed. Shave. When Jenner left with Zephyr, Luo Wei also launched an offensive towards Weibo. He didn't wait for the opponent to counterattack, and after images formed on his legs, he flew in front of the opponent in an instant. It's just that the moment Luo Wei got close, Luo Wei's eyes flickered slightly, but he didn't attack outburst. Instead, he moved a step and moved horizontally several meters away. Boom. Almost at the same time, the huge fist covered with armament hockey and white light slammed down on Luo Wei's original location violently, and the astonishing power was released, directly collapsing and cracking the earth. The owner of the fist is really Weibo. He counterattacked immediately after Luo Wei rushed over. Advertisement. If it weren't for Luo Wei's insight into the field of thoughts and observation hockey, he might have been bombarded by Weibo now. Mind Flow / Blood Mosquito. The thought power entwined on the blade is converted into vibrating thought power in an instant, and the ultra-high frequency vibration directly causes the blade to vibrate, like the wings of a mosquito, buzzing. With the increase of armament hockey, the long knife made of ordinary steel cannot be self-destructed by the overclocking vibration, which also makes the blade produce a terrible edge. The figure moving sideways quickly stepped forward, and the swift light of the knife crossed the void. The terrifying sharpness left a faint white mark in the air, and it also slashed towards Wyburna's right leg like lightning. Weibo, who also holds the observation hockey, also understood Luo Wei's attack. His right leg was instantly covered with the extremely high-strength armament hockey, and at the same time he threw out another violent 10 punches. Armament hockey and the impact force on the huge fist are concentrated together, making its power reach a terrifying level. Even a small mountain can explode it. If Luo Wei's slash is blocked by Weibo's armament hockey, what greets him is a terrifying fist that smashes down on his head. Puff Kai. In an instant, a mosquito-like blade slashed on Weibo's right leg covering armament hockey, and there was a piercing tearing sound immediately, followed by bright red blood rushing out quickly. The blade was not blocked. Luo Wei immediately swept past, and appeared not far from the other side in an instant. At the same time, Weibel's pounding fist naturally fell through the air, bombarding the ground with incomparable rage. Bang. Advertisement. Amidst the earth-shattering bang, the powerful force and terrifying impact smashed the ground down fiercely, and at the same time, the aftermath of the extremely violent impact radiated in all directions, causing the surrounding hundreds of meters to become even more tragic. Luo Wei did not resist the astonishing impact, but retreated a distance back along the impact. It hurts, my cannon. Under the terrifying bombardment, Weibel sank below the horizon out of thin air, but where it was, it collapsed into a terrifying pit with a diameter of tens of meters. At the same time, the sound of howling like a good boy came from the deep pit. In the deep pit, while Weibel howled, he kept a half-kneeling posture on the ground. On his right leg, which looked very thin compared to his fat body, there was a knife mark with deep bones and blood dripping. Even if the wound is opened, it can be found that there are not shallow knife marks on the bones inside. It was precisely because of the pain that went straight to the bone that Weibel cried so much that he couldn't even keep standing, and his right leg limply knelt on the ground. Combining mind power with kendo, Luo Wei has always had this idea, but he just lacks the time to try it. Compared with the combination of mind force and slashing, it is undoubtedly much simpler to directly act on the blade. The blood mosquito style is an attempt by Luo Wei, inspired by the high-frequency vibration particle knife. Although with the current intensity of vibrating thoughts, it is not possible to cut off objects from the molecular level, but it is still enough to make the sharpness of the blade reach an astonishing level. Weibel's injury is the best proof. Even though he defended with armament hockey, he still couldn't completely stop the blood mosquito's edge, and was cut with a serious knife wound. The power of thoughts flowed through the whole body, greatly improving the strength, speed, and defense of the body. When the air wave dissipated, Luo Wei quickly swept into the deep pit. Advertisement. Seeing Weibel, who was half kneeling on the ground, howling and screaming in pain, Luo Wei's eyes were full of murderous intent and coldness. His speed didn't slow down, and he flew towards the opponent's side in the blink of an eye, and with the blade maintaining the blood mosquito, following the rapid charge of his figure, he slashed horizontally like lightning. Ah, get out of my way. Weibel's fighting talent is extremely high, even though his mentality is similar to that of a child. When Luo Wei approached, he reacted very sharply. While roaring angrily, he blocked the cutting blade with a large naginata. Ding! Chi chi chi! Ridge! The sparks splashed wildly, and when the violent air waves were transmitted by the collision and turbulence, Qian Zhaohao, the ear-piercing tearing sound also followed, and Luo Wei's blade cut into a part of the naginata impressively. The astonishing sharpness of the blood mosquito was hard to defend even the big naginata covered with armament hockey, and it was cut open. Fe. However, Weibel blocked Luo Wei's slash after all, and supported the injury of his right leg. He roared fiercely and threw his fist violently at Luo Wei. I'm afraid you won't succeed. Luo Wei snorted coldly. Without giving in the slightest, he punched with his left hand, armament hockey and Nianli gathered together, and also raised his arms and punched out. Boom. Two fists, one big and one small, collided amazingly, and the three forces of armament hockey, impact, and thought force fought fiercely, and the violent roar and huge impact quickly burst out and spread. Chapter 86 evenly matched. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. In the huge deep pit, dense cracks quickly climbed out, and even the rock and soil at the edge collapsed again, which directly expanded the scale of the deep pit. Both Luo Wei and Weibel sank, and their feet sank deeply into the ground. The fists were pushed against each other, and under the violent collision, the two sides unexpectedly formed an evenly matched situation for a while. Jung. Boom. As if there was a tacit understanding, no matter whether it was Luo Wei or Weibel, they swung their respective weapons at the first time and slashed at each other fiercely. The result was that the naginata and the blade collided again, and under the great storm and the earth being shattered, Luo Wei's blood mosquito took the upper hand, adding 10 more points to the blade of the naginata. Tempest kick. Under the second collision, Luo Wei reacted faster and took the initiative to retreat, but he didn't really retreat, but launched an attack first, kicking out a fiery chopping wave from bottom to top. Coiled with armament hockey and mental power, the power of Tempest Kick's slashing wave has been greatly enhanced, like a huge blade, impacting Weibel's body in an instant. 517. The strong impact caused Weibel to stagger and retreat 10 steps away. Although the Tempest Kick's slashing wave was not as sharp as that of the blood mosquito, it still left messy tear marks on his body. Damn Marine, I must kill you. Being wounded one after another, Weibel was like an enraged beast, his breath was like hot air, and he swung his naginata to counterattack, and a huge slash-like shock wave swept out violently. Advertisement. With observation hockey's keen prediction, Luo Wei jumped up before the attack was approaching, causing the sweeping slash-like shock wave to miss and hit the edge of the deep pit behind, blasting a huge gap. Moonwalk. Thought power controls the body. With the help of Moonwalk's reaction force, Luo Wei flying in midair is like a highly compressed spring, rewinding and falling like thunder, and swooping obliquely to the sky above Weibel. The blood mosquito slashed again, and Luo Wei swooped down, slashing Weibel's neck with a ferocious slash. However, Weibel's plump body showed extremely high flexibility, and under the insight of the impressive observation hockey, he moved towards the side to avoid it, so that the slashing knife light only tore the earth into huge cracks. Roar. The figure followed the landing. Without any buffer time, what greeted Luo Wei was the furious fist of Weibel roaring, and the air squeezed by the terrible force almost formed a real air wall. Thought power burst out. Luo Wei twisted his waist and turned sharply, but changed his attack in an instant, and at the same time withdrew the saber. His right leg ruthlessly kicked at the attacking fist. Boom. Amid the roaring sound of collision, Weibel's fist was blocked by Luo Wei's right leg, and with the help of the impact, Luo Wei landed vigorously on the ground not far away. You bastard, I don't believe I can't fly you. The failed attacks again and again, especially the more and more painful head, made Weibel yell angrily. With his eyes wide open and his teeth gritted, like a mad cow, he sprinted towards Luo Wei violently, and the naginata he was carrying crazily gathered impact and armament hockey. Luo Wei's expression was cold, and he was not intimidated by the opponent's terrifying power at all. He stepped on the ground, and under the burst of amazing power, he also turned into an afterimage and rushed out. Advertisement. The two sides met in the blink of an eye, one slashed out a big naginata with a roar, and the other slashed out a bright knife light coldly. Boom. Both sides broke out their strongest attacks, and when the blades collided, they immediately produced a shocking roar and huge aftermath. It was as if two tsunamis collided, and two violent air waves in a straight line surged and spread from the colliding blades to both sides AJDG. Wherever they passed, huge cracks appeared in the ground instantly, as if the world had been destroyed by into two. 1 second ago, the two amazing slashing attacks were at a stalemate, but in the next second, the air waves spreading on both sides pressed towards Luo Wei's location. Judging from the scene, it was obvious that Luo Wei had fallen into a disadvantage, and was about to be suppressed and swallowed by Weibel's slash. But at this moment, an accident happened suddenly. In the turbulent void, the sky above Weibel's head suddenly appeared in the shape of Uzumaki, followed by a shock wave crashing down like a sharp gun. If it was in a normal state, Weibel could easily dodge it. However, now he is in a fierce stalemate with Luo Wei, and once he dodges, Luo Wei will inevitably usher in a fierce counterattack. At the same time, all of his armament hockey are concentrated on the naginata. If they are pulled away, the power of the slashing will inevitably decrease sharply, and they will also be countered by Luo Wei. In a dilemma, Weibel was unhindered and violently impacted on the top of his head by the sharp gun-shaped shock wave that fell from the sky. Boom. Layers of air waves were transmitted under the heavy and violent impact. The air was turbulent and churning. Weibel's body sank suddenly, and then he saw a painful expression on his face. Advertisement. Quote closing square bracket exclamation mark quote. As if he had been seriously injured, Weibel let out a scream and howl. Even the blood overflowed from the 7 orifices, and his fat and huge body swayed and fell weakly behind him. Die. Feeling the sharp decrease in the power of the naginata, on the opposite side, Luo Wei, who had already been ready to go, showed his eyes. Amidst the roar, he swung the knife away with a frenzied momentum, and then his figure swept away like lightning. Out. Jung. The rapid and brilliant knife light cut out with a terrifying sharp edge that could tear apart the void. In the blink of an eye, Luo Wei appeared on the opposite side like a fleeting shadow, more than 10 meters away. Boom. Behind him, there was a muffled impact sound, and Luo Wei instantly turned around to look coldly, and then saw Weibel, who fell back to the ground. A line of blood split slowly from Weibel's throat, fully extending across half of his neck, and the blood splashed and flowed from the opening as if he didn't want money. Well, Weibel's eyes widened, and he tightly covered the wound on his throat with his left hand with a painful expression. It turns out that fighting requires IQ. In the previous confrontation, the reason why Luo Wei suddenly fell into a disadvantage was not because his power was weaker than Weibel, but because he dispersed a part of his mind power and condensed the sharp spear-like impact. Chapter 87 Original Sin Value. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. If it is in good condition, even if it does not dodge or cover armament hockey, with Weibel's monster physique, let alone the impact of a part of the psychic power, even if Luo Wei fully uses the psychic power, it may not cause much damage to him. But don't forget that Weibel was infiltrated by Zephyr with the armed color before and severely damaged the head. It can be said that more than 80% of his injuries came from severe head injuries. Attacking its weaknesses is the best choice for fighting. Naturally, Luo Wei will not understand the impact of thought power that was not enough to seriously damage Weibel, because it hit the head that had already been severely injured. This simple attack directly led to a fatal flaw in Weibel. However, Weibel's vitality was astonishing. Even though his throat was cut and half of his neck was cut open, he did not die. Shave. Even if there is no precedent for Zephyr before, Luo Wei will not let up on Weibel in the slightest. The moment Weibel just made a move, he quickly controlled it. A figure appeared in the sky above Weibel, who was about to sit up like lightning. Luo Wei twisted the edge of the blade, turned into a long knife with both hands upside down, and pressed down fiercely. Nianliu/Blood Mosquito reappeared an astonishing edge, and the blade wrapped around armament hockey pierced into Weibel's right eye like lightning, directly piercing through his eye after tearing it apart. Even if the physique is extraordinary, fragile places such as the eyes are still weak points. Advertisement. Especially when Luo Wei used blood mosquito, the blade had a terrible edge, and it was even more powerful. The tip of the blade quickly penetrated from the back of Weibel's head, and then sank into the ground below. Shish. The head was pierced, and the intense pain crazily stimulated Weibel's nerves, but because his throat was cut, he could only let out an inexplicable scream. The plump body trembled violently. Weibel still didn't die, but sat up abruptly, continued to cover his throat with his left hand, released the big naginata with his right hand, and smashed his fist at Luo Wei's head with madness. Paper arts. Under the insight of the field of mind and observation hockey, Luo Wei pulled out the blade in an instant, and retreated with the turbulent fist wind, avoiding Weibel's crazy counterattack. The blade was pulled out, and strands of blood gushed out from Weibel's hole in his right eye, which also made his face more hideous and distorted, making it look painful. The throat was severed, the head was pierced. Such injuries would have killed an ordinary person long ago, but Weibel was still struggling, and after his fist fell to the ground, he staggered back to his feet. You won't die like this guy's vitality is too tenacious. Backing back more than 10 meters, Luo Wei frowned when he saw Weibel standing up, feeling startled by Weibel's vitality. However, being startled, Luo Wei broke out to attack again without hesitation, cast shave, and instantly swept towards the opponent like lightning. Although Weibel did not die, he was undoubtedly at the end of his battle and fell into a near-death state. At this time, it is natural to pursue the victory and completely cut off the opponent's upgrade. Advertisement. The oscillating pitch-black blade drew white marks that tore through the void. Luo Wei swiped down, and quickly cut another deep gap in Weibel's body. In the dying state, Weibel has long lost his previous power. Whether it is strength or reaction, they have fallen to the bottom, and there is no way to avoid Luo Wei's attack. Although he frantically threw his fist at Luo Wei after being hit, and used his power and devil fruit to hit a violent shock wave visible to the naked eye, but Luo Wei easily gave him an early insight to avoid it. The blade is sharp, and the figure is like a ghost, shuttling and crisscrossing. In the field, the impact roars, and the blood is sprayed, which has completely evolved into Luo Wei's solo performance. 10 minutes later, Weibel had completely turned into a blood man, and his whole body was covered with dense knife marks, as if he had been cut into pieces by thousands of knives. Zheng. The rapid and bright knife light flew across the sky again, his eyes were dimmed, and Weibel, whose body was as slow as an old man, couldn't avoid it at all. With a spurt of blood, his neck was completely severed, and his head was thrown into the air. It rolled down not far away. Evil value plus 12040. 0. Seeking flowers. Original sin value plus 1. After sensing that Weibel's breath finally disappeared, Luo Wei also relaxed his body with relief, and at the same time breathed very rapidly. Although he seemed to be defending well during the battle and did not suffer any substantial damage, his physical strength was consumed enormously. After all, no matter whether it was mental power or hockey, under the extreme urging, the physical burden was very heavy. Advertisement. Luo Wei's current physical fitness is only more than 700 points of strength, which can be sustained until now, largely due to the effective use of breathing skills and strong will. But even so, after Weibel was dealt with, as soon as he relaxed his mind, he immediately felt deeply tired, and the clothes on his body were already unknowingly stained with sweat. However, when he was panting, Luo Wei was immediately attracted by the information that appeared in his mind, and his face was slightly stunned. Original sin value. What is this? Doubts arose in his heart. Luo Wei was just about to find out what the original sin value is, but at this moment, there was a rush of footsteps approaching. Looking down, he immediately saw Jenner rushing towards him with a face full of surprise. With Jenner's footsteps, sending Zephyr to the port would naturally take no time. In fact, he had already rushed back during the second half of the battle between Luo Wei and Weibel. It was just because the battle between Luo Wei and Weibel was too fierce and ferocious, he had no room to intervene at all, so he could only sweep Luo Wei not far away. Now that Weibel was beheaded by Luo Wei, he naturally ran over excitedly. Awesome, Luo Wei, I never thought that you actually defeated this monster. Teacher Zephyr will be very happy when he finds out. After running over, Jenner stared at Luo Wei in amazement, while also unabashedly praising him. Luo Wei suppressed the question of the original sin value temporarily, and said with a smile, Gurna Commodore is an honor, and I was able to kill this person only because Mr. Zephyr had severely injured him before. By the way, Mr. Zephyr is fine, right? Quote. Chapter 88 Leave. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Mentioning Zephyr, Jenner's excitement also subsided, and he said solemnly, It's not very good, although I came here in a hurry and didn't have a clear understanding, but according to the ship's doctor's diagnosis. Teacher Zephyr really has asthma. Asthma is difficult to treat, and it will have a serious impact on the body. Zephyr has asthma. Once the news is sent back to the headquarters, it will definitely cause a lot of turmoil. Luo Wei also sighed secretly. He had guessed this from Zephyr's abnormal breathing before. After all, in the original book, Zephyr suffered from severe asthma. The two looked at each other speechlessly. The joy of beheading Wabel had disappeared, and after dealing with the battlefield, they immediately rushed to the port. Whether it was Zephyr or Luo Wei, the battle with Wabel was caused by 727, which caused great damage to the town. Ministry base, let them send people over to make compensation. At the same time, although Zephyr's asthma has been relieved under the treatment of the ship's doctor, it still needs some time to recuperate, so even if he wants to return to the headquarters to receive more professional and excellent treatment, he has to wait for his body to recover. The training ship warship docked at the almost ruined port and entered a state of rest. Because Zephyr was injected with drugs, Luo Wei was asleep when he went to visit. After learning about the specific situation and confirming that Zephyr's condition has been relieved, Luo Wei left and returned to his room. Consciousness sank into the mind, and the golden template immediately appeared. Open black lens bracket character. Luo Wei close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket age. 15 close black lens bracket. Advertisement. Nianian fruit. 6th level, 021,870ths. Open black lens bracket kendo. 6th level, 021,870ths, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket armament hockey. 6th order, 021,870ths, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket observation hockey. 6th order, 021,870ths, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket evil value. 14,520 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket original sin value. 1 close black lens bracket. Before meeting Wabel, Luo Wei had already upgraded observation hockey after harvesting enough evil points, and also raised it to the 6th level. However, looking at the golden template now, his attention was undoubtedly attracted by the added original sin value. Is it directly displayed on the golden template? Luo Wei frowned when he found the original sin value column added on the golden template. He tried to focus on original sin value to see if he could get any information, but there was no response. Luo Wei frowned slightly. This open black lens bracket original sin value close black lens bracket has never appeared before. Although I don't know what effect it has, but from the similar title to sin value, it is enough to prove that it should also be usable. Do you have to figure it out on your own? It's just how the original sin value was generated. The more than 10,000 sin points gained from beheading Wabel have been added to the sin point. Luo Wei will naturally think about the reasons for the original sin point. Advertisement. It wasn't the first time he had beheaded an enemy, but this time the original sin value was generated. If there is a difference, it can only be on Wabel. After pondering, Luo Wei only thought of two possibilities. The first is because Wabel is a plot character, so beheading him will have an effect that was not there before. The second guess is Wabel's evil value. Killing him has gained more than 10,000 evil points, which is the highest gain Luo Wei has obtained. He will naturally think whether Wabel's evil points have reached a certain upper limit. Therefore, the original sin value will be generated. If you want to really determine the source of the original sin value, you can only verify it by beheading the original plot characters or people with the same level of evil value in the future. Luo Wei secretly thought. Since he couldn't find anything for a while, he didn't think too much about the original sin value. With the consciousness withdrawn from his mind, Luo Wei murmured in a low voice, "Is this day finally here? I can finally leave without burden." Wabel's hidden dangers have been erased, and after Zephyr repays the kindness he has given him, it is naturally time for him to leave. Following the murmur, the room suddenly fell silent, as if it indicated that this room was about to become an unowned room. Boom boom boom. Early the next morning, there was a knock on the door. Luo Wei, I'm Ain, Jenna and Mr. Fa asked me to call you over. Advertisement. Standing outside the door was Ain. After knocking for a while and finding no response, she could only shout softly. It's just that no matter how Ain shouted, there was always no response from inside the door. No one. It's strange. I just searched outside and didn't see it. Luo Wei is not in the room. Where would he go? Could it be that he fell asleep? After waiting for a while, there was still no response, in a look of doubts. Subconsciously, she grabbed the doorknob, only to find that the door was not locked at all, and with a light twist, the door was opened. In quickly let go of the doorknob and took a step back, looking around with some guilt. She acted completely subconsciously just now, and now she opened Luo Wei's room without permission, which obviously made her feel very embarrassed. But remembering that Commodore and Mr. Zephyr were still waiting for him to take Luo Wei there, In plucked up the courage and walked into the room. Luo Wei, I'm coming in, you, really not here. Entering the room, Ain, who spoke loudly and pretended to be natural, was stunned when he saw that the room was really empty. The sea is undulating, and fish jump out of the sea from time to time, showing their graceful bodies. 5.3. Under clear weather, the blue sky is also peaceful. At the same time, a figure is flying high in the sky at an extremely fast speed, heading towards an unknown direction ahead. At this time, it should be almost time to find out. I don't know what reaction my disappearance will cause. The figure flying high in the sky is exactly Luo Wei. While urging his mind to control his body, he rubbed his chin to think. Search is inevitable. Even if there is no record of beheading Weibo, his sudden disappearance will definitely cause everyone on the training ship and even the headquarters to search. 22%. Chapter 89. The trumpet must be missed. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Although leaving without saying goodbye is a bit careless, but there is no other way. With his current situation, it is impossible for him to withdraw from Marine in a safe and sound way, so he can only adopt this method. Of course, Luo Wei is not an indecisive person, and now he is just passing the time out of boredom and thinking about it casually. He didn't have much hesitation about leaving Marine. Looking down at the record pointer on the wrist, which is protected by the power of thought, so that it will not be crushed by the rolled-up air waves, Luo Wei stopped thinking and started to speed up. Recording pointers are necessary items for walking on the Grand Line. Luo Wei, who had already planned to leave the Marine, naturally prepared them in advance. There are even more than a dozen permanent pointers in the backpack behind him. Even in consideration of physical strength, Luo Wei did not use all his strength to mobilize his thoughts, but Luo Wei arrived at a small island pointed by the record pointer after an hour, and it was at least 100 nautical miles away from the small island where the training ship and warship docked. Distance. Finding an uninhabited coast, Luo Wei descended from the sky. For safety's sake, let's open a trumpet. Even though they were 100 nautical miles away, Marine's intelligence capabilities were top-notch. Once they searched carefully, unless Luo Wei kept hiding, he would not be found in a long time. Advertisement. Therefore, after landing, Luo Wei did not rush to the small town on the island, but murmured and touched his face. The force of thought penetrated into the muscles of the face along the palm of his hand, and Luo Wei's face twisted slightly like a twitch, and soon changed into another appearance. Originally quite handsome, he suddenly turned into a thick eyebrow and big eyes. If there are people from the Earth now, seeing Luo Wei's current appearance will definitely yell shit. The reason is very simple, because Luo Wei's appearance at this time is very similar to the protagonist of another anime, that is, Monkey King in Dragon Ball, which is known as One Death and One Planet. It's too arrogant to call Sun Wukong directly, so from now on, I'll be called Kakarot. With a hook of the finger, the sea water gathered by the coast immediately condensed into a mirror, taking a look at his current appearance, and after confirming that the disguise was successful, Luo Wei smiled in satisfaction. When playing outside, the trumpet is absolutely indispensable. With a similar black-haired hedgehog head, Luo Wei chose Kakarot as his first stop. At the same time, the perfect disguise also proves that he is now more and more comfortable using his mind power. After flying for so long, I'm really hungry, I have to hurry to fill my stomach. After the preparations were completed, Luo Wei didn't stop there, and walked towards the town on the island swaggeringly. Advertisement. Entering the town, he first found a restaurant to have a big meal. After filling his stomach and recovering his strength, he just wandered around casually, and finally came to a bar. The bar is undoubtedly a place full of fish and dragons. There are all kinds of people who come and go here, such as pirate hunters, pirate gangsters can be encountered in this kind of place. Not caring about the noisy environment, after sitting at the counter and ordering a glass of wine, Luo Wei was thinking about his next goal while drinking. First of all, the acquisition of evil value is necessary. Although his current physical fitness is also the biggest shortcoming, and he needs enough time and energy to improve it, but he can store his evil points first, so that once his physical fitness is improved, he can immediately increase his strength in all aspects. Well, in addition to physical fitness, the hockey application and other things also need time to enhance, so if you want to hunt evil points, you must control the time. Taking a sip of the wine, feeling the hotness slipping from his throat into his stomach, Luo Wei frowned slightly at first, but then he relaxed. As for wine, anyone who walks on the sea likes it very much. Food is not necessary, but wine is absolutely indispensable. Although Luo Wei is not an alcoholic, but as his physical strength has improved to the point where he is now, alcohol can no longer do him any harm. Instead, he feels slightly drunk, which is very refreshing. Back to the topic, given the need to leave enough time to practice, the way to obtain evil points naturally has to be carefully planned. Although there are countless criminals in this world, it will definitely waste a lot of energy and time if you look for them without a clue. Advertisement. If you want to control the time well, the best way should be to hunt those people with fixed positions first. Well, I think about it, the sea area I am in now is located in the second half of the first half of the Grand Line, so if so, it really has a good goal. His eyes unconsciously scanned all kinds of people in the bar, and suddenly, Luo Wei's eyes lit up when he saw a hot man sitting on a table not far away, but he thought of someone. It is very likely to have a lot of evil points, and will stay in a fixed location. Gecko Moria, located in the Magic Triangle Sea area, is undoubtedly a very good hunting target. 167 Gecko Moria entered the Magic Triangle Sea area 10 years ago when Luffy went to sea. It is obviously already in this time period, and the most important thing is that the Magic Triangle Sea area is in the second half of the first half of the Grand Line. Wei is not too far away. It's just right, I still lack a famous knife. The big fast knife Chushui can be used first. The more Luo Wei thought about it, the more Luo Wei felt that it was a good choice to find Gecko Moria. His current state of kendo has reached the level of an upper-level swordsman, but the sword in his hand is only a standard marine weapon. In the absence of clues about the supreme Kuei Dao, it is undoubtedly a very good choice to find a Da Kuei Dao as a substitute, not to mention that Chushui is a top-notch famous sword among the Da Kuei Dao. Thinking that killing Gecko Moria would not only gain a lot of crime points, but also get a big sharp knife, Luo Wei smiled. Hey, boy, what are you laughing at? Are you looking down on me? Suddenly, there was an unpleasant shout, and suddenly, the hot man at the table not far away who was watched by Luo Wei stood up at some point, and stared at Luo Wei viciously. Chapter 90 Magic Triangle Sea Area. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Because Luo Wei was distracted, he forgot to look away when he looked at the other party, and showed a weird smile, which naturally aroused the attention of the Onion Man. Obviously, this Onion Man has a very bad temper, and he is not the only one. As he shouted angrily, other people at the same table also looked at Luo Wei unkindly. Isn't this L from the Arson Pirates? Why did he suddenly go crazy? The kid on the other side looks like he's going to be unlucky. Ale is not a good guy, and he'll probably see blood later. Hurry up. Don't stay here. If you are implicated, you will lose your life. Other people in the bar saw this scene with different reactions. Some looked at it with interest, while others left in a hurry when they looked at Huo Onion and the group with fear and even more nervousness. Luo Wei's attention was also focused on the other party following the furious shout of the Onion Man, and at the same time, after hearing the other people's whispered comments, he raised his brows and said with a smile, "It's none of your business what I see, even if I look down on you. What can you do?" Although he was smiling, his tone of voice was unceremonious, even full of provocation. "Bastard, you are courting death." Advertisement. The onion-headed man was furious, and suddenly he grabbed a backhand, pulled out a short flintlock gun from his back, and shot directly at Luo Wei. Bang! Loud gunshots rang out, but Luo Wei didn't fall down, not because the Onion Man's marksmanship was too poor to shoot him, but because the bullet was caught in front of Luo Wei's 2 fingers. The other people in the bar suddenly widened their eyes, looking at the bullet between Luo Wei's fingers in disbelief. Whoosh! Before everyone had time to react, Luo Wei, who caught the bullet, just bent his fingers slightly and flicked it calmly, and the bullet between his fingers was shot back in an instant. Amid the slight impact sound, the man with onion head leaned back, a hole was pierced in his forehead, and he fell to the ground with a look of astonishment on his face. Eiler. Damn, kill him. The members of the Arson Pirates at the same table trembled suddenly. When they saw the dead man with onion, they were all frightened and furious. Then they roared furiously, and rushed towards Luo Wei with the weapons in their hands. Flow of thought _ point confinement. The indifferent eyes glanced casually, and the pirates who rushed over stopped abruptly one by one. Their bodies seemed to be bound by invisible shackles, and the whole person was frozen in place. Bang bang bang. Advertisement. Without unnecessary movements, 5 or 6 pirates directly blew their heads in a strange way. After spilling dirt all over the place, the headless corpses collapsed to the ground one after another. Hiss. The strange way of death caused gasps in the bar, and at the same time, when they looked at Luo Wei, they were full of fear and panic. A series of sinful messages quickly flashed in his mind. Luo Wei stood up abruptly, left the drink money behind the counter, and walked out of the bar calmly. Killing a few pirates casually is already a trivial matter for him now, and if he hadn't already had a better goal, maybe he would uproot this arson pirate group. The Magic Triangle Sea Area is a place shrouded in dense fog all year round. Even before the arrival of Gecko Moria, a large number of ships accidentally entered here and disappeared every year. With the ability to fly with mind power, Luo Wei's actions at sea can be said to be very convenient and fast, because the distance is not very far, so it only took him a day or two to arrive at the island closest to the Magic Triangle Sea Area. After replenishing food and resting for a night, Luo Wei immediately flew into the Magic Triangle Sea Area. For ordinary people, the dense fog with a visibility of no more than 10 meters is very easy to get lost in the Magic Triangle Sea Area even with a recording pointer, but for Luo Wei, the dense fog here is useless to him at all. With the field of mobilizing thoughts covering a radius of several kilometers, Luo Wei began to search regularly in the Magic Triangle Sea Area. Although the area of this sea area is huge, with strong detection and flying capabilities, it can't bring much trouble to Luo Wei. 3 days later, when Luo Wei flew over a certain area, he immediately perceived a huge island-like ship in the field of thoughts. Advertisement. I found it. With a chuckle, Luo Wei immediately changed the flight trajectory, like a shooting star, and shot towards the perceived position in an instant. Surrounded by ramparts like city walls, the entrance and exit is a devil-like mouth, and on the island-like giant ship, there is not only a forest, but also a castle like a horror paradise. Luo Wei, who flew in quickly, saw the scene in front of him clearly, and immediately knew that he was right. This place was indeed the Thriller Bark. With the ability to fly, Luo Wei naturally wouldn't push slowly from the edge, but directly into the air, shooting towards the castle in the center of the island. Nearly 100 meters above the ground, no one on the thriller bark noticed Luo Wei's arrival, and when he came to the center, Luo Wei looked down at the castle below. The field of thought spread silently in the castle, but after a while, Luo Wei found a creature very similar in size to Gecko Moria in a wide room in the castle. What method should I use to make an appearance? Well, Zhao Nuo, I am Kakarot now, although it is fake, but the Sun family can't make waves, so let's do it this way. Luo Wei showed a mischievous smile, his body quickly leaned forward and became horizontal in the air, and then he saw his hands forming a calyx shape and receiving them on the right side of his waist. Came Pai Qigong. He spat out each word in a very rhythmic manner, and the turbulent thought power crazily converged into the synthetic calyx-shaped hands, not only forming an energy-like sphere visible to the naked eye, but also scattering rays of dazzling light. Chapter 91 Confrontation. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. An astonishing breath emanated from the highly condensed mind ball, and when the last word was uttered, Luo Wei pushed his hands out violently. Boom. Squeezed by the terrifying force, layers of air waves surged out of the air in front, accompanied by roaring roars. A thick shock wave shaped like a beam of light shot violently towards the castle below with a straight trajectory. At this moment, the gloomy thriller bark seemed to be reoccupied by light, and many zombies in the castle and forest looked up at the sky in astonishment. Bang! In an instant, the earth-shattering roar resounded through the entire island, even causing big waves to set off on the surrounding sea. First, the ring-shaped air waves and dust continued to expand and spread, followed by a mushroom cloud rising from the center of the island. Under the astonishing bombardment and explosion-like destruction, the thriller bark vibrated violently. Ah, it's bad, the castle exploded. What's the situation? How could there be such a sudden movement? In the area hit by the shock wave, the zombies that existed here were either directly blasted, or were blown away by the majestic shock, making the scene extremely chaotic for a while, with screams and shouts constantly ringing out. Advertisement. After a few breaths, the air wave dissipated, and the dust that rolled up diffused and faded. What came into view was a huge pit that was several meters deep, and the ground was full of ruins. Even the other nearby buildings were covered with cracks due to the impact of the aftermath, appearing dilapidated and messy. In the sky, after Luo Wei released the Nianli version of Pai Qigong, he took a deep breath, and immediately landed quickly, and soon landed on the edge of one side of the pit. Although it was just a whim, under the astonishing intensity of thoughts, the power produced by Pai Qigong is quite good. I didn't expect the effect to be surprisingly good. Looking at the huge crater with a diameter of more than tens of meters in front of him, a smile appeared in Luo Wei's eyes, and he was very satisfied with the degree of destruction in his heart. Of course, after taking a quick glance, his gaze soon fell on a ruin in the pit, where some black matter could be vaguely seen in the crevices of the gravel. The reaction is quite fast. Seeing this scene, Luo Wei frowned, raising his hand just to activate his thoughts. Before Luo Wei could make a move, the black substance under the gravel exploded, and all the gravel was blown away, followed by a fire onion. The embarrassment was revealed. Who is it? Which bastard dared to attack me? As soon as he appeared, seeing the pit in ruins, Gecko Moria shrank his pupils first, and then roared furiously. Because he was protected by the shadow in time at the moment of the impact, so although he was a little embarrassed, he didn't actually suffer any substantial damage. Flow of Thoughts Machine Gun. Advertisement. On the edge of the pit not far away, Luo Wei ignored Gecko Moria's roar at all, but raised his right hand indifferently. In an instant, his hand seemed to become Gatling, and the front of his 5 fingers strafed at a crazy frequency I don't want to play. Whoosh whoosh. Amid the strong sound of piercing through the air, dense and uninterrupted strafing formed a torrent of bullets with a diameter of nearly 2 meters, which swept over to where Gecko Moria was at in the blink of an eye at an astonishing speed. The roar stopped abruptly, and seeing that he was about to be submerged by the torrent of bullets, Gecko Moria suddenly became alarmed, and showed an unexpected reaction speed. In an instant, the shadows under his feet were raised, forming black bats all over the sky. Obviously, Gecko Moria was once a supernova pirate after all. Although he was beaten down by Kaido, he still maintained his basic fighting instinct after only being decadent for 3 or 2 years. Boom boom boom. The black bats made of shadows also immediately collided with the engulfing dense bullets like a torrent. For a while, rapid cracking sounds continued to burst out, and the two sides were constantly being wiped away by each other. I have some skills, and it seems that I am not as useless as I imagined. Seeing that Gecko Moria reacted so quickly to block his psychic bomb attack, Luo Wei's eyes showed a look of surprise, and then quickly changed his gesture, turning it into a palm clap. Flow of Thoughts Shock. He didn't choose to increase the output of thought power, but instead changed his attack, and a fierce shock wave visible to the naked eye burst out with his palm. The torrent of bullets stopped, and the countless shadow bats who had lost their hindrance had just rushed out, but they were hit by the shock wave. Advertisement. Bang bang bang. The shadow bats exploded and shattered one after another, and the shock wave that rolled the violent air wave quickly pressed in front of Gecko Moria, causing his face to change slightly. Boom. A dull and violent impact sounded, and after Gecko Moria was touched by the shock wave, his whole body was immediately bombarded by terrifying force. But in the next second, his exploded body turned into strands of black matter, and then quickly gathered not far away, forming a black figure. At the same time, farther away on the other side, Gecko Moria could be seen appearing there at some point, with a gloomy face, looking at Luo Wei with fear in his eyes. Shadow Warrior is one of the moves developed by Gecko Moria from the Shadow Fruit. It can replace the body with the shadow to avoid the enemy's attack. In the current situation, it is obvious that he used this trick, and Luo Wei, who knew the opponent's ability, reacted immediately. As the strength better than expected. His eyes were slightly concentrated, and his thoughts immediately dissipated. Luo Wei turned around quickly and fixed his sharp eyes on Gecko Moria. Although he has been in the elite training camp before, he is not really ignorant of the development of the outside world. For example, last year, 7 warlords of the sea had all been in place after a year of screening, and the personnel were the same as the plot of the original work, and there was no change. Similarly, in 7 warlords of the sea, Gecko Moria is definitely one of the people at the bottom in terms of strength. Chapter 92 Zombie Army. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Luo Wei's current strength can be said to be firmly at the upper level of powerful combat power. If compared with the strong in Marine, it can be said that it is not inferior to the Flying Squirrel, Ghost Spider and other elite Vice Admiral in Luffy's period. Although it was only a short confrontation once or twice, Luo Wei immediately noticed that Gecko Moria was much stronger than he initially estimated. Is it because it's nearly 10 years before Luffy went to sea? A thought flashed in his mind. Unlike others, excluding those who are getting older, Gecko Moria can be said to be one of the very few people whose strength has shown a backward trend. After nearly 10 years of decadent indulgence, although the current Gecko Moria has been crippled by Kaido, he still has more strength than the future. It seems that this battle shouldn't be too boring. Although he was surprised, not only did Luo Wei not flinch, but he became even more excited, with a burning look in the depths of his eyes. After the battle with Wabel, he seemed to have been inspired to fight. Compared with the easy crushing battle, he was more looking forward to the evenly matched fierce battle. Shua. All kinds of Luo Wei's thoughts happened in a short moment, and at this moment, the shadow of Gecko Moria, who had recovered his human form, rushed towards Luo Wei, punching out. Paper arts. The body moved like catkins with the fist wind. Luo Wei dodged the shadow's fist lightly and calmly, and at the same time did not stop for a moment. The moment he retreated, he resorted to shave. As if flashing, Luo Wei disappeared in place, and when he reappeared, he had already swept over the Gecko Moria body. Advertisement. Attacking the shadow would only waste energy. Luo Wei naturally would not entangle with the shadow, and launched an offensive directly at Gecko Moria. Jung. The sharp knife light appeared for a moment, and the moment it appeared, the long knife around his waist was unsheathed with a crisp knife groan, and then Luo Wei with a cold expression slashed at Gecko Moria who was below him. Boom. Boom. Amid the sound of tearing, Gecko Moria's sharp blade slashed from the top of his head to his feet. Not only was his body split in two, but the ground under his feet was also cut into super long cracks that spread to both sides. From a distance, it seems that Luo Wei split the earth in half with one knife. The powerful impact of the slash even caused the earth to vibrate violently and burst into a roaring sound. Luo Wei, who cut off Gecko Moria, did not feel happy at all, because after the body was broken, Gecko Moria's body turned black again, and it was once again replaced by Cage Warrior and Shadow. Shadow Mage. The severed shadow quickly closed and recovered, and at the same time burst out with a strong force, punching Luo Wei who was in the air. Luo Wei frowned slightly, and quickly raised the wall to block the fist, but was sent flying more than 10 meters away by the opponent's powerful force. With the help of his thoughts, Luo Wei stabilized his figure before falling, and then landed lightly without any substantial damage. All zombies obey orders, kill this man for me. Suddenly, roars resounded through the sky, and Gecko Moria, who appeared on the other side after replacing with the shadow, not only did not cooperate with the shadow to attack Luo Wei, but instead retreated quickly towards the rear. Kill this intruder together. Advertisement. It's really brave to come to us to make trouble. Moria's master is 7 warlords of the sea. Look at my death rush. Before Luo Wei could pursue him, zombies sprang out one by one nearby. Under the order of Gecko Moria, these zombies roared and laughed. 10 sides rushed towards Luo Wei madly. Go away. Luo Wei frowned and glanced at the besieging zombies, unceremoniously activated his thoughts, and in an instant, a violent shock wave visible to the naked eye erupted centered on himself. Bang! The ground shook violently, and the violent impact easily sent all the approaching zombies flying tens of meters away, making them fly away like rain. It's just that although these zombies are not very strong, they are ignorant. Not only do they not feel pain, but ordinary attacks also cause substantial damage. After landing, the zombies quickly got up again, and continued to scream and rush towards Luo Wei. 0. Seeking flowers, 0. At the same time, more and more zombies rushed over, and among them were several figures exuding a powerful aura far surpassing that of other zombies. It's the General Zombie. That's great. With the General Zombie here, this intruder is absolutely finished. Continue to attack. Master Moria has given the order, if we don't get rid of the invaders, we will be punished. Quick, follow the General Zombie and kill the invaders together. Advertisement. These figures exuding a strong aura include people dressed in toy costumes, people who look like captains, and people in white kimonos who slowly pull out black blades. The so-called General Zombie is the strongest of the zombies and the backbone of the zombie army under Gecko Moria. After seeing the appearance of the General Zombie, the other zombies were also encouraged, and charged towards Luo Wei more bravely one by one. Kindness. Luo Wei also noticed the General Zombie's arrival for the first time, especially when he saw the General Zombie wearing a white kimono and holding a black blade. His eyes suddenly lit up. This General Zombie is one of the goals of Luo Wei's trip, or the big sharp knife Chushui held by the other party is what he must get. After discovering the big sharp knife Chushui, Luo Wei temporarily put down the pursuit of Gecko Moria and prepared to take Chushui. Chi chi chi. Suddenly, just when Luo Wei was about to go towards the dragon horse zombie, a huge spider web suddenly fell on top of his head. Jung. Without even raising his head, Luo Wei didn't feel flustered at all, just swung his saber indifferently, bursting out with a piercing light. On the cutting blade, a golden sword energy that wanted to tear the void flew out like a huge crescent, cutting off the falling spider web in an instant. Even the remaining power of the sword energy was gone, and it went straight into the sky for nearly 100 meters before dissipating into violent air waves, and the turbulent sky sent out layers of violent ripples. Chapter 93. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. How is it possible? This is the spider silk spit out by Talara, its toughness is comparable to steel, and it was cut off so easily. What a terrible slash. Could it be that this person is a very powerful swordsman? We wouldn't have been cut off in the past. There is nothing to be afraid of. We are undead zombies. Even if we are cut open, we will not die. The astonishing sword energy caused quite a shock to the rushing zombies, but with the confidence of the immortal body, more zombies still killed Luo Wei without fear. It's an astonishing slash. It seems that this Mr. Intruder is a powerful swordsman. With such sharpness, even I, who has become a zombie, have a feeling of passion. It seems that this body still has some blood. Some instincts. Far away from 427. The approaching dragon horse zombie's eyes shivered slightly, as if talking to himself. At the same time, his pace suddenly accelerated, and finally turned into a galloping sprint. At this time, the Ryoma zombie, although the shadow injected into the body is not Brook, but the body of the great swordsman, Gecko Moria, also found the shadow of a swordsman to drive Ryoma's corpse. Clank. After cutting off the spider web above his head, Luo Wei faced the zombies charging from all directions, slashed twice in a row like lightning, and also burst out a huge and sharp golden sword energy. There was an endless stream of tearing creatures, and the sword energy flying rapidly on both sides continuously cut the zombies passing along the way into two pieces, spreading for nearly 100 meters before dissipating into nothingness. Advertisement. Even if they are immortal, they will lose their ability to move when their bodies are cut off. Within the range of sword energy, all zombies fall to the ground, screaming in panic. It is impossible to get thick again. But at this moment, a swift figure rushed towards Luo Wei, and after approaching, he leapt up high, swooping down, and slashed violently. Ding! Sparks splashed, and amidst the sound of clashing swords, Luo Wei's horizontal knife blocked the falling blade on top of his head. The body that launched the slash was the dragon horse zombie. Even though he was holding a big sharp knife Chushui, Luo Wei still blocked the attack steadily. After all, it's just a zombie. Even if it's revived with the power of devil fruit, the once famous great swordsman's current level of swordsmanship can reach the level of a swordsman. It was easy to block the dragon horse zombie's slash. Luo Wei looked at the opponent who landed indifferently, and the blade was instantly entangled with thought power. Gently pushing the saber, Longma zombie retreated 7 or 8 steps in a row as if being hit hard, and Luo Wei also rushed forward, swiping the saber and slashing at the opponent. Boom! Longma zombie's complexion changed drastically, and he hurriedly lifted the knife to block. The blade collided again, his body trembled, unable to hold the handle of the knife. Chu Shui flew out of his hand, spun and landed obliquely on the ground not far away. If it weren't for the huge advantages and disadvantages of the knife, Luo Wei would even need to wrap his thoughts, and just relying on his swordsmanship to surpass the opponent would be enough to defeat him. Advertisement. If the swordsman loses his weapon, his strength will undoubtedly be seriously damaged. After flying the autumn water, Luo Wei did not stop, as if the floating light flashed past the dragon horse zombie in an instant. The zombie has no blood, but when Luo Wei appeared behind the dragon horse zombie, a crack appeared on the neck of the dragon horse zombie, and it enlarged rapidly, and the head immediately fell to the foot. It's a beautiful slash. Even though my head was cut off, for some reason, my body seems to have a sense of joy. It's a strange feeling. Because it is a zombie, even if its head was beheaded, Ryoma zombie did not die, and the head that fell on the ground whispered with a smile on its face. The reason why a strong man is that even after death, he still has something that ordinary people can't reach. Although Ryoma has died long ago, the residual instinct of the body can still affect the shadow injected into the body. Just like the Ryoma zombie who was injected with Brook's shadow in the original book, he was not dominated by the character of the original owner of the shadow like other zombies, but showed a calmness and introversion that did not match Brooke at all. Turning around and swiping the knife, the burst of blazing golden sword energy flashed across the body of Longma zombie like lightning. Under the crack that tore the ground in front of him and extended tens of meters, the body of Longma zombie was also divided into two, facing towards the two sides. Fell to the ground. Completely cutting off the dragon horse zombie's movements, Luo Wei made a false grasp with his left hand, and with a burst of invisible thoughts, he saw the autumn water that was stuck on the ground not far away flew towards him, and he grabbed it. Big quick sword Chushui, it really is a top-quality treasured sword. Putting the original excellent long knife on the ground beside him, Luo Wei transferred the autumn water to his right hand, the blade stood up, and looked at the black-purple blade with satisfaction. Boom. Advertisement. Amidst the violent roar, the general zombie who spat out spider webs at Luo Wei before was also a huge monkey-faced spider that jumped up from a distance, rolling down towards Luo Wei's place like a mountain crushing the top. You can't wait to send it here for me to test the knife. Luo Wei looked up at the huge falling body, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and the autumn water in his hand was like an afterimage, and he slashed upwards. Jung. A golden sword energy that was far more blazing than before burst out, cutting open the monkey-faced spider's body like cutting paper, and then flew to the sky more than 100 meters high and dissipated like a hurricane. Boom boom. The broken body of the spider fell on the ground on both sides like a meteorite, and the heavy body immediately caused a rumbling movement, and even shattered dense cracks in the surrounding area. 3.9. Before the dust and air waves came close to Luo Wei's body, they were stopped by the invisible barrier of thoughts, and Luo Wei also had a smile on his face after trying the knife. It's really a good sword. It not only feels great in the hand, but also enhances my cutting power. Does every swordsman yearn for a famous sword? Luo Wei sighed softly. Drink. The battle will not stop just because Luo Wei got Chushui. Although the two-sword chi just now wiped out a lot of zombies, there are still many zombies left, and there are other general zombies. The two general zombies dressed in toy costumes and looking like captains followed the dragon horse zombies and charged towards Luo Wei. They drank together, slashed with knives, or punched Luo Wei with punches. Chapter 94. Crushing. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Just one saber test is naturally not enough, so in the face of the two general zombies, Luo Wei also took a step back to avoid the attack, and then swung the saber horizontally with a faint smile. Swish. The golden sword energy that was like a curtain of light passed over the two of them in an instant, and the terrifying sharpness caused the two general zombies to break into two without any suspense, and they fell to the ground one after another. Kindness. Suddenly, just as Luo Wei was about to deal with the remaining zombies, he discovered something in the field of thought that had been covering the surroundings. Pedaling under his feet, Luo Wei quickly swept to the side, and the moment he left, a violent explosion suddenly appeared, blasting a crater where he was originally. How is it possible that he escaped from my hand of the dead? Not far away, there seems to be nothing, but there is actually a person, one of the three monsters under Gecko Moria, Absalom, who has the ability of transparent fruit. At this time, because his attack was dodged, 09 Absalom looked suspicious. If he hadn't found that his body was indeed in a transparent state, he would have even lost his ability. Not far away, Luo Wei stopped and looked directly at where Absalom was. The transparency of the other party did not bother him at all. With the perception of the field of thought, he could easily lock the position of the other party. Advertisement. Is it the user with the transparent fruit ability? It happened to be solved together. As soon as he took a step, Luo Wei's eyes showed a cold light, and he was ready to attack immediately. But something happened again. Luo Wei seemed to have sensed something again, and immediately swept aside again. Negative, negative, negative. When Luo Wei just left, the ghost-like translucent thing flew past where he was originally, and then rose into the air. Damn it, you were dodged. This time I'll see how you dodge. In the place where the ghost lifted off, there is a strangely dressed loli, and she is also floating in the air like a ghost. Wrinkling her delicate chong nose, the girl looked at Luo Wei with a vicious expression, waved her hands repeatedly, and a dozen ghosts sprang out all at once. These ghosts also yelled negativity, while gliding towards Luo Wei at a fast speed. Have you followed Gecko Moria so early? Just by looking at it, it doesn't seem to be much different from the future. Naturally, Luo Wei also saw the strange loli in the sky, and immediately recognized the identity of the other party. While he was surprised, he couldn't help complaining. Without him, because Perona's current appearance is exactly the same as when Luffy and Gecko Moria met, and it stands to reason that the other party should be 8 or 9 years younger than that time, which simply shows that the other party will be in the next few years, in a state of underdevelopment. Of course, it's all bad. Luo Wei didn't have the slightest carelessness after seeing the negative ghost looting. If one doesn't pay attention to this thing, it will be embarrassing. Armed coiled. Advertisement. The autumn water was instantly covered with dark armament hockey, and Luo Wei moved away to avoid the flying negative ghosts, and the knife flashed continuously. Bang bang bang. Perona's development of ghost fruit is obviously not as good as Luo Wei's armament hockey. The negative ghosts immediately burst like balloons after being cut by autumn water, directly turned into nothingness and dissipated. Ah, my ghost. It is undoubtedly the first time Perona has encountered such a situation. The negative ghost that has always been invincible in the past will be destroyed, which directly makes her pale with shock and exclaims. Kindness. After killing all the negative ghosts, Luo Wei's face suddenly darkened, he turned around and punched out. Boom. The fist obviously landed in the empty space, but there was a collision sound, followed by a tooth-piercing bone-cracking sound and the sound of breaking the air. Boom. The place where a few broken walls on the opposite side were pushed together suddenly exploded as if hit by something, and then a scream was heard. My hand. Absalom, whose body was transparent, not only failed to sneak attack, but instead punched Luo Wei. His fist and arm were directly shattered by the suppressed force. Advertisement. After falling to the ground, he rolled over in pain. From the perspective of outsiders, the place where he was quickly outlined with messy marks, and there were even gravel rolling from time to time. This time, Luo Wei was not disturbed by the misfortune anymore. He punched Absalom away, and quickly controlled it under the lock of the field of thought. Boom. Appearing above Absalom, who was still writhing in pain, Luo Wei punched down again with a cold expression. The fist was even covered with armament hockey. Violent roars erupted, and the ground collapsed crazily under the astonishing force. Absalom's body, which had been transplanted with the strongest parts of various beasts, appeared extremely fragile at this moment. Since the chest hit by Luo Wei's fist, his 897's body collapsed step by step, and finally exploded into a cloud of minced flesh and blood like an explosion. The turbulent and spreading air wave rushed straight into the distance, and a large amount of dust was swept into the air. When the aftermath dissipated, a deep pit with a depth of several meters and a diameter of nearly 20 meters appeared on the ground. In the sky not far away, Perona's exclamation stopped abruptly, replaced by her eyes widened, with a dumbfounded expression. Landing on the big bloodline formed by Absalom, Luo Wei stomped on his feet, quickly swept out the huge deep hole he had made, and then looked up at Perona in the sky. Luo Wei's eyes were very calm, but Perona trembled when she found out, her little face turned pale with fright. Well, I'm just passing by, goodbye. He dryly wanted to explain, but after realizing that Luo Wei was still staring at him, Perona panicked, left a word in a hurry and ran away. The potential of the ghost fruit seems to be very good, it seems a bit wasteful to kill it, and training an assistant is also a very good choice. Looking at Perona flying away, Luo Wei rubbed his chin in thought, and then the corners of his mouth slightly raised, quickly followed up. Chapter 95 Assistant Candidates. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Humans are social creatures. It is not impossible to live alone, but it will always feel boring, and you need to concentrate on cultivation and hunting. Naturally, it is best to find someone to take care of the trivial matters in life. The most important thing is that it is worth looking forward to what Lori will develop. Perona's appearance is very suitable for Luo Wei's eyes, and he has no intention of really becoming an ascetic. However, Luo Wei did not directly intercept Perona, because the opponent is only a ghost body now, and if he wants to catch him, he must find the opponent's body. Don't try to escape the intruder, stop him. You can't escape, let's go together and kill him. Ah, my body is broken. There are many zombies around, and Luo Wei's action of chasing Perona made these zombies mistakenly think that Luo Wei was about to escape. For a while, the zombies were excited and rushed out, wanting to carry out a siege. But it turned out that these zombies not only failed to intercept Luo Wei, but were torn apart by Luo Wei's sword chi at will, leaving a body that was broken in half all over the ground. The ghost body can ignore the blocking of the wall, and the speed is quite fast. Perona escaped, quickly got into the nearby building, and then disappeared. It's just that such a method obviously doesn't work for Luo Wei. After getting rid of the zombies, he strengthened his perception of the field of thoughts and immediately enveloped the entire castle in it. Advertisement. The investigation didn't take much time. Soon, Luo Wei discovered Perona's hidden body, and he shot away immediately. In a closed room, there was a sleeping Perona lying on the bed, and at this moment, another Perona emerged from the wall. Phew, I was scared to death. That intruder is too scary. I can't go out until Lord Moria takes care of him. Perona, who emerged from the wall, was a ghost body. After returning to her den, she finally felt relieved, and said with a lingering fear on her face. Wow, there is also a teddy bear in the room. When it sees Perona coming back, it hastily greets it. At the same time, because its mouth is sealed, Zhang can make an unknown sound. Shut up, Kumasi, how many times have I told you, you can't make a sound, or you won't be cute. Perona's attention was immediately distracted by the teddy bear, and she scolded with dissatisfaction. Boom boom boom. Suddenly, the room trembled slightly, and bursts of roaring sounds came from far and near. Perona glanced at the room in astonishment. What is this sound? Boom. Before she could finish her words, suddenly, the closed door was shattered by the heavy force, followed by a figure that made her almost stare out of her eyes. Advertisement. You, why are you here? Perona screamed in fright, pointed at Luo Wei who entered the room, and hurriedly backed away. Of course I'm here to look for you. Why, I'm still planning to escape. Your body is here. If you escape again, I don't mind beheading your body. Luo Wei looked at the other party with a smile, and when he saw that the other party seemed to be about to go through the wall, the autumn water hanging down by his side aimed at Perona's body on the bed. Perona's body froze and immediately stopped her movements. If it wasn't for the ghost, she would have been sweating profusely by now. Wow. After seeing Luo Wei's actions, the teddy bear on the side was very protective, rushed over angrily, and punched Luo Wei. Don't get in the way. Luo Wei kicked the teddy bear back, and even smashed through the wall on one side and disappeared outside. Is it okay if I surrender? You are still young, can you let me go? Seeing that the only helper had been dealt with by Luo Wei, Perona begged pitifully for mercy. Surrender. Okay, I accept, but you have to return to your body first, we are talking about the rest slowly. Luo smiled. Really? You are willing to accept my surrender, that's great. Perona was overwhelmed with surprise, thinking that Luo Wei had really spared her, so naively, she flew back to the body on the bed. After entering the body, Perona seemed to wake up and was about to open his eyes and get up, but at this moment, Luo Wei flicked his fingers, and a ray of thought force hit the opponent's neck instantly, and Perona hadn't had time to get up. When he woke up, he really fell into a coma. Advertisement. For safety's sake, let's send it away first. While talking to himself, he stepped forward and put the unconscious Perona on his shoulders, and then walked out of the room. The outside is a maze-like palace, and there is a hole that was obviously punched out by violence on one side. Even looking down, you can see that there are also walls that have been punched out in the depths. In order to hurry, Luo Wei came in directly from outside the building. At this time, he followed the passage opened just now, and quickly returned to the outer altar. Propelled by his thoughts, his body soared into the air, and Luo Wei carried Perona to the edge of the thriller bark. Gecko Moria has not been solved yet, and it is not a good target to solve. Once a battle occurs, the aftermath will be huge. Luo Wei naturally does not want his future assistant to die tragically in the aftermath of his battle. In order to create zombies, Gecko Moria will capture the ships that enter the Magic Triangle waters. Although most of them leave after taking the shadows, there are also many ships, limos, left behind. Under the investigation of the field of thoughts, Luo Wei found a fairly clean ship on the coast as a place to store Perona, and then returned to the center of the island. It was really broken by Kaido, and now you are still planning to do it yourself, and still plan to rely on external things. Quote. After approaching the castle, Luo Wei's field of mind sensed a certain situation, and the corner of his mouth twitched, feeling a little disdain for Gecko Moria. Even if the strength is much stronger than that of the future, but the will and the way of doing things, the title of Shichibukai's shame still belongs to him. Boom. As if to verify what Luo Wei thought, a towering building on the side of the castle was suddenly shattered by an astonishing force, creating a huge gap, followed by a huge mountain-like body coming out. Chapter 96 The Last Reliance. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. As if to vent the joy of resurrection, the sky-shattering roar resounded through the entire thriller bark, and the sound waves transmitted were comparable to violent impacts, and the turbulent surrounding void produced layer upon layer of air waves. Luo Wei, who had already sensed it with the field of mind, looked normal after seeing this scene. After continuing to fly close, he soon landed on an open space below. It has sharp double horns on its head, long messy withered and yellow hair, and two exposed fangs on its lower jaw. It will also appear smaller. After smashing the wall, the huge body that came out was none other than Oz the Demon, the strongest zombie under Gecko Moria's command. Hehehehe. Although I don't have a suitable shadow to drive Ozzy yet, it looks good to use my own shadow for the time being. On Ozzy's abdomen, as the curtain-like material was removed, a room-like space was revealed, and inside, standing there was the proud and smiling Gecko Moria. At the same time, with a glance, Gecko Moria also saw Luo Wei in the open space not far away. Murderous intent and greed appeared in his eyes immediately. Although I don't know your origin, your strength has been recognized by me. After I kill you, I will turn your body into a zombie. Gecko Moria pointed at Luo Wei and laughed wildly. Boom boom boom. Advertisement. As if to prove his murderous intentions, Ozzy, driven by Gecko Moria's own shadow, walked towards Luo Wei with big strides. Under his huge body, every step he took would cause earthquakes, leaving cracks on the ground. You want to turn me into a zombie? Then try it. Luo Wei sneered, and the surface of his body was instantly entwined with unparalleled thoughts. Even if it's just a zombie, Oz's powers are still huge, let alone a Gecko Moria. Compared with the casualness before, now that the real battle is coming, Luo Wei naturally does not relax in the slightest. With the entanglement of thought power, his physical deficiencies were immediately greatly strengthened, and his strength, speed, defense and other aspects were strengthened like transformation. Roar. Under his huge body, Ozzy can walk 20 to 30 meters in one step, and within 2 or 3 steps, he is close to where Luo Wei is. Then he let out a roar, raised his huge soles and stomped down violently. Just relying on the weight of the body, this step contains a terrifying weight, not to mention Ozzy's incomparably astonishing strength. Bang. The deafening roar resounded through the reverberation, and the earth vibrated crazily as if trembling. The moment the huge foot touched the ground, the surrounding ground was distorted and spread like a wave under the terrible impact, and the circular violent air wave that kept collapsing and shattering rushed hundreds of meters away. Under the terrifying movement of the earth shaking and the mountains shaking, a huge pit with a diameter of nearly 50 meters appeared in the dusty sky, and at the same time, there were cracks spreading around like spider webs on the edge. Advertisement. Of course, no matter how terrifying the destructive power is, it will be useless if it misses the target. Although Luo Wei has improved his physical fitness with the power of mind, he will not resist Oz's attack. Before the huge foot stepped down, he had already swept up into the air at a speed beyond the naked eye. Under the defense of the sweeping air waves and mental power, Luo Wei couldn't be shaken at all. The moment the ground was crushed, Luo Wei, who rose into the midair, was slashing out with a smooth swing of the knife. Zheng. Fiery golden sword aura burst out from the autumn water, and the tens of meters long sword aura not only displayed the terrifying edge of desire AJAG to tear apart the void, it was also as swift as lightning, and it struck out in an instant. On Xena's right leg that crushed the ground. Poof. Ozzy had no time to react. His right leg was immediately torn apart by the crescent-shaped sword energy, and at the same time, the strong impact contained in the sword energy made him back away, almost falling to the ground. The sword energy continued to tear for several breaths of time, and when the slashing force was exhausted and dissipated into nothingness, there was also a clear gap in the right leg of Ozzy's arrogance. Even if it's a zombie, is the body still so strong? Luo Wei stared at this scene in the opposite sky. After becoming a zombie, generally speaking, the body will lose its strength sharply due to loss of vitality, but obviously, even so, zombie Ozzy still has a monster-like physique. Luo Wei's full-strength slash with the power of mind and armament hockey, in terms of power, can be said to have surpassed the level of a swordsman, but it is still not enough to cut off Ozzy's right leg. Advertisement. At the same time, because he was a zombie, ordinary injuries would not be of much use. When the sword energy dissipated, Oz, as if nothing had happened, violently stepped forward again, and punched Luo Wei. A fist the size of a house bombarded and fell, and under the terrifying force, the air in the front of the fist was immediately terribly squeezed, forming layers upon layers of fierce air waves visible to the naked eye. Moonwalk. Predicted by observation hockey, Luo Wei responded immediately when Oz broke out to counterattack, stepping on the void under his feet, and with the help of a strong reaction force, the speed soared to the limit all of a sudden. The figure flew to the distance like lightning, and the huge fist that fell from the bombardment immediately hit the empty space. Bang! Although the attack was in vain, the violent air wave squeezed out hit the ground below violently like a shock wave. Under the dull and rumble-like movement, the ground collapsed again, forming a large sunken crater. Damn it! Where did this bastard come from? Not only does he master swordsman-level swordsmanship, but he also has the ability to fly devil fruit. Gecko Moria in Oz's belly looked at Luo Wei, who was flying into the distance angrily, with a hint of dread in his eyes. The figure twisted in the air and looked in the direction of Oz. Luo Wei's eyes were full of sharp gaze. If one cut doesn't work, then 2 cuts. I want to see how many cuts you can withstand. A strong murderous intent emerged from his heart. Chapter 97. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Stomping under his feet, the air exploded like an explosion. In an instant, Luo Wei's speed was raised to ultimate again, and the ability to fly with the power of thought burst out like a fleeting shadow. At an astonishing speed, Luo Wei shot in front of Oz in an instant, almost as if in a blink of an eye. So fast. Gecko Moria's pupils shrank into a needle shape, and Ozzy, who was dominated by his shadow, reacted quickly without his order. His right hand grew, and he slapped Luo Wei viciously. However, the speeds of the two sides differed greatly. Before Ozzy's palm fell, Luo Wei had already swept in front of the opponent's legs. Still aiming at Ozzy's right leg, the moment his figure approached, the brilliant knife light suddenly appeared again. With a terrifying edge, he slashed hard at the huge gap left last time. Puff Kai. The tearing sound echoed crazily, sinking into the thickened pillar-like legs like a chainsaw. The strong impact caused Ozzy not only to fail to intercept successfully, but to move his right leg backwards. The new slash was superimposed on Ju's slash wound, which undoubtedly increased the tear damage to Oz's right leg. Swish. While his right leg was slipping, suddenly, the brilliant sword light turned into sword energy and flew out from behind, disappearing into the distance, and Luo Wei also passed by in a flash. After 2 slashes, Ozzy's right leg was completely severed, breaking from above the knee. Ozzy also immediately lost his balance, his huge body leaned forward, and fell towards the ground. Bang. Advertisement. He fell to the ground as if he had fallen. The ground hit by his heavy body roared and shook, cracks spread towards the surroundings, and even the ground collapsed. Zheng. Facing the ground lying on the ground, the air waves rolled up by the billowing dust were blown up and spread, and at this moment, another slash struck quickly. Luo Wei, who was passing by, made a turn in the air without stopping, and burst out a huge blazing sword energy towards the other leg of Ozzy, who fell to the ground. The sword chi swayed, and the air was torn apart to create air waves. When the sword chi landed on Ozzy's left leg, the terrible impact immediately caused the ground below to be shattered and collapsed. Boom. Violent roars resounded in all directions, and when the sword energy dissipated, Ozzy's left leg suddenly showed a huge gap with deep bone visible. Raising the knife again, just as Luo Wei was about to strike again, cutting off Ozzy's left leg completely, suddenly the palm lying on the ground flipped over. At some point, his right hand grabbed a boulder the size of a house, and at the same time as he turned it over, he swung his arm violently, smashing the boulder towards Luo Wei. Under the terrifying power, not only the speed of this huge boulder has reached an astonishing level, but also the impact force it carries is also extraordinary, like a shooting star stirring up layers of air waves. Kindness. Ozzy's counterattack seemed to catch people off guard, but how could he escape Luo Wei's observation hockey perception? His eyes flickered slightly, and Chushui, who had originally slashed at the opponent's left leg, immediately changed its trajectory, and slashed towards the impact from top to bottom boulder. Gotcha. The light of the knife flashed like a bright light, and the boulder split into two halves immediately, passed by both sides of Luo Wei, and then fell to the distance, sending two loud bangs. Advertisement. Damn bastard, he actually cut off Ozzy's right leg, don't think that you can win. After Ozzy flipped over, Gecko Moria also saw Luo Wei. His face was full of rage, and his eyes were full of terrifying murderous intent when he looked at Luo Wei. Boom boom boom. Ozzy inserted his hands into the ground on both sides, pulled out rocks and soil that were comparable to boulders, and smashed towards Luo Wei crazily. Don't be ashamed of the kid's game of throwing stones. His expression was indifferent. This time Luo Wei didn't even bother to send out a slash. Predicted by observation hockey, his figure moved flexibly in the air, and the rocks and soil thrown by him were easily avoided. At this moment, Ozzy's left leg bent to the hip, and then like a spring, his left leg burst out with amazing explosive power, and his whole body jumped up ferociously, and rushed towards Luo Wei. Boom boom boom. The two fists slammed wildly, and the terrifying power caused a roar in the void, causing violent and messy waves of air. At the same time, the speed of the fists was also very fast, forming a shadow of fists all over the sky. 0. Seeking flowers. It is already very powerful for ordinary people to be able to shoot dense fist shadows, but with a body as large as Oz, the fist shadows he can shoot can be called covering the sky and covering the sun, making people feel desperate as if they have fallen into an abyss. Before the fist arrives, the blowing wind of the fist is already wrapped in a terrible impact like a storm. Luo Wei only felt that the surrounding void seemed to be frozen, and it became as solid as a copper wall, making it difficult to move. A sense of danger surged into his heart, causing Luo Wei's pupils to shrink. He immediately blocked the blade in front of him, and at the same time pushed his thoughts to the limit, and retreated violently. Advertisement. 0. Boom. Under the shadow of fists all over the sky, Luo Wei finally failed to dodge, was hit by a shadow of a fist, and then was sent flying by the contained terrifying power. The body flew upside down like a cannonball, and in the blink of an eye, Luo Wei flew out of the range of the castle and fell towards the distant forest. Exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark. When it hit the ground, the air waves visible to the naked eye immediately burst out to a distance of tens of meters, and the surrounding trees were all shattered and collapsed, finally causing a deep pit to collapse in the place where it fell. Hoo-hoo. A large expanse of dust filled the air, but in just a second, a hurricane-like airflow rolled out of the pit, causing the dust to be dispersed immediately. Cough cough. Luo Wei coughing up blood appeared in the pit. Ozzy's power is really terrifying. Even with the most comprehensive defense, Luo Wei was still injured. Of course, although he was injured, the injury was suppressed to the lightest under the timely defense. The blood coughed up was due to some shocks to the internal organs, but in fact, this injury was not serious at all. The name of the devil is really worthy of the name. With such power, if there is no defense of mind power, with my physical quality, I am afraid that I will be blown away with one punch. After wiping off the bloodline stained at the corners of his mouth, Luo Wei lifted his feet off the ground and floated up into the air, while staring closely at the center of the island. Percent. Chapter 98 Luo weaves Gecko Moria. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Boom boom boom. The ground was shaking, and the huge body was jumping and jumping, approaching Luo Wei with one foot. Every time it jumped, it would leave footprints like deep pits on the ground it passed. This huge body is naturally Ozzy. After sending Luo Wei flying, Gecko Moria chased him without stopping for a moment. Sure enough, he's not dead yet. Hehehehe, then I'll let you taste Oz's fist again. After approaching, Gecko Moria looked at Luo Wei Ji, who was floating in midair, and laughed. The success of the attack this time undoubtedly reinvigorated his confidence in Ozzy, and also created a stronger killing intent towards Luo Wei. It was another jump, and Ozzy jumped towards Luo Wei with one foot. Just like before, he punched wildly with both fists, and opened the shadow of his fist to Luo Wei. 127. Although I'm not a holy fighter, it's a little too contemptuous to use the same moves against me. The violent air wave that came to his face and made the air freeze did not make Luo Wei flustered, but his expression was extremely calm. Information color hyphenation point paper arts. While urging observation Haki to ultimate to predict the attack, the body floats like catkins with the help of air currents. In the shadows of fists all over the sky, Luo Wei was like a thin piece of paper, constantly skimming between the shadows of fists, preventing Ozzy's crazy punches from really touching him. This kind of dodge can be said to be like dancing with the tip of a knife. If there is a slight mistake, he will be bombarded by terrifying forces, but Luo Wei relies on his calm mind to prevent himself from making the slightest mistake. Advertisement. Zheng. The zombie body does not have infinite physical strength. After beating wildly for a while, Ozzy's punching speed obviously began to slow down, and at this moment, the terrible knife light bloomed. The figure was almost staggered against the huge fist. Noticing that the opponent's speed of closing the fist was slow, Luo Wei swung Chushui and slashed towards the arm in front of him without any hesitation. The sword chi was soaring, and the astonishing sharpness tore apart the surrounding air. Under the slash, not only was the thick arm sent flying, but even the part where the handbook was used was torn into deep gaps. The arm was thrown aside, and Ozzy, who was only supported by one foot, had difficulty maintaining his balance and fell to the side. Amidst the huge roar, a large area of trees was crushed, and Oz fell sideways in the forest, causing the earth to shake violently. After cracking the attack, Luo Wei's real counterattack also broke out. He swooped down like a falling meteor, and came to the top of Ozzy's left leg in the blink of an eye. The blade fought again, and the autumn water held by both hands burst out with fiery sword energy, tearing fiercely like the gap on the left leg. After only a short pause, the golden sword chi slashed down, cutting off Ozzy's left leg and tearing a deep crack extending tens of meters on the ground below. Oops. Gecko Moria, who had just buffered from the sway of Oz's fall, suddenly changed his face when he realized this situation. If only the right leg was severed, Ozzy could still move with one leg as before, but if both legs were severed, Ozzy would truly lose his ability to move and would become a living target. The fact is exactly the same. When Ozzy struggled to sit up and waved his hands to grab Luo Wei, he was easily dodged by Luo Wei quickly lifted into the air. Advertisement. At the same time, unable to get up and get off, Ozzy could only wave his hands randomly on the ground, unable to bring substantial harm to Luo Wei at all. Your toys are useless, Gecko Moria, now it's your turn to play with me. The upper body was nearly 100 meters high, allowing Ozzy to touch the bottom completely. When Luo Wei looked down at the other party, his gaze fell coldly on Gecko Moria in Ozzy's abdomen. A faint golden light flickered from the eyes, and invisible thoughts burst out immediately. Gecko Moria, who was in Oz's abdomen, suddenly felt an invisible force covering his body, and was caught off guard and was pulled out directly. What the hell? Pulled out from Ozzy's abdomen, Gecko Moria was shocked, and then struggled vigorously. His strength is obviously in line with his tall body, and he is also very powerful. Under the struggle, the prison forces bound to him were shaken away one after another. The pulling force disappeared, and Gecko Moria fell to the ground below. Luo Wei was not moved by the shock of his thought power, but instead swooped down from a high altitude in an instant, shooting obliquely at Gecko Moria. Not good. Gecko Moria reacted quickly, immediately looked up and saw Luo Wei who was swooping down, his expression changed, and he immediately flew to the side. Zheng. Almost the moment Gecko Moria had just left, Luo Wei rushed towards him in a hurry, and then the sword energy from the chopping tore the ground into long cracks. After Oz was abolished, Gecko Moria also lost the last strength he could rely on. Although he was unwilling, he had no choice but to fight Luo Wei himself. Advertisement. Scattered bats. The shadow injected by Gecko Moria into Ozzy's body flew out, and then turned into countless bats, biting towards Luo Wei. Flow of thoughts shock. Observation Haki knew that Luo Wei, who had been shot in the air, also reacted quickly, and a violent air wave visible to the naked eye erupted from his body in an instant. The biting bats immediately suffered a terrible impact, and were shattered like an explosion under the approach of 2.3. The shadows like strands of rags did not dissipate, but quickly gathered to where Gecko Moria was not far away. He stared fiercely at Luo Wei, and when the shadows came together, the shadow fruit immediately pushed the limit. Shadow Horn Gun. The gecko-like black spear shot out from Gecko Moria's feet like lightning, stretched continuously, and arrived in front of Luo Wei in an instant. What a speed! Luo Wei felt awe-inspiring, but because of Observation Haki's early prediction, he blocked in front of him in time. Ding! Boom! The black spear collided amazingly with Chushui, and there was not only the sound of swords colliding with swords, but also the powerful force that slammed into the ship. Chapter 99. Range. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Sparks splashed in front of the blade, and the powerful impact of the black spear pushed Luo Wei back 7 or 8 steps back, stamping out a series of footprints on the ground he passed. He actually blocked my Shadow Horn Gun. Did he come from New World? Not only Luo Wei was amazed by the power of the Shadow Horn Gun, but Gecko Moria was also surprised and uneasy after the Shadow Horn Gun was blocked. After he became a pirate, his only failure was when he met Kaido. Although it was only such a failure that caused his will to collapse, he still maintained his arrogance in his heart. Now that he was deflated in Luo Wei's hands again and again, his arrogance was naturally shaken, and even his will collapsed, and he felt nervous and a little bit afraid. From Luo Wei's appearance to the present, it has been very obvious how to deal with him. When the situation of the battle is not gaining the upper hand, or even faintly losing the wind, how can Moria be able to deal with it calmly? The blade turned, and the body quickly staggered away from the shadow horn gun. Luo Wei took a step, and the whole person burst out at an astonishing speed and flew towards Gecko Moria directly. Contrary to Gecko Moria's state of mind, the powerful power of Shadow Horn Gun 09 not only did not make Luo Wei feel intimidated, but instead aroused a stronger fighting spirit. Thinking flow hyphenation point blood mosquito. The power of thought wrapped around the blade transformed into vibrations. Under the super frequency vibration, Chushui immediately flowed out an edge beyond imagination, and slashed towards Gecko Moria fiercely while drawing white marks in the void. Advertisement. Shadow Warrior. Gecko Moria's hair stood on end with terrifying sharp edges. He was startled, and the shot of the shadow horn spear immediately changed into a human form in the distance. Poof! The slashing Chushui cut off Gecko Moria without hindrance, but the broken Gecko Moria immediately turned into a shadow. Shadow box. The broken shadows did not recombine, but directly turned into flowing black matter, quickly appeared around Luo Wei, and then built a black box like building blocks, covering Luo Wei's whole body in it. Hehehehe. Die to me. Gecko Moria rushed forward with a grinning grin, jumped up when approaching, swooped down, and slammed his fist hard on the shadow box. Boom. Super strength erupted from Gecko Moria's fist, and the ground where the shadow box was located immediately collapsed and cracked under the strong impact. At the same time, the shadow box was dented, as if it was about to be smashed flat by Gecko Moria's punch. Crunch. Advertisement. The smirk on Gecko Moria's face froze, and the shadow box stopped suddenly after being dented a little, as if there was an indestructible pillar inside to withstand it, making it impossible for Gecko Moria's fist to fall again. Jung. The golden sword energy like a light curtain suddenly came out from the middle of the four sides of the shadow box, which made Gecko Moria's complexion change drastically, and he jumped up into the sky hastily. The blazing sword energy spread in all directions in a circle, and rushed nearly 100 meters in an instant. Wherever it passed, everything blocking it was cut in half. The shadow box was separated in a cross-cut form, and the upper part was blasted into the air by a punch, followed by a figure flying out of it, and swept in front of the leaping Gecko Moria. The blade moves from bottom to top, from right to left, and slashes obliquely. The extremely sharp slash immediately landed on Gecko Moria, who was caught off guard, causing a large amount of blood to splash on his chest, and he fled back. It wasn't until he fell to the ground that the pain from the wound was received. Gecko Moria, while screaming, covered the deep knife marks on his chest, and hurriedly backed away. The speed of blood dyed the palm covering the wound red, and the pain made his face pale. Gecko Moria, who had been retreating tens of meters away, panted heavily to relieve the pain, while gritted his teeth and looked at Luo Wei in horror. Steadily landing on the ground, Luo Wei held the oscillating blade at his side, staring coldly at Gecko Moria, who retreated into the distance. It seems that a large body is also an advantage. Although the blood mosquito has a high edge, the range of its slashing can only be limited to the blade. If it were an ordinary person, this blow would definitely be cut in half. Advertisement. Looking at Gecko Moria, who was only cut by himself to create a gap instead of being cut off, Luo Wei's eyes moved slightly, but he quickly regained his composure. There is no doubt about the sharpness of the blood mosquito. Even if a monster like Weibo is hit, it is difficult to retreat completely. Gecko Moria is only wounded and not killed, and it is completely lucky to rely on her fat body. Even if Chushui cut all of it, it was not cut in half because of its length. Of course, even so, Gecko Moria's chest was cut obliquely, and the depth of the gap went straight to the inside. Such an injury is definitely a serious injury. Damn it, I am 510-7 Warlords of the Sea, how could I lose to such an unknown person? The blood was draining at a fast speed, the breathing became more and more rapid, feeling the body getting weaker and weaker. Gecko Moria gritted his teeth, and immediately controlled a part of the shadow to rush to the opening of the chest like running water. As if stuffed, with the shadow blocked, the knife wound on Gecko Moria's chest was suppressed, at least blood was flowing out. It's pretty smart to think of such a way. Seeing this scene, Luo Wei frowned, and he couldn't help admiring the other party's rescue method in his heart. However, admiration is all admiration. Luo Wei will not just let Gecko Moria go, he immediately resorted to shaving, and his figure rushed out at a speed beyond the naked eye. Shadow armor. Gecko Moria breathed a sigh of relief when his injuries were restrained, and when he noticed that Luo Wei in the distance suddenly disappeared, his heart skipped a beat, and he hurriedly covered the remaining shadow on his body in an instant. As if covering armament hockey, Gecko Moria's body became pitch black. When Luo Wei stalked close, he swung his knife and slashed down, using light. Moria is also a very fast 10-punch th. 25%. Chapter 100. Who is strong and who is weak? Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Ding. Boom. The armor transformed by the shadow was obviously not a decoration. When the blade collided with the fist, there was a violent clashing sound of gold and spear. At the same time, under the squeeze of a powerful force, violent waves visible to the naked eye suddenly stirred up in the air, causing the void with a radius of tens of meters to be filled with chaotic energy. The ground where the two were located was also cracked by the fierce impact, and the rock and soil were smashed into pieces, forming a large sunken pit. In terms of strength, the shadow armor covering Gecko Moria's body is as hard as Luo Wei's current armament haki. Moreover, in addition to its defensive effect, the shadow armor obviously also has the effect of enhancing strength. Gecko Moria, who should have lost a lot of blood and was weak, now this punch contains much more power than before. Under the fierce collision, both Luo Wei and Gecko Moria were shocked by the opponent's attack and retreated 7 or 8 steps backward. Shadow Fruit still has such a use. With his right foot back, the ground was trampled and cracked under the unloading force. After feeling the hands holding the handle of the knife stabilizing his figure, Luo Wei looked at Gecko Moria on the opposite side in surprise. Even with the entanglement of thoughts, his hands holding the handle of the knife were still oppressed by a powerful force, and the tiger's mouth was cracked, blood flowed out, and his arms were also sore. Advertisement. This is a real world, and the cognition of the plot of the original work is still too one-sided after all. The shadow armor that Gecko Moria is using now can be said to be a good lesson for Luo Wei. Of course, although Luo Wei was knocked out, Gecko Moria also did not get any benefits. The retreating figure stopped, and he could clearly see that the shadow armor covering his fist was torn into long and narrow cracks, and blood was flowing out of it. If the shadow armor is dissipated at this time, you will immediately find that there is a crack extending from the middle finger and ring finger to the wrist on Gecko Moria's fist. It can almost be said that the palm has been cut in half. The edge of the blood mosquito is so easy to resist, so the defense with the shadow armor can only weaken it. Intense pain came from his hand, stimulating Gecko Moria's nerves, and the veins on his face under the shadow armor burst. It hurts. How could his slash be so sharp? Backquote. Gecko Moria cried out in his heart, and at the same time, he drew the shadow again to suppress the wound. Luo Wei's slashing edge far exceeded Gecko Moria's imagination, and the defense formed was not enough to block it under the scattered coverage of the whole body. When the wound on the palm was suppressed, Gecko Moria hastily changed the shadow armor, and quickly gathered it on both arms to enhance its offensive and defensive power. Luo Wei's eyes lit up when he saw this scene, and he naturally saw the other party's intentions. Then see if your shadow is stronger or my slash is sharper. The blade buzzed under the vibration, as if restraining a mosquito that wanted to suck blood. Luo Wei's eyes were sharp, and he shot out like lightning in an instant. Advertisement. Haki's prodding requires unwavering willpower. Gecko Moria doesn't know whether he doesn't know haki, or because Kaido broke his will, so he can't stimulate haki. He has never shown any kind of haki since the battle. It was the same at this time. Facing Luo Wei's lightning-fast super fast speed, Gecko Moria was basically in a state of passive defense all the time. In the blink of an eye, it flew to Gecko Moria's side. When the slash was launched, Gecko Moria only reacted, and because it was too late to dodge, he could only resist with a wave of his arms. Boom! Chu Shui's fierce slash struck Gecko Moria's blocking arm, and the collision created a violent air wave that immediately spread to the surroundings, radiating more than tens of meters away, causing a large cloud of dust and gravel to fly. Under the gathering shadows, the defense of the shadow armor has indeed been strengthened, but the slash of the blood mosquito still showed an unparalleled sharpness. Under the torn shadow armor, another deep bone wound was drawn on Gecko Moria's arm. In pain, Gecko Moria waved his other hand angrily, and blasted towards Luo Wei. The body swayed. Luo Wei looked as usual, using observation haki to cooperate with paper arts, and moved down slightly to avoid the fist that hit him. A strong force erupted from Gecko Moria's fist, squeezing the air in front of it layer by layer, producing a straight-line airwave impact, which was transmitted to the opposite side tens of meters away, and shattered the ground into a pit. Although Gecko Moria barely blocked Luo Wei's slash through the gathering of shadows, it also meant that other parts of him lost the defense of the shadow armor. Advertisement. After dodging with paper arts, Luo Wei decisively swept his legs and kicked out, and the amazingly powerful right leg instantly slammed into Gecko Moria's waist. With a dull impact, Gecko Moria's feet were kicked off the ground immediately, and his whole body flew across tens of meters like a cannonball, shattering a pile of ruins and collapsing them. Kiki. Blood was coughing out of his mouth, and Luo Wei's leg strike entwined with mind power was naturally full of strength. Even though Gecko Moria's body was not bad, he was still injured. Of course, this alone was obviously not enough to defeat Gecko Moria, who quickly got up and launched a counterattack. Shadow Horn Gun. Raising his hand and pushing, the shadow that had already gathered on his arm quickly turned into a black spear and shot out, showing a sharp edge. But unfortunately, without observation haki's confrontation, this kind of attack was not enough to threaten Luo Wei. When Gecko Moria made a move, Luo Wei just swept aside, making the black spear miss where he was originally. Tempest Kick. Another leg strike was launched, and the left leg was kicked from bottom to top. With the increase in mental power, a vacuum slashing wave more than 10 meters high burst out directly, tearing the earth apart, and quickly came to use Light Moria. Don't be too crazy. Gecko Moria let out a roar, and rushed out violently with the other hand, colliding with the vacuum chopping wave head-on. Chapter 101 The Last Card. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Boom. Under the violent impact of an explosion, the billowing air wave spread and spread. After all, the vacuum slashing wave is no better than the blood mosquito slashing, which was blasted by Gecko Moria's punch. However, Luo Wei's purpose was to delay the opponent's action. After kicking out the Tempest Kick, he immediately rushed towards the opponent. Here Gecko Moria had just exploded the vacuum slashing wave, and when the air wave dissipated, Luo Wei rushed in front of him. The vibrating blade slashed out quickly, leaving traces in the void. Gecko Moria's pupils contracted, and while stepping back, he hurriedly raised his arms to resist. Pooh! Under the terrifying edge, blood spurted out from the torn shadow armor. Gecko Moria let out a cry of pain, then quickly retracted the shadow horn gun, and under the reunited arms, crazily bombarded Luo Wei. Luo Wei twisted his figure, staggered away from the opponent's fist, and slashed out with a sharp knife. According to Observation Hockey's prediction, the persecuting Gecko Moria could not be avoided at all, so he could only resist with the arm covering the shadow armor again. Boom boom boom. Fierce fights are constantly being staged, and sometimes you can see the terrifying slash with white marks, and sometimes there will be a violent fist impact that will break the surrounding ground. Advertisement. After slashing again and again, Gecko Moria was completely at a disadvantage, and the knife marks on both arms increased by 623 at a rapid rate. Every time, the cuts are deep to the bone. Even if such injuries are continuously filled with shadows and accumulated continuously, they will eventually collapse completely. In the end, Gecko Moria had lost the feeling of his arms, and was completely controlling the movement of his arms with the help of his shadow. Hurrah! After a stalemate for more than 10 minutes, both sides suddenly jumped towards the rear, opened a distance, and at the same time were breathing very rapidly. Gecko Moria's shortness of breath is entirely due to the injury, while Luo Wei is due to physical exertion. Fighting up to now, although he has an absolute upper hand, but also pushing Nian Nian Fruit and Hockey to ultimate, the speed of physical loss is also very fast. Phew. No. After this battle is over, I have to find a place to cultivate my physical fitness, and I must make up for my lack of physical strength. While using the breathing technique to relieve physical exertion, Luo Wei thought firmly in his heart. Now, once he pushes Nian Fruit and Ajay Hockey to ultimate, he will not be able to fight for too long, not to mention fighting with someone stronger than himself. Even if it is an evenly matched enemy, his physical strength will also be reduced, will become the biggest flaw. His physical strength seems to be very poor, and he is breathing so fast even though he has not suffered any injuries. Damn it, I should have found out earlier, otherwise how could he have fallen to this point? On the other side, Gecko Moria, who was also gasping for breath, was obviously aware of the abnormality when he stared at Luo Wei, and he was shocked and regretful. Advertisement. It's just that the matter has come to this point, even if it is discovered, it is too late. My hands are too seriously injured now. If I don't get Hogback to heal them as soon as possible, I'm afraid I will be disabled. Damn, I have to defeat him in one fell swoop. Feeling the unconscious hands, Moria's heart was filled with anxiety. Once his hands are really abolished, even if he wins in the end, his strength will be greatly reduced, which is definitely not a result he can accept. Shadow gathering place. Suddenly, tube-like shadows stretched out from Gecko Moria's feet, spreading towards the entire thriller bark. Under the oppression of life and death crisis, Gecko Moria obviously broke out the last hole card, wanting to absorb the shadow of other people to maximize his strength. This trick. On the opposite side, Luo Wei, who was planning to resolve the battle as quickly as possible due to the huge physical exertion, stopped when he saw the shadow extending from Gecko Moria's feet. After a slight start, he knew the other party's intentions, but because of this, the originally high fighting spirit suddenly became cold, and he looked at the other party with a blank expression on his face. Luo Wei didn't stop the other party from absorbing the shadows of the zombies, so Luo Wei stood opposite him coldly, watching Gecko Moria whose body was constantly expanding and whose breath was becoming more and more terrifying. 100. 0.200. 0.500. 0.1000 inches. Advertisement. In order to defeat Luo Wei as quickly as possible, Gecko Moria is also desperately absorbing the shadow. On the thriller bark, Mu Duan can see the zombie E. In just a short while, Gecko Moria's body size swelled to an extremely exaggerated level, even compared to the Devil Oz. Click. Underneath the gigantic body was a heavy force, and the ground under Gecko Moria's feet could hardly bear the pressure. Large-scale cracks appeared, and even collapsed. Hehehehe. You were so stupid for not stopping me. Do you know that you missed the only chance to defeat me just now? Now I have absorbed 1000 shadows and already have invincible power. After absorbing 1000 shadows, Gecko Moria not only swelled to an astonishing extent, but even the sound became extremely dull, as if it had its own speakers. He laughed wildly, and just the laughter caused the surrounding air to vibrate, as if it was an impact, rolling up layers of air waves. Gecko Moria looked down at Luo Wei with a ferocious smile, and the look in his eyes was as contemptuous as if Luo Wei could be crushed with a wave of his hand. Luo Wei moved his eyes up to look at the other party calmly, and said lightly, "If you absorb the shadow and you have invincible power, then how can you lose to Kaido? Gecko Moria, do you know that your current behavior is really stupid, blindly pursuing the improvement of strength, but not having enough will to dominate? This is completely suicidal." The laughter stopped abruptly. Gecko Moria's eyes suddenly became extremely fierce. He roared, "Shut up. Kaido just beat me by luck. As long as I continue to grow the army of zombies, sooner or later I will beat him to wash away the shame. Since you question my current strength, then I will let you feel what despair is." Advertisement. Chapter 102 Suicide. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Under the sound waves stirring the void, Gecko Moria strode forward, like a hill, stomping violently towards Luo Wei. Sure enough, he has already been dazzled by the power. What is the difference between this kind of attack and the previous Aussie? Looking at the huge foot that stepped on and fell, Luo Wei shook his head in his heart, and in an instant he swept away at a speed beyond the naked eye. Bang! Gecko Moria's feet hit the ground, and a power that surpassed Oz's before burst out instantly. The deafening resounding resounded through the heavens and the earth, the entire thriller bark shook violently, the ground undulated continuously, and cracks like chasms spread wildly into the distance. With 1 foot, the island formed by the thriller bark immediately became torn apart, with huge raised rocks and collapsed pits everywhere. The turbulent air waves were not enough to cause damage to Luo Wei. When Gecko Moria crushed the ground, he instantly soared into the air like lightning and appeared in front of the opponent. Jung. The huge size is the best target, and Chushui slashed out horizontally, bursting out a huge golden sword energy. Gecko Moria doesn't have the speed to match his strength, or his current consciousness has been lost under the interference of thousands of shadows. Brilliant sword energy struck Gecko Moria's chest at once. Amidst the violent roar, not only a long gap was torn apart, but also the powerful impact of coercion knocked him back. Count steps. Advertisement. The sound of retching and screaming in pain sounded in succession, and shadows flew out of Gecko Moria's open mouth, towards their original owner. Boom boom boom. One strike after another, Luo Wei stepped on the void, without giving Gecko Moria any time to buffer. He kept waving the autumn water and slashed towards the opponent's city with fiery sword energy. The violent roar continued, and Gecko Moria was shaken back step by step. At the same time, it continued to fly out of its mouth under the shadow, and its size was gradually shrinking. As Luo Wei said just now, Gecko Moria's launch of the shadow gathering ground is completely suicidal. It's not that there is a problem with the shadow gathering place. On the contrary, the shadow gathering place is definitely a very powerful trump card. It can gather the power of the shadows, which is enough to bring about a comeback. Gecko Moria's failure was entirely due to his lack of will to harness this power. 1,000 shadows represent 1,000 kinds of consciousness. Without super strong will suppression, absorbing them into the body is almost no less than delivering a nuclear bomb. Constantly blasted back by the sword energy, Gecko Moria spit out all the shadows he had absorbed. With the departure of the shadow, his swollen and exaggerated figure also returned to normal, and his body was covered with criss-cross deep knife marks, and the flowing blood dyed him into a blood man. When the last shadow flew away, Gecko Moria widened his dimmed eyes, and suddenly fell backwards. The breath on his body dissipated into nothingness. Sin value plus 14200. Original sin value plus 1. Landing on the ground not far away, Luo Wei, who was gasping for breath after consuming a lot of physical strength due to continuous slashing, was immediately attracted by the information that flashed in his mind. Advertisement. I got a little original sin value again. But Gecko Moria is also a plot character, and the crime value exceeds 10,000 points. In this case, it is still impossible to determine the specific source of the original sin value. Luo Wei was surprised at first, then frowned. The use of the original sin value has not made much progress until now. Although I have gained a little more, I don't know the use and source, so it can't play any role at all. Forget it. Anyway, I got more than 10,000 evil points, so it's very worthwhile to find and use up Moria this time. Shaking his head, Luo Wei stopped thinking deeply, and then just sat down on the ground to rest. Although he didn't suffer much damage in this battle, his physical strength was exhausted. Even with the help of the breathing technique, he had to take a good rest. Even those zombies on the island who were not absorbed by Gecko Moria became real corpses when Gecko Moria died. With no one to disturb him, Luo Wei just rested for a while, and only after half of his physical strength recovered did he start to deal with the post-war affairs. The field of thought enveloped in an instant, and the entire thriller bark was brought into Luo Wei's perception. Haven't you woke up yet? It seems that there is no accident, huh? This person is 0 asterisk. Perceiving the location of the coast, Luo Wei first checked Perona's situation, and then found that the other party was still in a coma. He controlled the strength to stun the opponent very well, and Perona, whose physical fitness was undoubtedly comparable to that of ordinary people, would have to be in a coma for at least a day before she could wake up. But at this moment, Luo Wei's eyes suddenly flickered, and his body flew into the air, shooting towards the castle like a rainbow. Advertisement. In a building whose walls are covered with cracks, Hobuk, one of the three weirdos, hid in his room tremblingly. His eyes occasionally looked at the female zombie lying on the ground not far away, and he still felt panic and nervousness. Look. The name of the female zombie is Shinduo Li, who was Hobuk's favorite woman during her lifetime. After her death, she was also transformed by Hobuk, using the shadow fruit of Gecko Moria to become a zombie. Point 0. But now, the shadow in Shin Duoli's body has disappeared, and she has become a corpse again. Impossible. Master Moria is the 7 warlords of the sea, and even Marine dare not provoke her easily. How could she be defeated? It was Shin Duoli who accidentally ate it. While muttering to himself, Hobak walked back and forth anxiously, in order to appease his inner fear. Da da da. Suddenly, there was a sound of footsteps coming from outside the room, and they quickly came to the door, which made Hobak's face change drastically, and he subconsciously rushed to the corner of the room. Who's outside? Swallowing his saliva nervously, he shouted towards the door in uncertainty. Boom. The wooden door was broken by a huge force, and it was shattered like a blast, and the sawdust was scattered in a mess. Hobak inside was so frightened that his legs went limp, and he knelt on the ground. Luo Wei walked into the room with an indifferent expression, and immediately saw Hobak kneeling on the ground in the corner. Huobake, Gecko Moria has been killed by me, do you want to die or live? The faint voice echoed in the room, which also made Hobake pale and show a fearful expression. Chapter 103. Moonlight. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. On the coast of Thriller Bark, an almost new 3-masted ship docked in the port. On the shore, Luo Wei looked at the ship in front of him with satisfaction, and beside him stood Perona and Hobak respectively. The expressions of the two were different, and Perona looked at the dark island behind him from time to time, and then immediately became sad, angry and depressed when his eyes said Luo Wei. Huobake was relatively simple, not only standing obediently with the appearance of an honest man, but also respectful and fearful when looking at Luo Wei. After a whole day of rest, Luo Wei's physical strength has already returned to its peak, and even after Hobak surrendered, he conducted a big search of the entire Thriller Bark. Now, the brand new ship docked in port is Luo Wei's hand-picked choice from among the many ships that fell into the terrifying 3-masted, 240, sailboat, and it is the seat of his next voyage to the sea. My lord, all the treasures and supplies on the island have been transferred to the ship. Now we can set off at any time. Do you want to give this ship a name? Seeing Luo Wei inspecting the ship, Hobak, who was very self-conscious, immediately made a flattering proposal. After being given the choice of birth and death by Luo Wei, he naturally chose to live, so now he is honorably becoming Luo Wei's ship doctor. Hearing Hobak's words, Luo Wei turned his eyes from the ship to the other party, and said with a smile, "Why, do you have any good suggestions?" Huobake is a world-renowned physician, especially in the field of surgery. It is precisely because of the excellent medical skills of the other party that he did not kill him, but took him under his command. Huobake lifted his spirits, and quickly said with a flattering smile, "I think that with your strength and demeanor, my lord, this ship is definitely worthy of its name." Advertisement. Luo Wei had a playful look on his face. This guy is pretty good at flattering. The Emperor has come out. What's the name? Emperor. It's really ugly. In my opinion, it's better called Ghost Pill. Luo Wei hadn't made a statement yet, but Perona on the other side let out a sneer, then raised her head and said coquettishly. After waking up, she was also given a life and death choice by Luo Wei. Although she was reluctant in her heart, she was no match for her strength, so she could only submit obediently in the end. Of course, even if she succumbs, Perona is still the Perona who loves eerie things. No, when she heard that she was going to name the ship, she immediately gave it the name of Ghost Pill. Hobak naturally wouldn't argue with Perona. He proposed the name just to please Luo Wei and show his own value. As for the final name of the ship, he didn't care at all. Luo Wei himself doesn't really care what the name of the boat is. After all, to him, the boat is just a tool, and there is no need to spend too much thought on it. However, it is definitely impossible to call it Emperor or Ghost Pill. One is too vulgar, and the other does not meet his taste. After pondering for a while, Luo Wei said slowly, "Why not call it Moonlight? After all, I got this ship after beheading Gecko Moria, naming it after Moonlight is also a tribute. The name, Moonlight, is well received, my lord is indeed worthy of being a lord, and the name is so excellent." Hobak said without saying a word, just flattering him, his face full of praise. "What's good? Doesn't Ghost Pill sound better? What's it called? Moonlight, you." Perona curled her lips in displeasure, but when she caught Luo Wei's glance, she stopped abruptly, with a sneer on her face. Advertisement. Obviously, although she was not as obsequious as Huobake, she was also very cowardly when facing Luo Wei, and she did not dare to act arrogantly. Seeing that Perona had calmed down, Luo Wei looked away lightly. Although subduing one's heart is the best way to control people, such subduing takes time to accumulate, and before that, he doesn't mind using force as a deterrent. Let's go. Let's get on the boat. Striding forward, stepping on the plank, Luo Wei directly boarded the Moonlight. Perona and Hobak followed closely. Neither of them knows how to sail, so naturally Luo Wei will not rely on the two of them. He has also learned this knowledge in the elite training camp, and he also has the power of Nianian fruit. Sailing by boat is not for him. Not too difficult. Using thought power as wind power, after the sails fell, the chasing light body quickly sailed out from the devil's big mouth opened by the thriller bark. Just like finding the thriller bark, the dense fog in the magic triangle sea did not cause much trouble to Luo Wei. Sensing with the field of thoughts, while navigating with the permanent pointer, after half a day, the Moonlight just got out of the thick fog and left towards the distance. The waves and wind blowing on the sea, the ship moves along the waves, although the rudder is unmanned, but because it is fixed, the trajectory of the voyage is always straightforward. In the largest room of the cabin, after Luo Wei ordered Perona and Hobak not to disturb him, his consciousness sank into his mind, looking at the golden template. Open black lens bracket character. Luo Wei close black lens bracket. Advertisement. Open black lens bracket age. 15 close black lens bracket. Nianian fruit. 6th level 021,870ths. Open black lens bracket kendo. 6th level 021,870ths close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket armament hockey. 6th order 021,870ths close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket observation hockey. 6th order 021,870ths close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket evil value. 28,910 close black lens bracket. 0.9 open black lens bracket original sin value. 2 close black lens bracket. It's finally enough to raise one power to the 7th level. Luo Wei smiled satisfied when he saw the evil value displayed. Although beheading zombies does not generate evil points, Gecko Moria alone must have brought him 14,200 evil points. Adding Absalom, one of the 3 weirdos, and the few pirates he killed before, his crime value is now close to 30,000. The experience value of the 6th level requires 21,870 points. With his current evil value, it is enough to raise one of the powers to full value and then upgrade to the 7th level. Although his current physical fitness is seriously behind, if a strength is raised to the 7th level, it is enough to make his strength make great progress again. 6%. Chapter 104. Unexpected situation. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. The ones with the least physical burden are observation hockey and kendo. In terms of perception, I still have the field of mind. Observation hockey is not in a hurry to improve. If this is the case, let's improve kendo first. After pondering for a while, Luo Wei just had a choice. When the physical fitness is greatly behind, if you want to maximize the evil value in terms of strength improvement, you must naturally choose the strength that has the least physical burden. Nian fruit and armament hockey belong to the power that has a great burden on physical strength. On the contrary, kendo and observation hockey are much smaller. Compared with observation hockey, Luo Wei finally chose kendo. Controlled with consciousness, the crime value suddenly decreased wildly, and correspondingly, the experience value of swordsmanship increased wildly. As the experience value continues to increase, Luo Wei's perception of the realm of kendo is also rapidly deepening, as if he has practiced in the realm of kendo 09 for several or even thousands of years in just a few seconds. This feeling of rapid strength improvement is very fascinating, but suddenly, an accident happened, and the experience value of kendo stopped strangely after increasing to the full value. What's going on? Luo Wei was startled. The stop of the growth of experience points was not because he stopped investing in evil points or the evil points were consumed, but because the kendo suddenly changed from a slightly glowing state to a grayish color after reaching the 6th level, 21,870. Advertisement. Luo Wei's face changed slightly after realizing this situation, and he quickly checked the golden template carefully. Hey, this is. After examining it carefully, Luo Wei's eyes narrowed slightly, a little confused. Not only did Sword Dao turn into a gray state, but behind the value displayed in original sin value, there was an extra plus symbol. Thoughts flashed through Luo Wei's mind quickly. After a little hesitation, he tentatively brought his consciousness into contact with the plus displayed behind original sin value. The faint light flickered slightly, and the open black lens bracket original sin value close black lens bracket, which had been unresponsive before, changed this time, and the original sin value of 2 points was unexpectedly changed to 1 point. At the same time, Sword Dao, which was displayed in a gray state, returned to a dim state again, and it also rose from the 6th level to the 7th level, 0.65,610. With a trembling mind, Sword Dao was promoted to the 7th level, and Luo Wei's perception of the realm of kendo also skyrocketed, entering a new level. Sword Dao suddenly can't be upgraded after reaching the full level of the 6th level, and then the original sin value, that has been unresponsive becomes usable, consumes 1 point of original sin value, and the Sword Wei, that cannot be improved is directly upgraded to the 7th level, like this the process. Luo Wei looked uncertain. With the series of processes just now, it can be said that a lot of information has been revealed. In the past, the improvement of strength only needed the provision of evil points to upgrade, but this time, Sword Dao failed to upgrade from the 6th level to the 7th level. Also, the sudden gray state of Sword Dao is very similar to the cooldown of game skills, but because of the consumption of 1 point of original sin, it immediately returned to normal, and it was successfully upgraded to 7th order. If I'm not wrong, the power recorded in the golden template seems to be unable to use the sin value to break through directly after reaching the 6th level. Instead, it needs to use the original sin value. Advertisement. Although Sword Dao currently has such a situation, if this is the case, original sin value is too important. Also, since upgrading from Tier 6 to Tier 7 requires the original sin value, it is very likely that the subsequent upgrades will also need it. For reference, the experience points required for each upgrade will be doubled, and the original sin value required for subsequent upgrades is very likely to be the same. In this way, Luo Wei gradually frowned. Although this upgrade has discovered the function of original sin value, the result is obviously not very good. In the future, he will most likely need to obtain sufficient original sin points in addition to obtaining sin points. Just in case, Luo Wei tried to increase the experience value of Sword Dao. After consuming a little evil value, the experience value increased a little smoothly. Phew. Fortunately, depending on the situation, the normal increase in experience points consumes evil points. After successfully increasing the experience points, Luo Wei's dignified face eased a lot. He was also afraid that original sin points would also be needed to increase the experience value of the 7th level. If so, the demand for original sin points would be too great. Most importantly, although the role of the original sin value has emerged, the source is still unknown. You need to find out how to obtain the original sin value as soon as possible, otherwise, if you need other powers to upgrade to the 7th level, the remaining 1 point is useless. Luo Wei murmured. Although he can also try to upgrade through self-cultivation, but that will inevitably invest a lot of energy and can be directly improved. Naturally, it is best not to 230, otherwise it will be a waste of the resource of the golden template. Open black lens bracket character. Luo Wei close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket age. 15 close black lens bracket. Advertisement. Nianian fruit. 6th level 021,870ths. Open black lens bracket kendo. 7th level 165,610th close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket armament hockey. 6th order 021,870ths close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket observation hockey. 6th order 021,870ths close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket evil value. 7,039 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket original sin value. 1 close black lens bracket. After another glance at the state displayed by the golden template, Luo Wei withdrew his consciousness from his mind. Although the situation happened suddenly, it is not difficult to understand. The essence of power is that the higher the level, the more difficult it is to improve. The gap between the 1st level and the 7th level is indeed huge. Feeling the growth of the realm of Kendo this time, Luo Wei thought thoughtfully. Great swordsman. Luo Wei murmured softly, and a faint smile appeared on the corner of Luo Wei's mouth. After entering the 4th level of swordsmanship, it is the domain of the swordsman, but this time, after entering the 7th level from the 6th level, the level of the swordsmanship has entered the domain of the great swordsman. There are tens of thousands of swordsmen in the world, none of them can step into the realm of swordsman, and even less can step into the realm of great swordsman. Chapter 105. Boeing Islands. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. To put it bluntly, as long as a great swordsman doesn't provoke those top powers, he can run wild in this world. Although he hasn't really practiced it yet, Luo Wei's strength has definitely increased significantly after entering the field of swordsman. His original strength has already reached the upper level of powerful combat power, and after a substantial increase, he has undoubtedly entered the level of overlord level combat power. In this case, physical fitness is even more urgent, otherwise, it will seriously affect my strength. Luo Wei walked towards the bed, and after sitting cross-legged on it, he entered the practice of the vibration body tempering technique. Although the burden of Kendo on physical strength is small, it still exists. If there is no matching physical quality, it will even cause the power of Kendo to not be fully exerted. The reason why Luo Wei gave up mind power flying and moved on the sea was not only to have Perona and Hobak, but also to seize every minute and practice on the road. The danger of the Grand Line is extremely high, not only because the number and level of pirates are far beyond the rest of the world, but also because of the weird and terrible weather changes. Advertisement. But for the current Luo Wei, it is difficult for the Grand Line to pose a danger to him in the first half. Pirates naturally don't need much, even those supernovas whose bounties exceed 100 million berry, Luo Wei is enough to easily crush them. As for the weather, using Nian fruit as the driving force, it is also difficult to pose much threat to Luo Wei. Once an abnormality is found, the speed of the ship can be raised to the limit immediately, so as to rush out of the harsh sea area. Sailing all the way, after avoiding several bad natural disasters and killing 5 or 6 waves of pirates, the Moonlight came to a small island named Carrant. This is not Luo Wei's final destination, but just the last resting point. Although the demand for the original sin value has increased, Luo Wei's first preparation is to enhance his physical fitness. Carrant Island is where Luo Wei prepared one of the permanent pointers before leaving Marine, and his real destination is the nearby Boing Islands. The Boing Archipelago is an archipelago that blooms like flowers. Its essence is actually several carnivorous plants floating in the sea with the scientific name Stormabaron. Because there is no magnetism, it is impossible to go directly by pointer, and Carrant Island is one of the closest places to the Boing Islands. After a night of rest and supplies, Luo Wei drove the Moonlight and began to search for the Boing Islands. Advertisement. Because of the lack of pointers to guide them, they could only search slowly by identifying the general direction. It took nearly 10 days until Luo Wei discovered the Boing Islands. Hey, is this our destination? It looks really strange, it looks like a flower, but what do you do here? On the deck, Luo Wei stood quietly at the bow of the ship, when Perona came over, first looked curiously at the approaching Boing Islands ahead, and then poked Luo Wei's arm with her finger. Cultivation, this is the place where we will practice next. Luo Wei stared at the Boing Islands, and after hearing Perona's words, he said lightly. It is not without reason that he chose the Boing Islands. It is entirely because the Boing Islands are a very good place to practice, especially in terms of physical fitness, which has advantages that other places cannot match. In the original plot, Usopp was sent here by the tyrant bear. After he ate the food on the island, he became a big fat man in just a short while. This alone is enough to prove that the unique food of the Boing Islands has unimaginable nutrition and is easily absorbed. What is most needed for physical exercise, in addition to superb practice methods, food is an important resource. Highly nutritious and easy to absorb food, which is definitely a great boost to physical training. It was because Luo Wei took a fancy to the food of the Boing Islands that he came here specially. Cultivation. Wait, why are you talking about us? You shouldn't be able to. Perona first had the same expression, but then her expression changed, and she looked at Luo Wei in panic. Advertisement. Luo Wei turned his head to look at the other party, and said with a smile, why, isn't it a surprise? When we get to the island, we will spend a pleasant time practicing together. You are dreaming. I don't want to practice, you must be kidding me, right? Perona was so frightened that she took several steps back, pointing at Luo Wei and yelling excitedly, and then flattering her again he quickly grabbed Luo Wei's arm and shook it. Recognize the reality, you are my assistant. Although you don't need to be strong, at least you have to be not weak. Next, you not only need to develop the ghost fruit, but also strengthen your physical fitness. Luo Wei mercilessly pushed away the opponent's hand, and when he saw Perona's turn to run away, he immediately imprisoned the opponent with his thoughts, and said expressionlessly. Wow! Not only was her body unable to move, but her mouth was also sealed. Perona could only utter unexplained faltering sounds, but from her frightened and sad eyes, we can still see the real reaction in her heart. The final result is naturally self-evident. How Perona's struggle was useless. When the Moonlight arrived at one of the small islands in the Boing Islands, Luo Wei grabbed her and entered the island together. As for Hobak, he naturally stayed on the Moonlight. Luo Wei defined him as a ship's doctor, so he didn't have any requirements on strength, and in Huobakei's situation, if he was really forced to practice, the possibility of dying directly would be even greater. The Boing Islands are actually a very dangerous island. Not only are there many man-eating plants, but most of the creatures that grow there also have strengths far beyond the outside world. The reason for all this is naturally because of the rich food on the island. These foods are highly nutritious and easy to absorb. If you eat them for a long time, there are only 2 results. Chapter 106 Super Gourmet. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark. Amidst the violent roar, Luo Wei punched back the ants that were rushing to eat him. The size of this ant is comparable to that of an elephant. Not only is it powerful, but it also has a tough shell. After retreating 7 or 8 meters, it stopped its figure and obviously did not suffer many injuries. So powerful. Seeing this scene, Luo Wei looked surprised. Although he didn't use Neonly and Hockey, his physical fitness still has more than 700 strength points. Even if he didn't explode with all his strength, the power of this punch is enough to severely damage a real elephant. The giant ant was obviously not intimidated by Luo Wei's punch back, just like a predator, and soon rushed towards it again with a ferocious force. Fingers turned into swords. After being surprised, Luo Wei quickly regained his composure. With a light tap, a burst of thought force as sharp as a gun burst out from between his fingers. Puff Kai. The body of the berserk giant ant froze, followed by slower and slower speeds, and finally collapsed on the ground when it came to Luo Wei, with a hole pierced through its head. After finishing off the giant ant, Luo Wei looked at Perona, who was beside him with her mouth slightly opened, her eyes wide open, and she was stunned. Are you scared? Luo Wei was not surprised by Perona's reaction at all, and he literally flicked his forehead. Advertisement. Ah, suffering from the pain, Perona woke up suddenly, but immediately screamed, and swished towards Luo Wei, grabbing Luo Wei's arm tightly. Okay, it's dead, there's nothing to be afraid of. The ear-piercing scream made Luo Wei frown slightly, and he scolded in dissatisfaction. Perhaps it was because of fear of Luo Wei, or perhaps because of the fact that the giant ant was really dead. Perona's screaming weakened, but she still held onto Luo Wei's arm tightly, showing no sign of letting go. Let's get out of here quickly. Really, this place is too dangerous, I don't want to die. Perona said with tears in her eyes, begging pitifully. Luo Wei naturally refused directly. It's impossible to leave, otherwise I won't come here, and also, don't try to escape. If you are found out, I don't mind breaking your legs. Anyway, with Hobak, a top surgeon, even a broken leg can be healed. If Perona really tries to escape, Luo Wei will definitely carry out his promise unceremoniously. Perona's expression froze. She looked at Luo Wei with a cold face, and then at Satisfaction, who was as big as a giant elephant in front of her, feeling sad from her heart for a moment, feeling that the whole world had turned gray. Let's go. Don't waste time, it's time for us to move on. Luo Wei pulled out his arm and walked forward after saying a word. Wait for me. Although threatened by Luo Wei, Perona's body was still very honest. When she saw Luo Wei leaving, she was frightened and hurriedly chased after him. Advertisement. On the next journey, the two were attacked several times, including ferocious beasts and giant insects, as well as elusive man-eating plants. Under his own powerful strength, Luo Wei naturally killed the attackers one after another, and finally came to a strange place under the investigation of the Nianji domain. The reason why it is described as strange is entirely because this area is a place of gourmet food, and there are ramen waterfalls, flowers growing braised pork, and streams flowing fresh soup. It smells so good. Seeing the food treasure in front of her, Perona was astonished, but also obsessed with the fragrance of the food. She seemed to have forgotten her fear, and was controlled by her body's instincts. She couldn't help rushing into the gourmet treasure land, and then grabbed the surrounding delicacies into her mouth like a starving ghost. It's so delicious, how can it be so delicious? The little mouth was full, and she was intoxicated while eating. Perona was already addicted to the food. Luo Wei also walked into the food treasure, but he didn't lose his mind like Perona was lost by the smell of food. Looking at one of the trees with many big bones growing like a real tree, Luo Wei walked in and grabbed the next big bone and tasted it. The taste is really good. Feeling the taste from the taste buds, he couldn't help admiring. After eating the big bone in his hand, Luo Wei didn't continue. Although the food here was delicious, it wasn't enough to make him addicted to it. Glancing at Perona next to him, who was eating a lot of hay, Luo Wei just turned around and looked at her quietly. Advertisement. Perona seemed to be completely lost in the mind of delicious food. Luo Wei stood aside and watched for a while, but the other party didn't notice, and the speed of devouring was getting faster and faster. Within 2 or 3 minutes, Luo Wei narrowed his eyes slightly. On the opposite side, Perona was constantly gobbling, and her body gradually changed. Her originally slender figure has now become slightly fatter. The effect is so powerful, and in such a short period of time, it actually made the body gain weight. Even though he had imagined it, after seeing it, Luo Wei couldn't help being surprised. The nutrition and absorbability contained in the delicacies of the Boeing Islands are stronger than he originally expected. Perona's body changes can be said to be the best proof. Not surprisingly, Perona continued to eat and should soon become a big fat man. However, Luo Wei did not step forward to stop him, but just waited quietly beside him. People's potential is huge, it can't be shown at ordinary times, only when faced with life and death, will it be stimulated. Coercion by force is too passive after all, and it is impossible for him to keep an eye on it all the time, so the best way is to let Perona experience the danger of the Boeing Islands. The food here can certainly help with physical training, but if you only know how to eat blindly, then it will only become delicious in the mouth of stomach baron in the end. Half an hour later, Perona was still indulging in the food, and just as Luo Wei expected, from the original thin loli, she became a fat man of more than 200 caddies. 27%. Chapter 107 Food and Food 5th. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. The originally fitted gothic dress on Perona has been deformed by her obese figure, and she looks like a big meatball. A slight movement will cause the fat on her body to shake violently. Suddenly, a tremor came from the ground, and the entire Boeing Islands shook violently as if they had been hit by an earthquake. It's finally here. Luo Wei frowned, and after taking another deep look at Perona, who was opposite him, he jumped into the air, and flew into the air. The earth was shaking, and at the same time, the center of the island was tilted, and the entire island was slowly closing like a flower. This upheaval directly caused a biological commotion in the forest, and all kinds of animals fell to the ground one after another, rolling towards the center of the island along the sloping ground. Ah, Perona, who was eating hazelnuts, also fell to the ground, and her body rolled down with the sloping ground, that is, the center of the island. This made her wake up from her addiction to delicious food and screamed in panic. Grabbing wildly with both hands, when the ground tilted more than 45 degrees, the rolling Perona hit a big tree that was also tilted. Because of the fat all over her body, the impact didn't make her feel much pain. Instead, she grabbed the branch and prevented her body from continuing to roll. It's just that this is not over yet, the inclination of the earth is still increasing, and in the end it almost becomes 90 degrees vertical. In the center of the island below, a ferocious big mouth was slowly exposed, and it kept swallowing the falling creatures as it opened and closed. Advertisement. Boom boom boom. Stormic Baron obviously didn't have enough to eat. He shook the ground violently, knocking down those beasts and insects that were hanging on the trees or still struggling, and continued to devour them. Help! Someone help me! Perona was already frightened by the sudden change. When she lowered her head and saw the huge mouth below, her face turned pale. Under the emotion of fear, the snot flowed out of her crying nose, as embarrassing as she could be. If I can't catch it anymore, I don't want to die. Anyone can. Come and save me. I don't want to. Perona's physical fitness is no different from that of an ordinary girl, and now she has become a big fat man. Naturally, she can't last long in the air, and soon she can't hold on to the branches, and the whole person falls towards the ferocious mouth below. The screaming suddenly increased to another level. During the fall, Perona's pupils contracted continuously, and her face was full of panic and despair. At this moment, the breath of death engulfed her heart, and the terror between life and death was enough to make a person's will collapse. Shua. Suddenly, Perona's falling body stopped in midair, and one hand firmly grabbed her right leg, saving her from death. Under the inertia, Perona's body swayed, and at the same time, her heartbeat suddenly stopped. Look at the bottom carefully. If you don't work hard in the next practice, you will become its food just like other creatures. Advertisement. Stepping into the air, holding Perona's right leg, Luo Wei looked down at the ferocious big mouth below and Perona said slowly with an indifferent expression. The screaming stopped abruptly. Not only was she frightened, but she really obeyed Luo Wei's words. Perona stared blankly at the ferocious mouth below, her eyes were confused, and there were also some unknown emotions. On the moonlight, docked by the coast, Perona rolled out of the cabin. No, it should have walked out. Have you changed your clothes? Then let's go back to the island. On the deck, after seeing the other party come out, Luo Wei didn't make fun of the other party's fear of peeing. He just said something plainly and prepared to disembark. Wait a moment. Perona hurriedly stopped him, and when Luo Wei stared at him again, she walked up to Luo Wei shyly, and said softly, well, thank you for saving me. Luo Wei was slightly taken aback, and then said with a smile, I'm very happy to hear your thanks, but I'm the one who brought you here, so I don't mention that you are my assistant, I should save you once. Quote. HMPH, even if you have self-knowledge, what I said just now was just casually talking. Wait, what do you mean by saving me once? 0. Seeking flowers. Perona's expression eased at first, but then she was stunned, looking at Luo Wei in amazement. It literally means, I will only save you once, and if you encounter danger again in your practice, I will not do it again. Luo Wei said calmly. Perona swallowed her saliva, forced a smile, and said with expectant eyes, you must be joking, right? I'm your assistant, you definitely won't care about my right or wrong. Advertisement. Hehe, then you will be disappointed. To be precise, you are still only a reserve assistant. When your strength reaches the standard I want, you can become a regular. At that time, I will always cover you. Now, you if I die during practice, I will at most hold a funeral for him. 0. I don't want to practice, I want to stay on the boat, Huogake, save me. Perona backed away in horror, turned and screamed and wanted to run back to the cabin. Not good, hurry up. Hobak, who was hiding in the cabin door to peek at the situation, turned pale with fright, and rushed to his room in a hurry. Just kidding, if the adults caught him on the island on a whim, then he would be the one who cried. In the end, Perona naturally didn't wait for Hobak to rescue her. After being imprisoned by Luo Wei, she carried her into the island again. After returning to the land of gourmet food, the practice really begins. First of all, Perona, Luo Wei did not make too many demands on him, but let him live alone on the Boeing Islands for 3 months. That's right, survival, the special environment of the Boeing Islands, just survival is already very difficult. In addition to being eaten by Stomach Baron, the beasts and giant insects living on the island are all very dangerous and lethal. If you want to survive, you must practice a strong enough calendar. 27%. Chapter 108 Perfect Cycle, First Update. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Of course, Perona's ghost fruit is not only effective for humans, but also for other creatures. Although her current development of ghost fruit is only limited to negative ghosts, as long as she is careful enough, the creatures on the island are not a big problem. What can really cause death danger to Perona is the eating of Storma Baron. Although she can get out of her body can't do it. Once she is eaten by Storma Baron, she will still die. Under such circumstances, if she wants to survive, she can only exercise her physical fitness desperately, which is why Luo Wei let the other party experience the eating process of stomach baron in person. Similarly, Luo Wei's saying that he will only save the other party once is not just talking. Although he values the other party's ability, 413 will not be a nanny. If you have potential, you will naturally cultivate it, but if you cannot withstand his test, then he will not. Survival practice can be said to be a test for Luo Wei to Perona. During this period, if the other party unfortunately fails to survive, then he will only hold a funeral for the other party in disappointment. But if he can support the past, Luo Wei will truly recognize each other. After explaining the practice of survival, Perona naturally struggled, but Luo Wei, who was unmoved, found a treasured food place on the other side of the island and threw it away. I hope she can persevere. Back at the original spot, Luo Wei looked in the direction of Perona and thought to himself. If she can survive for 3 months, then with the food from the gourmet land, Perona's physical fitness will definitely be greatly enhanced. Advertisement. Shaking his head, Luo Wei stopped thinking and started his own practice. Just like the original Perona, Luo Wei walked into the gourmet treasure and quickly stuffed all kinds of food into his mouth. In order to better absorb the nutrients in the food, he even activated the digestion technique while eating. Food that is already easily absorbed, under the boost of the digestion technique, is almost digested as soon as it enters the stomach, and then converted into fat. Under the ultra-high nutritional content, Luo Wei has gained a lot of weight in just 10 minutes of eating. At the same time, under the stimulation of delicious food, no matter how much food you eat, you will hardly feel full, as if you can keep eating like this. Luo Wei seemed to be lost in the deliciousness. In less than half an hour, he ate himself alive and turned into a fat man, weighing at least 300 catties. Phew. Almost, the taste of these foods is really easy to get addicted to. Taking a step would cause the fat on his body to sway, so Luo Wei stopped to eat, then sat on the ground with difficulty, and started the vibration body tempering technique. The tempering process is naturally still very painful, but Luo Wei has long been used to it, and it can even be said that his tenacious will is tempered in this way. The vibrating thought power penetrates into the flesh and blood, and the effect of tempering is like burning fat, which also makes the flesh and blood stronger and stronger. It seems that the strength can be increased. After tempering a little, Luo Wei paused slightly, and immediately strengthened the output of vibrating thoughts. Advertisement. The stronger the vibration force, the better the tempering effect will be. The body absorbed a lot of nutrients, which obviously made Luo Wei's body able to withstand more intense tempering. 10 minutes, half an hour, 2 hours later, Luo Wei's body reached its limit. At this time, his body was already covered with sweat, and at the same time, he was also exhausted physically, and his whole body was weak and weak. In addition, most of the fat on his body was also consumed during the tempering process, and he was only a little fatter than normal. Hoo. Although I only persisted for 2 hours, but this time the power of the vibration has been strengthened by nearly 30%, and the effect of tempering must surpass that of the past. Panting and wiping off the sweat that flowed into his eyes, Luo Wei endured the weakness of his body, grabbed the food on the side and started to eat. At this time, the superiority of food from the gourmet treasure land was once again demonstrated. With high nutrition and easy absorption, Luo Wei's weak body quickly regained its vitality under the constant eating. High-intensity practice and high-nutrition food supplements are a perfect cycle, which allows Luo Wei to use the vibration tempering technique to the greatest extent to temper his body. Once, twice. In the past, without the help of nutrient solution, even if Luo Wei put all his experience on physical training, he could only perform the vibration quenching technique twice a day at most. But now, he performed the vibration body tempering technique 6 times at an uninterrupted frequency before he had to sleep and rest because his energy had reached its limit. Advertisement. A full 3 times the number of times of tempering, even if the increase in the effect of the vibration power is not counted, Luo Wei's current conditional efficiency is 3 times as much as before. Boom boom boom. The ground was shaking, and a rhinoceros, which was bigger than an elephant, dashed wildly, and the ground trampled by its heavy body trembled, and at the same time, it also slammed forward violently with terrifying power. With the size of a giant rhinoceros and the inertia caused by the sprint, the impact force produced is at least 10 tons, even a boulder can be smashed easily. Boom. A muffled sound suddenly sounded, and the huge running rhino stopped abruptly. In front of the hardest horn in its body, 5.3 firmly blocked it in place with a palm. The impact force was transmitted to the ground, and it immediately crawled out of the spider web-like crack, but neither the palm blocking the rhino horn nor its owner retreated an inch. The stalemate was only for a moment, and suddenly, the palm blocking the rhino's horn changed to grasping, grabbed the rhino's horn, and swung it impressively. The gigantic rhino uttered a terrified cry, but it had no power to resist. It slid across the air, and then slammed into the ground on the other side. Exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark. The deafening roar reverberated, and the huge rhino smashed the ground into a deep pit. The terrible shock directly made its mouth and nose bleed, and it twitched a few times before dying. Chapter 109 Perona's Metamorphosis, Second Update. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Let go of the rhinoceros horn, and saw that the hard rhinoceros horn was forcibly drawn with deep fingerprints. It's a bit weak. Looking at the huge rhinoceros that was smashed to death by him, Luo Wei's expression was still unsatisfied. Is the giant rhino weak? Naturally, it is not weak. The reason why it was killed so easily is because Luo Wei's current strength is too strong. 3 months is not long, but it is not short either. Because he is in the developmental period, Luo Wei has grown to a height of nearly 1.9 meters. At the same time, he only wears a vest, and his upper body shows strong muscles. Every muscle seems to contain infinite strength. However, compared to the changes in his body, his current physical fitness has changed the most. After 3 months of practice, the physical strength value has reached about 2,500, and the growth rate is much higher than expected. After feeling the current physical condition, the corners of Luo Wei's mouth rose slightly. More than 3 times the practice efficiency, plus the golden growth period of developmental stage 09, the combination of the two, the effect produced is undoubtedly very amazing. Luo Wei has now extended his skills from the 6 forms, so he can naturally monitor his own power at any time. And his current physical fitness has already reached a power value of around 2,500. Advertisement. 3 months ago, his physical strength was more than 700 points, but now it has reached around 2,500 points. This kind of growth rate is enough to describe it as a leap forward. Even though Luo Wei had already imagined that his physical fitness would grow faster than before when he chose the Boeing Islands as a place for physical training, he was still a little surprised when he actually tested the results. It can only be said that the food of the Boeing Islands has greatly helped his physical training far beyond his estimation. Compared to other strengths, the physical quality of 2,500 Dao strength is still weak, but it has made up for a lot. It is time to add other items in the next practice. Luo Wei pondered. The practice of physical fitness naturally needs to be strengthened, but the practice of other aspects cannot be left behind. Such as the development of fencing, the application of hockey, and the combination of force and other forces. After careful consideration, Luo Wei made a new arrangement for the next practice, and decided to reduce the practice of physical fitness to twice a day vibration tempering body technique, and then spend the rest of the time on other aspects of practice. Well, before the practice begins, let's go and see how Perona is doing. Touching his chin, Luo Wei quickly leapt into the air without falling, and shot towards the side of the island like a rainbow. In the luxuriant forest, a very vigorous figure was swinging back and forth by Sha Linglings hanging down. Shua. A slash-like sharp blade slid across, and the tough tree was cut off immediately, and a praying mantis as tall as an adult roared and chased the graceful figure in front. Advertisement. Still chasing. You were almost ready, didn't you just accidentally step on you, as for chasing you to death. As if impatient to be chased, the swinging figure suddenly fell to the ground, then turned around and glared at the huge praying mantis that was chasing after him. The long pink hair is tied into double ponytails. Although the clothes have changed into casual clothes that are more suitable for action, the person who is being chased by the sun big mantis is Perona. After living alone in the Boeing Islands for 3 months, her body has also undergone considerable changes. Not only has her appearance grown a bit, but her figure is also like a female cheetah, completely no longer as thin as before. Naturally, the giant praying mantis ignored Perona's words, and even rushed over more ferociously after seeing Perona stop. Its forearms were like 2 sharp knives. After rushing close, it slashed ferociously at Perona on the opposite side. You forced me, don't think I'm really afraid of you. With her pretty eyebrows upside down, Perona's small face showed a chill, and she jumped down with 1 step, jumping several meters high, and very quickly dodged the 2 saber arms that were slashing at her. This is not over yet. Amidst the coquettish screams, she took advantage of the falling momentum, and her right leg slashed down on the head of the giant praying mantis like a battle axe. Boom! A muffled impact sounded, and the huge mantis sank, and the mantis fell backwards a few steps, and even swayed as if it had been dizzy. Negative. Advertisement. With 1 hit, Perona flung out a ghost without any hesitation after landing vigorously, and in the shout of passive, the ghost passed through the body of the giant praying mantis in the blink of an eye. The body froze, and the huge praying mantis knelt directly on the ground. The 2 saber arms touched the bottom, and the aura on its body became extremely negative, lying there limply and motionless. Hala told you a long time ago to tell you not to force me, it can't be done now. Seeing the huge mantis lying on the ground after being hit by her negative ghost, Perona proudly raised her chin and smiled triumphantly. Boom! Just as Perona was about to leave, suddenly the earth shook and tilted towards the center of the island. Cut. Is it time to eat again? It's really troublesome. With no panic on her face, she curled her lips, and Perona quickly rushed to a nearby big tree. As the ground continued to tilt and rise, although her body was suspended in midair, her hands were firmly grasping the branches and never fell. Just like that, she calmly watched countless creatures and insects being eaten by Stormic Baron. For such a scene, she is obviously very familiar with it, and at the same time, she has been able to deal with it calmly. When the ground returned to normal, Perona let go of the branches and fell back to the ground. As for the huge praying mantis before, because it was hit by the negative ghost, it unfortunately also became one of the foods that Stormic Baron ate this time. Advertisement. 8%. Chapter 110 Punishment 3rd. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. It seems that you have fully adapted to this place. Before Perona left, the sound of chuckling came from above, followed by a figure that quickly landed not far away. It was Luo Wei. From the beginning of the giant praying mantis to the end of Stormsea Baron's eating, Luo Wei had already arrived and watched Perona's performance. Although Luo Wei's appearance surprised Perona, she was not too surprised. After all, the two hadn't really had no contact at all during the past 3 months. For example, some daily necessities, Luo Wei will send over regularly, and it doesn't make Perona live like a savage. Facing Luo Wei, Perona naturally showed an unfriendly expression, and said coquettishly, "I can adapt here, isn't it all because of you?" Although she has now adapted to the harsh environment of the Boeing Islands, every time she thinks back to the embarrassing days at the beginning, she is very angry. Even with the help of the ghost fruit, Perona's physical ability is no doubt comparable to that of an ordinary girl. Perona's life at the beginning was indeed very miserable. The first is the food temptation of the gourmet treasure land. If you don't pay attention, you will become a big fat man. With limited mobility, if you are not careful, you will become one of the foods that Stomach Baron eats. There are also all kinds of beasts and insects that live on the island. They must also be careful at all times, otherwise even if there are ghost fruits, they will become the rations of these creatures. Advertisement. It can be said that Perona's initial days in the Boeing Islands can be described as PUBG Mobile. Luo Wei could also understand Perona's resentment, so he didn't care, and said with a smile, "Anyway, you are still alive and well, and you have also exercised very good physical fitness, which is enough to show that the 3 of you monthly survival is also rewarding." HMPH, don't think. I thought about it carefully, and what you said makes sense. Perona first showed an arrogant attitude, wanting to reprimand her, but in the middle of speaking, she suddenly rolled her eyes, and a sweet smile appeared on her small face. While she was talking, she seemed to be walking towards Luo Wei inadvertently. When the distance between the two was less than 1 meter, suddenly, the sweet smile on Perona's face turned into a vicious look. "Bastard, give me a good confession." Amidst the excited scolding, a negative ghost flew out of her hand and rushed towards Luo Wei's body. Boom. At a distance of less than 1 meter, when he raised his hand and touched it immediately, the negative ghost hit Luo Wei's chest in an instant, but it didn't pass through like a normal development. Instead, it dissipated like a bubble hitting the wall. Slap. Immediately following the negative ghost, Perona's waved palm also touched Luo Wei's chest, but because the negative ghost dissipated, the atmosphere became awkward for a while. Perona's expression and body froze, she looked up like a machine, and what caught her eyes was the expressionless Luo Wei. Advertisement. I was just kidding with you, goodbye. As if getting an electric shock, Perona shuddered as soon as she met Luo Wei's gaze, and then hurriedly turned around to run away. The flow of thought, imprisonment. A faint golden light flashed in her eyes, and invisible thought power instantly enveloped Perona, causing her to stop abruptly as if she had been hit by acupuncture points before she could run a few steps, and she froze in place. Under the control of mental power, Perona's body was suspended, turned around and faced Luo Wei again. It seems that these 3 months have not only improved your physical fitness, but also increased your courage a lot. Tell me, what kind of punishment do you want? Luo Wei sneered. Woo. With her mouth locked, how could Perona speak? She could only look at Luo Wei begging for mercy, and made an unknown sound. Luo Wei seemed to have forgotten that he had imprisoned the other party's mouth, and rubbed his chin and said to himself, "Don't talk, it seems that you have given the initiative to me, that's fine, then I will not be polite." While speaking, Luo Wei walked towards the other party calmly, and then directly got down on Perona's pants under Perona's terrified and ashamed eyes. Crack, crack, crack. The rhythmic flapping sound quickly echoed in the forest. On the deck of the Moonlight, Luo Wei, who was sitting on the exquisite sofa, shook his palms a few times with some unfinished business. Advertisement. It was a surprise discovery. I didn't expect the body to look at Lori, and the touch would feel so good after real contact. Luo Wei murmured with dark eyes. In a certain room of the cabin, Perona was lying on the bed, wanting to cry without tears, applying medicine to her buttocks. Bastard, scum, you actually hit me here, and you still hit me so hard, hiss. It hurts, damn it, I will get my revenge sooner or later. When she applied the ointment to her red and swollen buttocks with her hands behind her back, Perona immediately gasped in pain, with both shame and resentment in her heart, she kept cursing in a low voice. At this moment, it was as if a gust of cold wind returned to the body suddenly, Perona shivered involuntarily. It's strange, there's no wind. Why do I suddenly feel a little chilly? Could it be that I'm sick? Perona looked at the room blankly, and Brother Yi muttered. Opening parenthesis. Li Jiao. Hobak's medical skills are indeed excellent. Under his special medicine, Perona, whose physical strength is already much stronger than ordinary people, has almost recovered after only 1 day of training. Naturally, Luo Wei didn't stay any longer, so he returned to the island with the reluctant Perona. Although your current physical fitness has surpassed that of ordinary people, it is still far from a real master, so you need to continue to exercise. Also, your ghost fruit also needs to be developed. Now the negative ghost is single and lacks real means of attack. How about this? Let me give you a few suggestions first. You can write a sentence from these aspects. On an open space on the island, Luo Wei and Perona sat face to face, ignoring each other's resentful and angry eyes. Luo Wei calmly explained. Chapter 111. The Potential of Ghost Fruit. 4th. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Even the shaved, which is the least difficult to learn, requires a physical quality of more than 200 Dao points. Now Perona, barely able to have 100 Dao points, is not bad. Although compared with the 3 months of practice, this kind of progress is already very large, but it is all due to the food on the island. Otherwise, even if the other party is given a year, there may not be such results. In fact, Luo Wei's requirements for Perona's physical fitness are not very high, just to allow the opponent to have enough physical strength to play the Devil Fruit ability, and at the same time not be incapable of resisting in close combat. What he really wants the opponent to become stronger is the Ghost Fruit. The potential of the Ghost Fruit is very strong. Even the most common negative ghost, as long as it does not have armament haki, no matter how strong it is, once it is hit, it will lose its combat power in a short time. Luo Wei also gave some development suggestions during his speech, including the bomb ghost that appeared in the original work, as well as his own ideas. For example, inject a ghost into the enemy's body, control the enemy's body as if seizing a house, and make it a puppet. Also, transform the ghost directly into an attack of the soul nature, so as to attack the enemy directly from the soul level. Speaking of which, your ghost fruit is somewhat similar to someone's ability. This person is one of New World's pirate kings, Charlotte Linlin of the Big Mom Pirates. Advertisement. Her Devil Fruit ability is Soul Fruit, and she has developed many powerful moves. You can use this as a reference, and maybe you can get some inspiration from it. At the end of the explanation, Luo Wei thought of Charlotte Linlin, and simply described her development of Soul Fruits. At the beginning, Perona was still angry because of the punishment she received, but after hearing Luo Wei's various development suggestions for her Ghost Fruit, she gradually diverted her attention, and finally her eyes lit up. Really, my ability is comparable to the Big Mom in Four Emperors. Perona's delicate face was beaming, and Perona was both excited and excited. Although she is not very old, she was with Gecko Moria before, so she is no stranger to New World and Four Emperors AJBI. It's just that Luo Wei said that her Ghost Fruit is similar to Charlotte Linlin's Soul Fruit, which is obviously understood by her directly so that her ability can be comparable to Four Emperors. Luo Wei looked at the excited opponent speechlessly, but in order not to discourage the enthusiasm of the opponent, he had no choice but to say, "That's almost what it means, but you only have this potential now, and you still need to work hard if you want to truly transform your potential into strength, development and practice." Ha 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 ha. Isn't it just development and practice? Sooner or later, I will become as powerful as the Four Emperors, and then I will be able to, ha ha ha. Perona raised her head confidently, her expression full of arrogance, especially at the end, although she covered it up with a laugh in time, but when she looked at Luo Wei with her small eyes, there was a certain meaning clearly. Are you so confident? Then I look forward to your performance. Luo Wei frowned, looking at the other party with a half smile. Leaving aside whether it is possible for Perona to become a world-class powerhouse, even if he does, at that time, he will definitely be stronger, and it is impossible to take revenge on him in the next life. Advertisement. After sending Perona to practice, Luo Wei also started his own practice again. Let's develop from hockey first. Luo Wei muttered, his eyes lit up, and he immediately started to practice. He is very talented in learning. Although he has not been practicing hockey for a long time, no matter whether it is armament hockey or observation hockey, he has already mastered the primary application, and even the intermediate application is only a short distance away. Deciding to start with armament hockey, Luo Wei began to search for those powerful beasts and insects on the island in order to strengthen the effect of practice. Sharp angle impact, sharp claw tearing. While deliberately suppressing the strength of armament hockey, he used the attacks of beasts and insects to hone his application of armament hockey. If the strength of armament hockey is not enough to completely block the attack, if you want to avoid the pain, then only increase the application level to enhance the defense of armament hockey. Hockey was inherited from Zephyr's Luo Wei, and obviously also inherited the pain-style stimulation method very well. No matter what kind of practice it is, it will naturally think of using pain to stimulate. Although this way of practice is more painful, the effect is very good. Half a month later. Roar. Advertisement. The tyrannical roar resounded through the forest, and the roar was a giant Madara tiger with a length of 7 or 8 meters and a height of 4 to 5 meters. Amidst the roar, this giant Madara tiger locked onto Luo Wei standing opposite him with eyes full of ferocity, and its open tiger mouth was covered with dagger-sized sharp teeth and fangs. The bad wind came, and after a little stalemate, Luo Wei on the opposite side was unmoved, Madara Lan Juhu quickly lost his patience, let out another deafening tiger roar, stomped his limbs on the ground, and rushed forward violently. It seems to have become a habit of Luo Wei to test the results of his practice with the beasts on the island, and it is still the same now. Facing the Madara giant tiger that came to slaughter, Luo Wei not only looked normal, but he didn't even dodge, allowing the opponent's big tiger to bite him. Gotcha. The interlaced and sharp tiger teeth collided with Luo Wei's body, swallowed it, directly biting most of Luo Wei's body, and almost swallowed him in one gulp. Being bitten by the tiger's mouth, Luo Wei's body was not torn apart, but Madara's giant tiger's sharp teeth were all shattered. Howling in pain, Madara Lan Juhu hastily let go of his mouth and backed away. After glancing at Luo Wei in human panic, he turned around and fled into the forest in Haoshi. Without chasing, Luo Wei looked down at his body. Except for some damage to his clothes, Madara's giant tiger's bite did not leave the slightest trace on his body. Under deliberate control, the strength of the armament haki covering the body is not high, but it is not simply entangled, but seems to be integrated into the skin and flesh, making it reveal an indestructible breath. Chapter 112 Haki and Swordsmanship, 5th more. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. In about half a month, armament haki reached the intermediate application level. This progress speed should not be too slow. Luo Wei habitually touched his chin and thought. Not only is it not slow, although it is only a thin line away from the intermediate application, but it is such a thin line, for ordinary people, it may take several years or more than 10 years to cross. It took Luo Wei half a month for the application of armament haki to break through the shackles and reach the current, hardening, level of intermediate application. The speed of its progress is absolutely amazing. The application of armament haki has reached the intermediate level, so it's the turn of observation haki. Muttering, Luo Wei's eyes flashed immediately. Life is endless, practice is endless. The golden template and learning talent are just the qualifications for him to become stronger, but if he wants to be truly strong, he still needs his own efforts. Although his current observation haki has reached the 6th level, not only has a perception range of more than 1 kilometer, but it is also very powerful in anticipation and insight, but its application is still at a low level. According to the description of Zephyr's haki practice method, the intermediate application of observation haki is enough for people to perceive the strength of creatures through breath, and can converge their own breath. Needless to say, the role of sensing the strength of creatures is naturally needless to say, but restraining one's own breath, this can shield the enemy from predicting one's own actions when the difference in observation haki between the two sides is not very large. Advertisement. Observation haki is a great help in combat because it can predict the enemy's movements. Once you can predict the enemy's attack, but the enemy cannot predict your attack, the effect will be very impressive. After starting to practice observation haki, Luo Wei began to look for those beasts and insects on the island, luring them to attack, to hone the application of observation haki. Although it also requires a firm will to drive, but unlike armament haki, which is derived from life energy, observation haki is biased towards the extension of spiritual energy. I don't know if it's because Luo Wei devoured the original owner's soul, or because of the unknown changes caused by time travel, Luo Wei's spiritual energy is much stronger than ordinary people. Normally, observation haki is higher than armament haki in both intensity and application, but after Luo Wei practiced the same for almost half a month, the application of observation haki also made a breakthrough. Walking in the forest is like walking in a garden. Whether it is passing man-eating plants or beasts, they are clearly in front of your eyes, but when Luo Wei walks by, these aggressive creatures and plants seem to have not noticed him, completely there was no attack. If there is someone who understands observation haki now, even if he activates observation haki without naked eyes, he will not be able to perceive Luo Wei's aura, as if he does not exist at all. At 9 o'clock, about 500 meters, there is a breath that is not weak, and its strength is about 500. There is also a creature with a power of about 600 at about 700 meters from the direction of 6 o'clock. While restraining his own breath, while sensing the surroundings with observation haki, Luo Wei whispered as if talking to himself. Advertisement. The convergence of breath and the perception of the strength and weakness of creatures are undoubtedly the performance of observation haki after reaching the intermediate level of application. After wandering around the island and thoroughly testing the intermediate application of observation haki, Luo Wei returned to the resting place, which is also a food treasure, satisfied. Now both my armament haki and observation haki have successfully reached the intermediate application level. Although there is still a long way to go before the top of this level, the practice of haki can come to an end for the time being. Next, it's the turn of the development of swordsmanship. Grabbing a real barbecue, Luo Wei thought about it while tasting the delicacy. His kendo and realm have golden templates that can be directly enhanced, but the swordsmanship needs to be developed by himself, and if there is a lack of matching swordsmanship, it will naturally affect the power of the kendo. The swordsmanship I have mastered now, in the true sense, as only one move, blood mosquito, and this swordsmanship is not pure swordsmanship, but a preliminary combination of mind power and swordsmanship. 0. Seeking flowers. Nian Ziliu can be said to be one of my goals for swordsmanship. Unlike haki's practice, it is best to combine the development of swordsmanship directly with the power of the mind. Otherwise, even if the swordsmanship is developed, the combination of mind power and kendo will affect the development of swordsmanship. Back to the original swordsmanship. The idea of developing swordsmanship gradually became clear. After filling his stomach, Luo Wei left the gourmet land and finally came to the coast of the island. The waves were churning and turbulent, and they kept beating on the reefs and making roars. Luo Wei faced the vast and turbulent sea, and slowly pulled out the autumn water from his waist. Point 0. Advertisement. Before the real development of swordsmanship, one must first combine mind power with swordsmanship. Zheng, holding the handle of the knife in both hands, when a wave several meters high was set off in front of the sea and swept towards the coast, Luo Wei's eyes were sharp from top to bottom, and he slashed towards the sea. The light of the knife was bright, and the golden sword energy gushed out, engulfing the heaven-shattering power, and crazily tore apart the sea surface. From the sea level, it was tens of meters high, and it rushed out rapidly, extending to the end of the line of sight. Not only was the big wave that swept across it split into two, but even the surface of the sea was split into a long crack, as if the entire open land had been cut in half. His current kendo realm has stepped into the realm of the great swordsman, and the power of the sword chi he cut is naturally different from before. Even if he didn't use his full strength, the sword chi he slashed out surpassed the previous slashing blows with all his strength, both in terms of sharpness and scale. If it wasn't for the sea it was facing, but for the islands behind it, it would be enough to divide the land and cut off small hills. No, the mind power is still only entwined with the sword energy. Although the power of the sword energy has been enhanced, it is not a real combination of the two. Come again. Frowning slightly, Luo Wei slashed out a sword energy again, causing the newly healed cracks on the sea surface to split again, splitting into churning waves. Chapter 113. Thought Flow Slashing Formation, First Update. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. One strike after another, Luo Wei seemed to be tirelessly slashing, trying hard to truly combine the power of mind with the way of swordsmanship. Rest when you are tired, and go to the gourmet food place when you are hungry. Luo Wei's strong will makes Luo Wei never give up even if he fails again and again. Thunderbolt. Dark clouds cover the top, the sky flashes and thunders, and the silver lightning shuttles through the clouds like a group of snakes dancing wildly, which makes people feel frightened. It was a thunderstorm, and it also went to a superstorm. The sea is like a raging beast, roaring and rolling, tens of meters of monstrous waves layer upon layer, as if to turn the world around. The torrential rain fell quickly, and it was the size of a fist. The impact of the falling, 727, was no less than the force of an ordinary person's punch. On the densely populated rocks, Luo Wei stood upright, no matter whether it was a strong wind or a heavy rain, his body could not be shaken, his expression was cold and his eyes were sharp. Holding the autumn water in front of him, there was a faint terrifying aura, which even affected the rain falling on it and the gust of wind blowing past. The rain turned into mist and dissipated like torn apart, and the strong wind split directly, as if being split open. Roar. The huge waves rolled up by the storm were so powerful that even the creatures swimming below were involved. Suddenly, a sea king with a size of 100 meters surfaced out of the sea under the rolling of the huge waves. Advertisement. Amidst the roaring sound resounding through the sea kings in the shape of a Madara horse couldn't control his figure under the impact of the huge waves, and swept towards the coast where Luo Wei was located. Buzz. At this moment, the breath of Chushui suddenly strengthened, directly causing ripples in the surrounding air, and the invisible force penetrated the blade, making it glow with a faint light. Cut. The sharp eyes instantly became as sharp as wanting to tear the void, and the sea kings and the huge waves swept close. Luo Wei suddenly raised the autumn water, fiercely chopping towards the front. Boom. When the blade fell, the blazing sword energy immediately flew out, tearing through the sea surface in an instant, and soaring nearly 100 meters into the sky. Different from ordinary sword aura, this is a sword aura full of texture, as if it is made of real matter, and it is not the usual golden color, but a more restrained and deep dark golden light. Amidst the roaring sound, the huge waves on the sea surface up to tens of meters in height were all torn apart. Roar. The sea kings who were rolled by the huge waves let out a horrified howl, but in the next second, the dark golden sword energy that was torn apart separated the huge body, and the hot blood sprayed quickly dyed the surrounding sea red. Boom. Advertisement. Huge waves crashed on the coast, even the rocks were smashed, but only Luo's place was undamaged. The wave that swept towards him had already split, which was equivalent to forcibly opening a gap from the natural disaster, bringing his own location into a safe area. The dark golden sword energy continuously tore through the sea until the end of the line of sight, leaving behind long cracks, as if there were invisible remnants of sharp edges. Even if the waves were churning wildly, it took several breaths of time before the seawater poured in. Fill the cracks. After slicing through the sea with a knife, Luo Wei formed a shield of thought power to isolate the invasion of heavy rain and sea water. It's finally a success. Although the process was hard, but after the successful combination of mind power and kendo, the power of slashing has been greatly enhanced. Taking a deep breath, Luo Wei wiped off the rain on his face, and returned the autumn water to the scabbard, with a gratified smile on his face. It took 3 months, and he finally completed the combination of mind power and kendo. The dark gold sword aura just now is the best proof. Compared with ordinary sword chi, or even the simple entanglement of thought power around the sword chi, the dark gold sword chi that was cut out just now has truly achieved the combination of thought power and kendo, making the sword chi undergo a qualitative transformation. The blood mosquito's trick is more based on the power of vibrating thoughts. Although I incorporated it into the mind flow, it is not until now that the mind flow is truly formed. Well, the sword energy formed by Nianliu's slash is essentially different from ordinary sword energy, maybe it can be called sword light. The corners of Luo Wei's mouth rose slightly. The distinction between the two is on the one hand to set off the Nianliu Zan, which is stronger than ordinary slashing, and on the other hand, because the dark gold sword glow produced by the Nianliu Zan is like a substance, much more solid than the sword energy. Now that Nianliu Zan has taken shape, the development of swordsmanship can really start. Advertisement. His pupils flickered, and his thoughts flowed through his whole body. After shaking off the rainwater stained on his body, Luo Wei turned around and left the coast, holding on to the rain cover with his thoughts. The development of swordsmanship is different from the previous practice. In terms of hockey, Luo Wei has a complete and top-notch training method. As for the flow of thoughts, at least he has the general direction of combining the power of thoughts in the way of swordsmanship. As for the development of swordsmanship, it can be said that one needs to radiate one's own thinking, and develop a swordsmanship that suits oneself from the basic swordsmanship. The earliest fighting skills of human beings were created by imitating beasts, and the development of swordsmanship may also start from this aspect. After the storm that lasted all day, the Boing Islands ushered in a sunny day again. After Luo Wei found an open place, he began to think about the development of swordsmanship. 3.6 inches. I have encountered many powerful beasts, but the one with the deepest memory is the four-headed beast overlord on the deserted island during the recruitment competition, then. In his mind, he recalled the beasts he had seen, and finally Luo Wei's memory was frozen in the recruitment competition. The four beast overlords are a giant python, a four-armed King Kong, a tyrannosaur, and a golden eagle. As he recalled, Luo Wei showed a thoughtful look on his face, and then he pulled out his autumn water and began to look for the feeling of swordsmanship. Just like the previous practice, when the attention is fully concentrated, it is easy to ignore the loss of time. In addition to the two fixed vibration tempering techniques, every day, Luo Wei concentrated on the development of swordsmanship wholeheartedly. 29%. Chapter 114 Explosion, Second Update. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. The days passed day by day, during which I experienced contemplation, encountered mistakes in the direction of swordsmanship development, and also fell into the distress of exhaustion of inspiration. Although the process is arduous and exhausting, the development of swordsmanship is gradually formed in such a little bit of accumulation and research. The 4 months were quietly spent again under such circumstances, and it also represented that Luo Wei had been in the Boing Islands for a whole year. Bang! A huge explosion suddenly appeared somewhere in the forest, not only blasting the ground into a crater with a diameter of several meters, but also the air waves rolled up violently, shaking the surrounding trees. Damn it, come again. Seeing Luo Wei, who appeared tens of meters away from the explosion site and dodged without knowing when, Perona looked unhappy, and then waved his hands unwillingly, releasing miniature ghosts one after another. Mini ghost bomb. In a short period of time, Perona released dozens of miniature ghosts, and then saw these miniature ghosts scattered and flew towards Luo Wei at an extremely fast speed. Seeing this scene, Luo Wei stood indifferently, and did not dodge again, but waved his hands casually to take false shots. Boom boom. The thought power instantly turned into a substantial shock wave, causing the mini ghosts that hit it to be detonated directly, resulting in a violent explosion, blasting the ground of the area where it was located into pits. Advertisement. Why is this little ability? I have given you enough chances. I didn't ask you to defeat me. I only need you to hurt me. I won't restrain you and let you go. After finishing the mini ghost, Luo Wei's gaze landed on Perona and said with a chuckle. Asshole, don't be too complacent, I was just warming up, and now I'm going to get real. Perona gritted her teeth and glared at Luo Wei. With both hands out, a particularly huge ghost was born immediately. Oversized ghost kamikaze bomb. This huge ghost, which was more than 10 times the size of a normal ghost, also flew towards Luo Wei quickly after it appeared, and it seemed that it was afraid of being intercepted again. That's what it looks like. If the attack trajectory is shown straightforwardly, it can only be a target. Luo Wei looked at the huge ghost that was constantly changing and approaching him, with a hint of appreciation in his eyes, and then he tapped his feet, and quickly slid towards Perona on the opposite side. Don't try to succeed. Perona was startled, and hurriedly controlled the huge ghost, which fell from the sky and directly hit the looting Luo Wei. Suddenly, Luo Wei twisted his body when the huge ghost fell, and just swept to the side, causing the huge ghost to fall into the air and hit the ground directly. Bang! An astonishing explosion appeared in an instant, the violent impact swept across, a large cloud of dust was lifted, and billowing air waves spread in all directions, with a radiation range of up to 100 meters. Amidst the deafening roar, The ground was blasted into a pit with a diameter of more than 10 meters, and at the same time, the surrounding ground was also cracked with dense cracks like spider webs. Advertisement. In terms of explosive power, the explosive power of the Super Ghost is comparable to the simultaneous bombing of more than a dozen shells. If it is a battle at sea, it is not a problem to blow up those small ships. Look, you will be fooled if you are tempted a little bit. When fighting, you must remember not to be reckless, right? With a wave of his hand, Luo Wei blocked the approach of the impacting air wave with his mental power, and Luo Wei, who had skimmed more than 10 meters away from the pit, stopped, not only did not continue to approach Perona, but stood there smiling. It's too long-winded, I can't do it, you can keep dodging my attack. Perona was furious, her hands were like fortresses, and she started to release bomb ghosts frantically at Luo Wei. I'm here to guide you, so that you won't make low-level mistakes when you encounter enemies in the future. Luo Wei smiled calmly to dodge the flying bomb ghosts, and sometimes shot a mind bomb from his fingers, directly detonating the bomb ghosts in the middle of the road. Boom boom boom. Bursts of explosions continued to echo in the forest, and the continuous explosion even caused the ground to vibrate violently. A wave of impacting air waves passed around layer by layer, not only causing rock and soil to crack, but also causing serious damage to nearby trees and plants. Although Perona's offensive was fierce, she still couldn't really touch Luo Wei's body. Even if Luo Wei didn't only defend but not attack, she would have been knocked down long ago. But even so, under the phantom bombardment that lasted for less than half an hour, Perona's physical strength was also exhausted under the constant driving ability. Hoo, so tired, I hit it. Advertisement. The bomb ghost no longer appeared, Perona was panting and supporting her knees, her body and face were dripping with sweat, and after glancing at Luo Wei angrily, she shouted angrily. Compared with Perona's embarrassment, Luo Wei is like going for a walk in the park for a while, without sweating a single drop, and his breathing has been extremely steady all the time. Is it okay? It seems that you can only obediently follow me. Luo Wei smiled and walked towards the other party. Shave. Suddenly, just as Luo Wei approached the opponent less than 5 or 6 meters away, Perona, who had given up fighting, flashed a cunning look in her eyes, and she stepped on her feet in an instant, but disappeared in place 10 times. Shua. At a speed beyond the naked eye, when Perona reappeared, he had already rushed in front of Luo Wei, and at the same time, he released the negative ghost from his hand with excitement to hit Luo Wei. I win. Before the words celebrating the victory could be spoken, Luo Wei grabbed Perona's palm instantly, and then twisted it, causing the negative ghost flying out of her hand to pass directly through her own body. Pat. As soon as her body froze, the excitement on Perona's face disappeared immediately, and instead she knelt directly on the ground, with low air pressure on her body and her hands supporting the ground. I was wrong, I shouldn't have come to this world, if possible, please let me be a grass in the next life. As if losing all willpower, Perona murmured to herself full of depression. Chapter 115 Going to Sea and Growing Up 3rd. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Luo Wei frowned, and then watched the scene with great interest. Can't even the ability user be immune to the ability? The act of twisting the opponent's wrist just now was originally just to avoid being touched by the negative ghost, but now the situation has become interesting. Obviously, Perona himself will also be affected by the ability after being passed through the body by the negative ghost. After being depressed for a long time, Perona finally broke away from the negative ability, but after reacting, her face flushed immediately, and she hurriedly stood up from the ground. I fight with you. Seeing Luo Wei looking at her with a half-smile, Perona was extremely ashamed and indignant, and finally turned into a scream, like a mad cat, and rushed towards Luo Wei. But it's a pity. Luo Wei measured his body lightly to avoid the opponent's personal attack, and then before falling, he grabbed the opponent's neck, holding it in his hand as if he was really treating a little wild cat. Ah! Perona kept screaming, scratching at Luo Wei with both hands, as if trying to cover up her embarrassing behavior just now. It's almost enough. Isn't it just that you have hit your own ability? This is also a warning to you. When you use your ability to fight in the future, you must be careful enough. Luo Wei decisively mobilized his thoughts, imprisoned the opponent's body, held back a smile, and began to smooth out the frenzied female cat's fur. Advertisement. You still said, it's all you, if it wasn't for you, how could I say that? This time, Luo Wei did not imprison Perona's right to speak, so after hearing Luo Wei's words, Perona immediately screamed in embarrassment. Okay, it's okay if I don't talk about it, but we should also talk about this battle. You see, you have already lost to me, so you can only follow me obediently, you know. HMPH, you won this time, but we agreed that I can challenge you every year in the future. As long as I win any time, you have to let me go. Of course, how could I lie to you? Seeing that Perona recovered from the mad state, Luo Wei put her on the ground, then withdrew his thoughts, and said with a smile. Forgive me, you dare not lie to me, or one day when you fall asleep, I will sneak into your room and let you taste the power of ghosts. After the topic was diverted, Perona's attention was also smoothly distracted, revealing her previous arrogant attitude. Luo Wei smiled, and then said again. Okay, now that the fight is over, we should go back to the boat. After staying here for a year, it's time to leave. Perona was taken aback and said in surprise, leave. Are we leaving here? Advertisement. Luo Wei nodded lightly, and said with a smile. Why, you won't be reluctant to part with it, could it be that you fell in love with this place? How is it possible? There are neither spooky old castles nor scary toys here, so I don't like this place. Perona also fully reacted at this time, curling her lips immediately. After that, she said excitedly again, you are not lying to me, are we really leaving? Didn't you say that you are developing some kind of swordsmanship? Is it ready? Although the practice of the two is not together, the frequency of contact is much more frequent than in the first 3 months, and Luo Wei often goes back to supervise Perona's practice, so Perona is not completely ignorant of Luo Wei's practice. Luo Wei nodded and said, it's indeed finished, let's go, don't waste time. After that, he turned around and walked towards the coast where the moonlight was docked, and Perona happily followed after seeing this. Staying in one place for a whole year has already reached the limit for her, and now she is very happy to be able to leave, even if she has to stay by Luo Wei's side as an assistant. Because there are abundant supplies on the Boeing Islands, even after a year, the voyage of the moonlight will not be affected. After returning to the ship, under the witness of Perona and Hobak, Luo Wei pulled up the anchor, started the moonlight, and sailed quickly towards the distant sea. With the sails open and the sea wind blowing, the captain braved the wind and waves. On the deck, Luo Wei stood at the bow, seemingly gazing at the sea ahead, but he was actually summarizing the achievements of this year's practice. Advertisement. Although this year has been isolated from the outside world, the harvest is equally huge. Even if it is not enough to challenge those world-class combat power, but at the level of overlord-level combat power. My foundation has been firmly established. Luo Wei chuckled. After the two-color hockey has reached the intermediate application level, the combination of kendo and mind power prolongs life, and he has successfully developed 4-style swordsmanship after the blood mosquito. At the same time, in terms of physical fitness, although the next 9 months only maintained the basic practice, but the improvement rate took a long time, and the gains were not as bad as the first 3 months. Up to now, his current physical quality already has 4,000 power points, which is not inferior to Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral. The ultra-high body refining efficiency of vibration tempering technique has allowed me to have a growth rate no less than those with physical talents, and the special food in the Boeing Islands has even enhanced the effect of vibration body tempering technique several times. Otherwise, with only the previous practice speed, I would need at least several years of accumulation if I want to reach 4,000 Dao power value, Zhao Qian's. However, the further I improve my strength, the more difficult it is to improve. The same goes for my physical fitness. As my physical fitness gets stronger, even the vibrating body tempering technique is gradually strengthened, and the growth rate is gradually weakening. It can be said that on the one hand, the purpose of going to sea this time is to obtain the sin value and original sin value to raise the rest of the power to the 7th level. Blind penance is not advisable, only combined with fighting can people get the best growth. At this time, footsteps came from behind, followed by Perona's voice. I said, what are you doing standing here? There's nothing to see, Perona said lazily, and came to the side. Chapter 116 Hunting the Target, 4th more. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Luo Wei squinted at the other party, and said, tell me, have you finished your practice, and you still have time to wander around? Whispering, can't I come out to get some air when I'm tired? Also, you haven't told me where our destination is yet. If there is something interesting, you have to let me relax for a few days. Perona wrinkled her nose slightly, and then looked at Luo Wei expectantly. West Blue Flower Country, this is where we are going, you can relax if you want, but wait until you finish the business first. Luo Wei said lightly. Perona asked curiously, West Blue, how did you think of going to this sea area and the country of flowers? I seem to have heard of this country. It seems to be rich in all kinds of flowers. What are you talking about? Have you ever heard of the 8 Treasures Navy? This time I go to the Kingdom of Flowers, my purpose is to hunt and kill the pillar of the 8 Treasures Navy, Maojiao. Luo Wei did not hide his intentions, turned around to look at the other party, and at the same time frankly stated the reason why he went to West Blue Flower Country. Advertisement. Perona was stunned, and then became even more curious. 8 Treasures Navy. Is this the army of the Kingdom of Flowers, and who is the green pepper you mentioned? Could it be that this person has a grudge against you in 893, and actually asked you to go to the West? Blue kills each other. Of course I have my reasons for killing him. Well, speaking of which, you have officially become my assistant now, so let me tell you about what we are going to do in the future. To put it simply, what we have to do is actually very similar to that of a pirate hunter, but the objects we hunt are not limited to pirates, but all those who have committed crimes. Of course, don't get me wrong. I'm not trying to uphold justice. I just have my own purpose. I won't say why. Anyway, you just need to know what we're going to do in the future. When Luo Wei finished speaking seriously, Perona was stunned. Are you sure you're not joking with me? Unable to swallow, Perona said with a trembling voice. Luo Wei said calmly. Do you think I'm joking, and do you know why I strictly supervise your practice? It's because if you are too weak, it is easy for those who can't deal with you in the process of hunting my people, choose to use you as a breakthrough. Huh. Let me calm down. Then the green pepper you mentioned just now is a person who committed a crime. Perona took a few deep breaths, trying to calm down her nervous emotions, and then asked. Luo Wei said with a normal expression. You are right, the green pepper is our first target to hunt and kill, and it is also an example of the people we will hunt and kill in the future. This man is a very typical pirate. The looted treasures are piled up enough to form a hill, and he even competed with Whitebeard and Roger in his heyday. The crime he committed is definitely very big. Advertisement. The purpose of rushing from the Grand Line to West Blue was naturally because Luo Wei saw a lot of crime points from the green pepper, and even based on past examples, the opponent could very well gain important original sin points by beheading the opponent. According to the original book, the specific location of the perpetrator can be determined. After some deep thinking, Luo Wei chose green peppers. Whitebeard and Roger Perona are naturally no strangers, so when she heard about green pepper's deeds, she immediately turned pale with shock. Are you crazy? You want to kill this kind of monster? What are you talking about hunting? Do you want me to die with you? Perona was so frightened that she took a few steps back and looked at Luo Wei in disbelief. Luo Wei was not surprised by the other party's reaction either, he just said lightly. Ajak, what are you panicking about? Didn't I say that the other party only competed with Whitebeard and Roger in their heyday? Not to mention that he is now old. More than 10 years ago, he was severely injured by Marine's Garp and his strength was greatly reduced. As for the target of hunting, I won't mess around, otherwise why didn't I go to the 4 emperors, so you are completely worrying, and the person responsible for hunting is mainly me. You just need to be responsible for sweeping the formation for me, maybe you won't even have a chance to make a move. Quote. His words relieved Perona's inner panic, but he still said nervously, are you really capable of hunting the other party? Do you want to think about it carefully, or we can hunt some other pirates first? Quote. Luo Wei shook his head, and vetoed. I've thought it over very clearly. Anyway, don't worry, I won't let you die. It is true that killing other pirates can also get sin points, but now, what he wants more is original sin points. Advertisement. The hunting of green peppers was decided by Luo Wei after careful consideration and selection, otherwise why would he waste time and effort to go to West Blue? Perona opened her small mouth, as if she wanted to say something more, but seeing the determination on Luo Wei's face, she gave up dejectedly. I'm so pitiful. I've been abused by you for so long, and now I want to accompany you to hunt a monster. If I die, I will definitely become a real ghost and come to harass you every night. Perona said herself, he muttered in pity. Luo Wei looked at the other party quite speechlessly, and was too lazy to pay attention to the other party, turned around and walked towards the hatch of the ship. He has already said what should be said. Although hunting green peppers cannot be said to be 100% sure, he still has a 60% to 70% certainty. Besides, even if he really lost, with the ability of Nian Nian fruit, even with Perona, he would have no problem getting out. I should get used to it after hunting a few more times. Luo Wei muttered as he entered the cabin. The calm belt in the first half of the Grand Line is adjacent to East Blue and South Blue, so if you want to go to West Blue, you must cross the Red Line. Based on Luo Wei's current situation, there are only 2 ways to reach West Blue from the first half of the Grand Line. One is to first land on the Red Line where the Sabayati Archipelago is located, then abandon the ship and enter West Blue through the Red King continent. Another way is to enter West Blue from Upside Down Mountain. Chapter 117 Encountering Pirates, 5th update. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Although most of the time, the reverse current of the reverse mountain is converging towards the Grand Line, but there will be a reversal at certain times of the month. This is also the main method for pirates to enter the world from the Grand Line when they cannot log into the Red Line. The area where the Boeing Islands are located is in the middle of the first half of the Grand Line. After thinking about it, Luo Wei chose the second path, which is to use the reverse current of the reverse mountain to enter West Blue. Making such a choice is actually very simple, because he is too lazy to change ships. The permanent pointers he had prepared before he left the Marine were very sufficient. In addition to those specially designed to go to the Boeing Islands, there were also direct access to the red soil on both sides, the nearest islands to the mainland. So on the way to West Blue, Luo Wei only needs to pay attention to the supplies on the ship. For the problem of the route, he just needs to follow the direction pointed by the permanent pointer. At the same time, even after leaving the Boeing Islands, Luo Wei's practice of himself is not over. During the voyage, most of the time is in the state of practice. Starting from the Boeing Islands, a few days passed quickly. The climate of the Grand Line changes abnormally. One moment the sky is clear, and the next moment may usher in severe natural disasters. It was like the 5th day that the moonlight went to sea. The sun was still scorching in the morning, but now in the afternoon, snowflakes suddenly fell in the sky, and the temperature turned from scorching hot to cold and cool. On the deck, the sub-zero cold and falling snow did not interrupt Luo Wei's practice. Moan. Boom boom boom. Advertisement. All of a sudden, a few gunshots sounded from a distance, and several black dots flew towards the moonlight quickly. While forming a parabola and approaching the moonlight, they gradually showed their true colors, which were shells one after another. Swish. Almost at the moment when the gunfire sounded, Luo Wei suddenly opened his eyes, then jumped up in an instant, rolled up the snowflakes falling around him, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared beside the guardrail in the direction of the artillery shells. Seeing the shells flying down quickly, the tyrannical thoughts immediately burst out. Luo Wei's sharp eyes swept across, and there was a violent explosion on the sea. Boom boom boom. All the shells were intercepted by the invisible force, and were directly detonated in midair. Under the violent impact radiation, the air was turbulent, and big waves were set off on the sea. It really is a pirate. Is this treating me like a fat sheep? After dealing with the shells, Luo Wei also saw a fleet of 6 ships on the sea less than 1 kilometer away, and the sails of these ships all had patterns of skulls. Luo Wei looked indifferent, and was not at all surprised by the pirates' appearance. In this sea, people would suddenly attack others for no reason. 9 out of 10 were pirates, and it was not the first time he was attacked by pirates at sea. What's going on? Where did the explosion come from? Opening the hatch, Perona rushed to the deck like a sprint, glanced suspiciously, and soon found the pirate fleet heading towards the moonlight in the distance. Huh, it's a pirate. He's so courageous, he should attack us. Advertisement. Perona raised her eyebrows. Not only did she not panic, but she looked eager to try. Boom boom boom. The sound of cannon came again, and it was more frequent than before. It was astonishing that the pirate fleet on the opposite side was blocked in the first attack and increased the output of firepower. Mini ghost bomb. Before Luo Wei could make a move, Perona, who was eager to try, immediately threw out ghosts. These ghosts quickly flew off the deck and faced the flying shells. An endless stream of explosions echoed over the sea again, and the turbulent impact radiated to the surroundings, causing the sea to continuously roll and create waves. Ha 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 ha. My ghost is indeed the strongest. Seeing that the cannonball was successfully intercepted by herself, Perona smiled triumphantly, and then shouted to Luo Wei braggingly, "How about it, I'm good." 0. Ask for flowers. Luo Wei glanced at the other party. Didn't you just block a few shells? As for being so proud, if you are really good, you can deal with this group of pirates together. HMPH, don't think of me as a coolie. I'm already tired enough to wash and cook for you, and of course you have to come to fight. Perona snorted coquettishly, then turned around arrogantly and fell into the cabin. She is very happy to show her ability a little bit, but if she really wants to fight, she won't bother with it. Luo Wei didn't care either. He didn't intend to force the opponent to join the battle. Advertisement. Moreover, he also needs crime points now. This pirate fleet has a lot of people, and after it is solved, it will definitely get a lot of gains. In order to prevent the ship from being damaged, when Perona returned to the cabin, Luo Wei also blessed his body with mental power, and then quickly soared into the sky, turning into a rainbow and flying towards the opposite pirate ship. Keep firing. Don't let the person on the other side run away. Boss, the ship on the other side doesn't seem to be a merchant ship, so it's estimated that the looting won't cost much money. If you don't have any money, then arrest them. When the time comes, find an opportunity to sell those slave traders, and you can still make a fortune. On a pirate ship in the center of the fleet, a pirate with a shirtless body and muscular body was giving orders while chatting wantonly with a few pirates beside him. What is this? No, it's a person. The captain on the other side flew over one. How is it possible? How can people fly in the air? No, he's coming. Suddenly, many pirates looked at the high sky ahead in astonishment, and some even exclaimed, with incredible expressions on their faces. It was Luo Wei flying across the sky that caused the turmoil among the pirates. Even if he didn't push his thoughts to the limit, he flew over the pirate fleet in just a few breaths. 30%. Chapter 118 Emperor Alliance First Update. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Sweeping closer. When Luo Wei coldly looked down at the pirate below, he directly punched him down from the air, and the turbulent thought power turned into a huge fist print 10 meters square, violently striking down. Bang! The fist print hit one of the pirate ships in the blink of an eye like a meteor, and the terrifying impact erupted in an instant, causing a deafening roar. The fierce air waves visible to the naked eye radiate out in a circular shape, spreading to 100 meters away, causing violent churning of the sea surface. The pirate ship sank suddenly, making the deck almost level with the sea surface, followed by numerous pieces of wood scattered and exploded. The hull was so unbearable that it could not bear the pressure, and it was directly shattered by the impact, turning into pieces of wreckage and scattered on the surrounding sea. As for the pirates above, some of them were blown up by the 853 fist print, and the rest were also seriously injured by the violent impact and fell into the sea. Sin plus 3 inches, Sin plus 5 inches. Messages flashed in my mind, heralding the harvest brought by this strike of Nian Liquan. Enemy attack. Damn it, come on, point the cannon at him and kill him. What's going on here? Why did the ship suddenly explode, and what did the other party do? Advertisement. The people on the other pirate ships were terrified, some yelled to fight back, and some looked at Luo Wei in the air in horror. Asshole. No matter who you are dead. Before giving orders, the strong pirate who was also the leader of this pirate fleet stared at Luo Wei in horror, gritted his teeth, pulled out the flintlock on his waist ferociously, and frantically pulled the trigger, towards Luo Wei. Luo Wei shot. Bang bang bang. There was a lot of gunfire, and the rest of the pirates followed suit, firing fiercely at Luo Wei, and the bullets shot out like a torrential rain. Hum. The invisible fluctuations made the air rippling, and the thought power turned into a flickering shield that appeared outside Luo Wei's body. However, the pirates' shooting also attracted Luo Wei's attention. He looked coldly at the pirate ship in the center of the fleet, pressing down on his fetal palm. Bang. The mind power turned into huge palm prints and blasted down. The air squeezed by the terrible force was turbulent layer by layer, and finally pressed on the pirate ship, causing it to shudder. The deck was cracking, the cabin was shattering, and under the roar of an explosion, the pirate ship was also smashed to pieces, causing tragic casualties to the pirates on it. Z% 1% at. Swinging his fists and pressing his palms, Luo Wei, who stepped tens of meters above the sea, calmly urged his thoughts to attack the fleet below. The pirate ships were blown up one after another, and the pirates kept dying. In less than half a minute, only the messy wreckage of the ships remained on the sea. Advertisement. Of course, many pirates survived, either clutching the wreckage and floating on the sea, or trying to escape by swimming hard. Whoosh whoosh. Luo Wei glanced at it. Naturally, he would not let anyone go. He kept pointing out bullets with his fingers, and the first thing to do was to shoot and kill the pirates who were trying to escape. Ah, don't kill me, I surrender. I don't want to die, don't kill me. The pirates, who were already in panic as the fleet was destroyed, suddenly became more frightened as they continued to be killed, and various voices kept ringing out. Luo Wei looked indifferent, ignored it at all, and continued to point out the bullets to exterminate the pirates. Wait, I'm the deputy captain of the Dragon Pirates. Our pirates are members of the Emperor's alliance. You can't kill me, or the Emperor's alliance will never let you go. Among those who begged for mercy was the leader of this fleet, a strong pirate holding the broken mast. Seeing Luo Wei's posture of killing everyone, his anger turned into panic, and he hurriedly shouted, "Stand up." With the physical fitness surpassing that of other people, the strong pirate shouted desperately, and his voice was so loud that Luo Wei could hear the other party's words clearly even in the noisy voice. The Alliance of Emperors. Luo Wei's hands paused, and he stopped firing bullets. His gaze quickly fell on Zhanshuo Pirate's body. His eyes flickered, and he hooked his fingers towards the other party. The thought power spread away in an instant, directly entangled the body of the strong pirate, pulled him from the sea to the sky, and came to Luo Wei. Advertisement. Tell me, what is the Alliance of Emperors you mentioned just now? Luo Wei looked at the other party coldly. The thought force wrapped around the strong pirate not only made him suspend in the air, but also firmly imprisoned his body. After struggling subconsciously, but found that he couldn't move at all, the strong pirate looked at Luo Wei with even more fear and tension. He already knew that the person in front of him was definitely a terrifying existence. There is no room for resistance at all. Swallowing his saliva, he only restrained his body, and the muscular pirate who didn't seal his mouth forced a smile, and said with a flattering intention, "My lord, we just unintentionally attacked your ship. I said can't you let me go?" Ron said calmly, "Are you bargaining with me? There are still many pirates below. If you don't want to say, I don't mind killing you and asking other people. I think there must be someone who is willing to answer my question." While speaking, Luo Xie folded his fingers and pointed towards the center of the opponent's eyebrows. "No, I said. The Zhanshuo pirate looked at the approaching index finger, his pupils constricted violently, cold sweat broke out quickly, and he yelled hastily. Luo 2.0 Wei stopped his finger, but didn't let it go. He just looked at the other party coldly, as if he would click on it again as soon as the other party said something that dissatisfied him. Seeing this situation, the Zhanshuo pirate dared not think about anything else, and quickly said, "The Emperor Alliance is a pirate alliance composed of 7 pirate groups, and the Dragon Pirate Group 1 belonged to is one of them. Also, how many people are there in this alliance, and how is their strength?" Luo Wei asked immediately with a flash of light in his eyes. Every pirate group has at least 1,000 people. As for the strength, among the 7 pirate captains, 3 have a bounty of more than 100 million berry, and the other 4 have 80 to 90 million berry. The robust pirate hesitated for a moment, but after seeing Luo Wei's cold gaze, he was frightened and hurriedly answered. Chapter 119. Changing the course, second change. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Hearing what the other party said, Luo Wei felt a little pleasantly surprised. When he heard the alliance mentioned by the other party just now, he had some guesses, suspected that it was an alliance formed by pirates, and that's why he specifically arrested the other party for careful questioning. Thousands of pirates plus 7 pirate captains with a bounty of around 100 million will undoubtedly be a big wave of crime points. Even obtaining original sin points is not impossible. Luo Wei is naturally tempted. Is your Emperor alliance scattered or do you have specific strongholds? Usually, This is usually dispersed, but recently for some reasons, they are preparing to gather together to discuss things. Oh, for what reason? It is the captain of the most powerful Gary pirates in the alliance who said that he has important matters to discuss, so he called all the pirates to gather. I really don't know the specifics. I was not with our captain when I heard the news. Just got the 09 notice from the captain. Then where is the place where your alliance gathers? Do you have any specific coordinates or locations? I don't know the exact location, but I have the life paper of our captain on me. If you want to go, my lord, I'm willing to donate the life paper to you. As Luo Wei continued to ask questions, Zhanshuo pirate seemed to have noticed something, and said with a flattering smile. Advertisement. Although the life paper is common in the New World, it does not mean that it is only available in the New World. In the grand line of magnetic chaos, the life paper is also an excellent tool for identifying directions and finding others. Although I don't know what the plan of the person in front of me is, but it is still the most important thing to keep my own life. The strong pirate is a standard pirate, so he naturally knows how to choose. Okay. Give me the life paper, I can let you go. Luo Wei slowly lowered his fingers, released the restraint on the opponent, and only maintained the thought power to keep him suspended in the air, said lightly. Thank you, sir. I'll give it to you. Zhanshuo pirate was overjoyed, and after realizing that his body could move, he quickly took out the Vice Admiral life paper from the pocket, and handed it to Luo Wei respectfully. Taking the paper of life and laying it flat on the palm of his hand, Luo Wei stared at it, and immediately saw the paper of life sliding in one direction like a corner of the paper. After confirming that there was no problem with the life paper, Luo Wei put it in his pocket with confidence. Okay. You can go. His eyes fell on the strong pirate on the opposite side again, Luo Wei said calmly with his usual expression, and at the same time dispelled the last thought power on the opponent. As soon as the thought power disappeared, the strong pirate's complexion changed drastically, and he quickly fell towards the sea below amidst exclamations. Advertisement. With a flick of the fingers, a strand of condensed thought power immediately flew out like sword energy, like lightning. The strong pirate had not yet fallen into the sea, his head was pierced by the sharp thought power. A hole was left. The corpse hit the surface of the sea, and with the muffled sound, it also splashed waves of waves. I said I would let you go, but I didn't say I wouldn't kill you. Muttering in a low voice, Luo Wei indifferently fired one bullet after another to kill the remaining pirates on the sea. When Luo Wei was interrogating the Zhanshuo pirates, some pirates took advantage of this to escape, but even after swimming 100 meters, the bullets came in a flash, and they did not escape Luo Wei's attack range at all. After a while, apart from the wreckage of the ship, there was no living pirate on the sea, only floating corpses remained. Flying in the air, after finishing off the last pirate, Luo Wei returned without a pause to the moonlight that stopped sailing after he left. The moonlight set sail again, but the route was changed. Now that you have encountered it, you can't miss it, and the new route is moving in the direction of the obtained life paper. The Alliance of Emperors. I hope you don't let me down. Standing at the bow of the ship, feeling the sea breeze blowing in front of him, Luo Wei's eyes were deep. Advertisement. The Emperor's alliance formed by thousands of pirates, a force that is enough to scare ordinary people, is not enough to deter Luo Wei. On the contrary, Luo Wei is looking forward to this alliance of emperors very much, looking forward to them being able to bring him a lot of evil points, and even original sin points. In order to seize the time and not miss the gathering of the Emperor Alliance, Luo Wei even urged his mind to push the ship so that its speed soared to the limit, constantly breaking through the waves ahead. While advancing, Luo Wei also checked the harvest of evil points. The result is still very good. Although he didn't get the original sin value, he also gained more than 3,000 evil points after killing the pirate fleet just now, making the evil point 737 break through the 10,000 level. Luo Wei now still has 1 point of original sin, that is, if other powers need to consume original sin points like swordsmanship to upgrade to the 7th level, then he only needs to obtain more than 10,000 sin points, which is enough to upgrade the second power to 7 order. If the Alliance of Emperors can be successfully resolved, then more than 10,000 evil points will not be a problem at all, and even enough to accumulate the evil points needed to upgrade the 4th power of the main server. But the key is to get the original sin value, otherwise it will be the same as I guessed, then without the original sin value, even if you get more evil points, you may not be able to upgrade smoothly. He asked Hobak to bring himself a beach chair, and Luo Wei lay on it while recuperating with his eyes closed, while thinking about the value of original sin. Using the power of thought to drive the speed of the boat will naturally not cause consumption of physical strength, especially for a long time, it will be a very heavy burden on physical strength. Even though Luo Wei's current physical fitness is not what it used to be, he still needs to cultivate enough, otherwise, once his physical strength is exhausted and he encounters enemies, he will inevitably fall into a troublesome situation. ***. 30%. Chapter 120 Pirates Gather, 3rd. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. On a certain deserted island, there are a large number of ships docked on one side of the coast, and all kinds of skull flags are flying on the masts of each ship, all of which show that these ships are pirate ships. If you look down from a high place, you will definitely find that there are teams of pirates patrolling the coasts of this deserted island. Warn me up. The captains are discussing important matters right now. Once you find an unidentified ship approaching, don't hesitate to shoot and sink it. I said that this is a bit too cautious. This is a desert island. How can anyone come here? It's better to be careful. Haven't you noticed that we are often chased by Marines recently? 17. I heard from the captain about this matter. It seems that our alliance was discovered by Marine, and Marine may want to deal with us. Ha 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 ha. There is nothing to be afraid of. If Marine wants to chase us, then kill them directly. And the more Marine targets us, the more powerful our Emperor alliance is. Even Marine feels it. Fear. This is one of the patrolling pirate teams on the coast. While patrolling back and forth in the area they are in charge of, a dozen pirates are laughing and chatting with each other. Similar words also appeared among the pirates in charge of other coastal areas, and these pirates in charge of coastal patrols are not a single pirate group, but members of 7 pirate groups. Advertisement. Just the number of pirates responsible for patrolling the coast is roughly estimated to be 2,000 to 3,000 people, and the number of pirates on the island is even more. Outside a valley inside the deserted island, one can see a pirate named as Unruly or Vicious. The number is close to 5,000, forming a circle after circle of defense circles outside the valley. In the valley, there are also hundreds of pirates surrounding the cut stone table, and there are 7 people sitting around the stone table. They are the captains of the 7 pirate groups on the island. Brother Gary, why did you choose to gather in such a remote place? At least find a town, otherwise you won't even be able to see a woman. Just because you talk a lot of nonsense and want a woman, Lousy will give you 100 next time. Let's talk about business now. Brother Gary, you summoned us this time. Do you have something to explain? 6 pirate captains sat on both sides of the stone table, and the one sitting in the main seat was a burly man with a brown beard tied into 2 braids. After making jokes, the 6 captains of the pirates focused their attention on the burly man sitting on the main seat. He is the most powerful captain of the Gary pirates among the 7 pirates of the Emperor's alliance. Gary. Although when the alliance of emperors was formed, in order not to cause conflicts, the 7 captains were not classified as high or low, but Gary, who is the most powerful, is undoubtedly the one with the greatest voice among them. Gary's eyes were deep, and he said slowly, the purpose of calling everyone here this time is actually to discuss the future development of our Emperor alliance. Advertisement. It is said that the 6 pirate captains all have different bodies, some have twinkling eyes, and some are staring closely at Gary. Gary looked around at everyone, and said in a deep voice, you must have noticed that Marine has been following our Emperor alliance recently. As far as I am concerned, the number of Marines chasing me has become more and more frequent, and the intensity is also increasing. Over the sky. The most recent time was to dispatch a rear admiral from the headquarters. If it wasn't for my strength, which delayed the opponent's actions and gave my subordinates a chance to capture prisoners, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to come here now. Hearing this, one of the 6 pirate captains couldn't help but nodded and said, Brother Gary is right. This is also the case here. Those damn Marines will appear every 2 or 3 days now once. It's just annoying. Me too. In just half a month, my pirate group lost more than 200 people. If Brother Gary hadn't contacted me, I would have taken my brothers to find a place to avoid the limelight. I thought it was just me. It turns out that everyone is in the same situation. Damn, it seems that Marine is really eyeing us. Following the beginning, the other pirate captains couldn't sit still anymore. They were obviously being chased by the same intensity as Marine. Some slapped the table angrily, some had solemn expressions, and some were full of worry. One of the pirate captains with a dragon tattoo on his face said with an ugly face, you are all fine. This time I came here, because I had other things to deal with before, so I came here separately from my deputy Captain Barlow, but now I have lost contact with him for a whole day, and I suspect that he was most likely attacked by Marine. Backquote, there is such a thing. It should not be such a coincidence. Could it be that Barlow's side was delayed by other things? Advertisement. Osmond, are you telling the truth? The pirate captain with the dragon tattoo on his face is the captain of the dragon pirates. His words immediately aroused the suspicion of the other pirate captains. Even Gary was surprised and hurriedly asked. Osmond sighed. Brother Gary, this is not a good thing. How could I make fun of this kind of thing? And I know Barlow very well. Even if he is really delayed by something, I will definitely find a way to contact him. Could it be that they really met Marine? How many people did Barlow bring with him? Although I left with 2/3 of the staff, there are at least 500 or 600 people around him. Accidents happen to so many people. And the Nuos didn't even have a chance to contact you. If Marine did it, it must be a fleet. The other pirate captains began to talk about each other, which also made the atmosphere more oppressive and dignified. Although it didn't happen to me, but thinking about the recent movement of Marine, the experience of the dragon pirates has also brought a warning to other pirate captains, making them feel more uneasy and sad. Hee. Is this scary? Isn't it normal for pirates to be chased by Marine? As long as there is enough power, then no matter how many people Marine sends, they will just die, and even Marine will give birth fear. In the camp of the Gary pirates behind Gary, there was a sudden burst of laughter, followed by the pirates hurriedly parting the way, and several figures who were either rebellious or proud came out. Chapter 121 The Crusher Pirates 4th. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. The person who spoke was the leader. This person had a bristling triangular blue hair and a scar that formed an X on his cheek. The whole person looked rebellious and cold. At the same time, no matter it was the blue-haired man or the few people following him, they all exuded a terrifying aura, as if they were not human beings, but vicious beasts at the top of the food chain. Except for Gary, the other 6 pirate captains looked in astonishment. At the same time, the terrifying aura emanating from the blue-haired man and the others shocked the hearts of those who had been fighting for a long time and hurriedly stood up with a look of guard. Seeing this scene, the blue-haired man and others sneered, and one of them looked at the pirate captains with contempt and said, "Why are you so nervous? We want to kill you. Do you think you can stop it?" The faces of the 6 pirate captains suddenly became ugly, but they were stunned immediately, because they saw that Gary, who was sitting in the main seat, silently stepped aside, and then let the blue-haired man in the lead, bold and the grandiose, sits down. "Brother Gary, you." Osmond looked at this scene in disbelief. Under his influence, Gary is not only the strongest among them, but also has an extremely domineering style. Just like the name of their alliance, it was taken by Gary, which means to become the emperor among the pirates. But the scene in front of him was completely different from the domineering Gary he remembered, so much so that he couldn't believe it. Several other people also reacted similarly, and they all watched this scene in shock. Advertisement. Let me introduce to you, this is Mr. Terrence, who has a bounty of more than 400 million berry, and is also the deputy captain of the Crusher Pirates from New World. And these 4, they are also the captains of the Crusher Pirates, and none of them has a reward of less than 100 million berry. Gary, who stood beside the blue-haired man respectfully like a human being, looked around at the pirate captains, and said in a deep voice, "Smasher pirates." Several pirate captains subconsciously looked at the blue-haired man and the people behind him. Yes, the Crusher Pirates are a big pirate force in New World. Captain Locke even once competed with Roger for the throne of One Piece. I'm not afraid to scare you if I can't say it. Lord Locke's bounty is 700 million AJFA, 50 million berry, a powerful existence that Marine dare not provoke at will. Gary continued. But what does this have to do with us? Why did they appear here? A pirate ship looked at the blue-haired man and the others with apprehension, and then questioned. Gary was about to explain, but was interrupted by Terrence, who was sitting on the main seat, raising his hand. He glanced at several pirate captains, and said with a very flamboyant smile, "Isn't this very simple, because Gary has already joined our pirate group, and you, now only have 2 choices, either join us like Gary, or be beaten to death by us here." What? The pirate captains all showed expressions of shock and anger. At the same time, the surrounding pirates raised their swords and guns, aiming at the blue-haired man and the others, as if they would immediately attack. Seeing the reactions of several people, Terrence's face darkened, and Senhan's murderous intent immediately appeared in his eyes. Swish swish swish. Almost at the same time, the 4 Crusher pirate team leaders behind him suddenly disappeared in place, and appeared next to the pirate captains in the blink of an eye. Advertisement. Boom. Boom. Punches, kicks and sweeps. The pirate captains didn't even have time to react, their bodies were violently attacked, or they groaned in pain, or screamed, flew out, and fell to the surroundings. Captain. Boss. Damn. Kill them. The pirates who belonged to the 6 pirate groups turned pale with fright, and then rushed forward to help, some even roared and killed the captains of the Crusher Pirates. Boom boom boom. The team leaders of the 4 Crusher Pirates reacted quickly, and they immediately rushed towards the pirates rushing around. Not only did their fists burst out with powerful force, but armament hockey also appeared on their bodies, ready to shoot bullets, or the swords that come at him are all powerful. With one punch, the flying pirates knocked back dozens of pirates behind like cannonballs, or drew their swords and slashed horizontally, and the sharp light of the sword easily cut off the heads of the surrounding pirates. Blood spraying, screaming again and again. Facing the siege of hundreds of pirates, the 4 Smasher pirate team leaders seemed to be in a herd of sheep, and none of them could resist it. Don't stop. Do you want to die? Whoever dares to step forward, Lousy will skin him alive. With a frightened look on his face, Gary grabbed the flintlock gun of a pirate beside him, and yelled while shooting into the sky. Advertisement. The pirates didn't know whether they were intimidated by Gary, or they were frightened by the strength of the 4 Crusher pirate team leaders, so they quickly retreated, not daring to take a step forward. A paradise is a paradise. Is there even one who can fight? Vice Captain, are you sure you want to recruit these trash? In just a short while of kung fu fighting, dozens of corpses were left on the ground. One of the Smasher pirate team leaders threw away the broken neck pirate in his hand, licked the corner of his mouth bloodthirsty, and turned his head towards cried Terrence. Ahem. You bastards, lousy die. At this moment, the captains of the pirates, who were injured in varying degrees of severity, got up in embarrassment. Among them, Osmond, the captain of the Dragon Pirates, was even more ashamed and furious, roaring and rushing towards the nearest captain. Go, and punch and bang. The captain seemed to have eyes in the back, and one side of his body avoided Osmond's fist, and then grabbed Osmond's head and pressed it hard to the ground. Boom. The violent impact directly caused the ground to vibrate. Amidst the screams, Osmond knocked out a crater several meters in size, and at the same time his whole body was lying in it with his face covered in blood. So strong. Damn, these are so fishy. The Crusher Pirates. Are these the New World Pirates? The scene of Osmond being instantly killed directly caused the pupils of the other pirate captains to shrink. They were planning to fight back just now, but Osmond's fiasco directly shocked them. Chapter 122 Annexation and Changes First Update. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. You are quite courageous. You dare to resist. If it weren't for the fact that you are still useful, I would kill you right now. Get out. The captain who pushed Osmond on the ground sneered and stood up, then unceremoniously kicked Osmond away, causing him to roll and land in front of the rest of the pirate captains. The two pirate captains hurriedly helped Osmond up, but neither they nor the lifted Osmond dared to step forward, and they all looked at the members of the Crusher Pirates uncertainly. How about it? Do you feel it? This world is far bigger than you imagined. Your strength is not worth mentioning in front of our Crusher Pirates. If I want to kill you, I can do it with one hand. Terence slowly stood up from the stone bench, glanced coldly at the pirate captains, and then his right hand suddenly turned into a sharp claw-like metal casting, and ruthlessly grabbed the stone table in front of him. Chi 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 chi. The stone table, which was 10 meters long and several meters wide, instantly turned into several sections, and at the same time, deep cracks like claw marks were torn on the ground, each of which was more than 20 meters long. What a terrible attack. Is this the ability of Devil Fruit? Such an attack might tear me apart in an instant. The gap is too big. This person's strength is much more terrifying than anyone I have ever seen. The terrible tearing between the stone table and the ground immediately made the pirate captains gasp, and looked at Terence with horror on their faces. Advertisement. Ahem, have you seen it? This is Lord Terence's power. The first half of the Grand Line is actually just a paradise in the eyes of New World colleagues. Hasn't our alliance been targeted by Marine recently? But if we join the Crusher Pirates, not only will we be able to enter the New World smoothly, but we won't have to fear the pursuit of Marine in the future. Think about it now. Whether you are going to continue to be chased by the Marine until the entire army is wiped out, or enter the New World like me to gain stronger power. After being intimidated by Terence's force, Gary stepped forward with a wink and said loudly. At the same time, when he swept across the terrifying claw marks on the ground, he couldn't help being secretly startled. Although he had already seen the terrifying power of the other party when he was found by the other party, but seeing it again now, he still has lingering fears. He used to always think that he was the strongest among the pirates, but in front of such a terrifying power, his previous thoughts seemed very ridiculous, but at the same time, such power also made him yearn for it. The pirate captains fell silent. Suddenly Osmond wiped off the blood on his face, and said with burning eyes, Brother Gary, what do you mean by gaining stronger power? Hee. New World has a power called Hockey, which is no less powerful than Devil Fruit. As long as you are willing to join us, you will have the opportunity to master this power when you enter New World. Gary said in a deep voice. Really? If so, then I would like to join the Crusher Pirates. Obviously suffered the most injuries, but Osmond was the first to set an example and went directly to Gary and the others. There was a faint smile in Gary's eyes, and he made eye contact with Osmond, who was walking towards him, and then they stood together as if nothing had happened. If he wants to merge the entire alliance into the Crusher Pirates, even though Gary is the most powerful among the captains, he will not be unprepared. Advertisement. Osmond seemed to have the most intense reaction at the beginning, but in fact he had already been contacted by Gary, which served as that important breakthrough. At the same time, even though he seems to be seriously injured, in fact, they are just superficial injuries, because Terence and the others have also received Gary's advance explanation. Facts have proved that Gary's advance arrangements are very effective. Under Osmond's example, the other pirate captains who were still hesitating were moved. I'm joining too. Please take care of Lord Terence in the future. And me, since there is an opportunity to become stronger, I don't want to miss it. Count me in. Soon, the remaining 5 pirate captains also stepped forward one by one, choosing to join the Smasher Pirates. 0. Seeking Flowers 0. Very good, your choice is correct. From now on you will be a member of our Crusher Pirates, and when you return to New World, all of you can learn hockey. Terence laughed flamboyantly. Although the pirates in Paradise are not as good as New World, that is because they lack the baptism of New World. As long as they can survive in the cruel environment, their strength is enough to be fully improved. Moreover, the number of pirates in the Emperor's alliance is as many as several thousand, and the merger of such a force into the Crusher Pirates is enough to greatly expand the power of the pirates. The captain is still smart. Other pirate groups look down on the pirates in Paradise, but they don't know that many pirates in New World are also from Paradise, even if there are none in the end. This time I came to Paradise to make money. Terence was all smiles. 0.00. Advertisement. Seeing that the captains seemed to have reached an agreement, the pirates in the valley also breathed a sigh of relief. As for the people who died before, this is the life of the pirates, and life and death have long been meaningless. Terence was very satisfied with this trip to the paradise, but just when he was about to continue talking, a sudden change occurred. Exclamation mark, exclamation mark, exclamation mark, exclamation mark. Violent and dense artillery sounds came from far and near, and under the violent explosion, the valley was faintly shaking. What's the matter? Where did the cannon come from? The sound of the artillery seems to be coming from the coast, and it's from more than one direction. Such a fierce bombardment, could it be that there are hundreds of cannons bombarding it? What? It's not good, boss. The brothers patrolling the coast have sent news that there are a large number of Marines approaching us. Gary and the others looked out of the valley in surprise, and at this moment, among the crowd, several pirates holding phone bugs that were in the connected state changed their expressions drastically, shouted towards their captain. What? Why is there a Marine? What the hell is going on here? Damn it, it turned out to be a Marine. Send an order to prevent the Marines from landing. Exclamation mark quote. The faces of the pirate captains changed slightly, and they hurriedly shouted orders to their subordinates in shock and anger. Chapter 123 Marine Lineup, Second Update. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Interesting. Deputy Captain, it looks like they are really being targeted by Marine. A captain of the Crusher pirates watched the panicked scene with interest, not only didn't get nervous, but instead laughed at Terence. The same was true for the other few people, who were not afraid of being surrounded by Marines at all, but rather eager to try. It depends on the situation, but I don't know which level of combat power Marine has dispatched this time. If it is too weak, it will be boring. Terence smiled lightly, and then looked at Gary and the others. What are you panicking about? You all belong to our Crusher pirates now. What are you afraid of if you don't mobilize your manpower to prepare for the battle? Today I will show you what 763 is. That's real power. Seeing the panicked people, Terence immediately scolded in displeasure, and then strode out of the valley full of rebellious strides. Now I have some fun. I have been in the park for so long and my body is a little rusty. Next, I should be able to say that I have a good time to move around. I hope there are some powerful characters in Marine, otherwise it would be too boring. Would you like to compare who kills more Marines? Bet on the next looted treasure. Whoever wins will get the treasure that other people get. Advertisement. Sounds interesting, count me in. The four Smasher pirate team leaders followed closely behind, even laughing and chatting with each other relaxedly while walking. Gary and the others were stunned when they saw this scene. When they realized it, they were immediately refreshed. Yes, they have now joined the new world's great pirate force, and Marine has nothing to fear. What are you still doing in a daze? Hurry up and keep up. This time we want to let Marine feel the power of our pirates. Well said, not to mention a few adults, we have more than 7,000 people in total. Get ready to fight. Today we will have a showdown with Marine. Tell them with our strength, we pirates are the masters of this sea. The pirate captains seemed to be encouraged, and all of them regained their composure. At the same time, they also showed the pirates' ferocious nature, leading their subordinates to leave the valley with a smile. On the sea around the deserted island, fortified warships were rapidly approaching the coast, and the equipped cannons also burst out with fire, bombing the pirates on the coast. Boom boom boom. Cannonballs flew down on the coast one after another, and the violent explosions continuously blasted billowing dust. At the same time, the pirates in this area were either directly killed by the blast, or were blown away screaming. Advertisement. There are 10 small warships, 5 medium-sized warships, and 1 large warship in the warships surrounding the deserted island. In terms of troop strength, small warships can carry 200 troops, medium warships can carry 500 troops, and large warships can carry about 1,000 troops. As the pirate captains of the Emperor's Alliance said at the beginning, Marine has indeed noticed their existence. At this time, in order to wipe out the Emperor Alliance, Marine dispatched more than 5,000 people in terms of basic forces, not to mention general-level combat forces. On the coast of the deserted island, although there are patrol teams from various pirate groups, it is obviously not enough to face the bombardment of powerful warships. Counterattack. The order from the captain must prevent Marine from landing. Fire the cannon and sink Marine's ship. The ammunition is loaded, and the captains are already coming. Once Marine lands, launch an attack immediately. The roars kept coming and going, and the pirates naturally would not sit still, or find movable artillery, and bombard the warships approaching the sea, or hide in a safe area and prepare to fight the Marine. Marine's fleet is not concentrated, but scattered all over the coast of the deserted island. The purpose is to prevent the pirates from having a chance to escape. Advertisement. Attacking from the east coast is the only large warship in the Marine fleet. At the bow position, there are 2 tall figures standing coldly looking at the counterattack sea on the front coast. Vice Admiral of Dalmatia, the 7 pirate captains of the Emperor's Alliance, all offer rewards of around 100 million berry, and among them, Perk Gary of the Gary Pirates has the highest bounty and is the strongest, and what will happen later if you want to fight, why don't you let me deal with him? The tall figure who was halfway behind asked for instructions solemnly. This person wears a Rear Admiral cloak of justice on his shoulders, a porous horn mask on his face, and a huge Zancha knife in his right hand, looking extremely oppressive. Bastiu Rear Admiral, I can understand your desire to eliminate the leader of the pirates, but the other captains of the pirates also can't relax. Although they are only the first half of the pirates, they are the best in this sea area after all. The school officers dispatched this time are still young, and they need a backbone like you to command them. The tall figure in the front waved his hands. He has a burly body, a cloak of justice on his shoulders, and his military rank is vice admiral. Dalmisia turned around when he said that, looked at Bastio with a smile, and said, as for Perk Gary, I'll take care of him, and I will arrest this villain as quickly as possible. Bastio nodded and said, what Dalmisia vice admiral said is that I didn't think carefully. When the 0.9 fights, I will take good care of those young people. The future of Marine is still the younger generation. Smoker is a rare Logia ability user, Drake is an ancient ability user, and Hina and others. These young people can be said to have great potential. Although it is important to destroy the Emperor pirates, but we must also ensure that these young people will not die young. Dalmisia nodded. Marine's dispatch this time can be said not only to wipe out the pirate cancer of the Emperor's alliance, but also to hone the new generation. In addition to the elite troops of more than 5,000 people, 2 people were dispatched at the general level, and they were not Commodore level figures, but the more experienced and stronger headquarters rear admiral and a headquarters vice admiral. Chapter 124 Arrival and Landing on the Island 3rd. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. As for the new generation, it can be said that they are coming out in full force. For example, Smoker and X. Drake, who graduated from the elite training camp and held the rank of major, are now colonels of the headquarters. There are also Hina, Shun, Berrygood and others who are slightly inferior to the previous 2, but they are also the backbone of the new generation, with the rank of lieutenant colonel in the headquarters. What's more, there are outstanding newcomers who have graduated from the elite training camp within half a year, just like Ain and Bins who won the rank of captain after graduation. To put it bluntly, if the new generation forces dispatched by Marine this time do not die prematurely, they will definitely become the various high-level generals of Marine in the future. It is not an exaggeration to describe the lineup as luxurious. Although there are a lot of pirates scattered around the coast, they obviously cannot stop Marine's landing in the face of Marine's attack. In the roar of artillery fire, warships can be seen sailing into the coast from all directions on the deserted island of 09, and then a large number of Marines charged down from the warships, fighting fiercely with the remaining pirates on the coast. Among them, the most outstanding and aggressive group of people is undoubtedly the new generation of Marines like Smoker. Being young means being energetic. Fighting against pirates will not only make these new generation forces fearless, but each of them is very brave, and the attacking pirates are retreating steadily. The sea surface around the deserted island returned to calm after Marine successfully landed. About an hour later, suddenly from one side, the shadow of a ship appeared, approaching the desert island at an astonishing speed like a speedboat. Advertisement. Is it here? If not, there will be some trouble. Looking at the island that was getting closer and closer ahead, Luo Wei standing on the bow focused his eyes, and then looked down at the life paper with signs of burning on the edge of his hand. The burning of the life paper means that the owner of the life paper has been injured, and once it is completely burned, it means that the owner of the life paper has died. The life paper in Luo Wei's hand is naturally the life paper of the captain of the Dragon Pirates. Not long ago, there were signs of burning on its edge. Although the signs of burning are not great, it is always a bad situation. Luo Wei is naturally not worried about the owner of the life paper, but because he is afraid that the life paper will be burned and he will not be able to find the gathering place of the Emperor Alliance. Could it be internal strife? Luo Wei was a little distracted thinking that the life paper showed signs of burning. Pirates, even if they are alliances, it is impossible to be kind. Internal strife is definitely a normal thing. Luo Wei now only hopes that the other party will not really die before he finds the other party, and also hopes that the island in front of him is the place where the Alliance of Emperors gathers. Boom boom boom. At a fast speed, the moonlight quickly approached the island in front, but at the same time, the sound of shelling was faintly heard from the depths of the island. Advertisement. Marine's warship. Wait, there are so many corpses on the coast, and there are traces of shelling. The sound of gunfire from the depths of the island aroused Luo Wei's surprise. At the same time, as the moonlight approached the island, a medium-sized warship docked on the coast also came into his sight, and the corpses and explosion marks all over the coast were also very striking. Surprise immediately turned into a frown. Luo Wei's eyes flickered strangely, and thoughts flashed through his mind. The island in front of you is the direction in which the paper of life is moving, then there are also Marines' warships and the remains left by the bombardment. Luo Wei's eyes quickly scanned the corpses on the shore, most of them were in strange clothes, and a small number of corpses were wearing Marine uniforms. Could it be that this is really the place where the Alliance of Emperors gathered? And it was surrounded by Marines. Luo Wei thought thoughtfully. If this is the case, should I still make a move? The battle here has obviously been happening for a while, although it seems that it is not over yet. Luo Wei pondered in his heart, and finally looked at the thick smoke rising from the depths of the island due to the bombardment. Forget it, let's go up and have a look, it's already here anyway. After a short thought, Luo Wei's eyes flickered slightly. On the one hand, it took a lot of energy to come here, and it was a bit depressing to leave without doing anything. On the other hand, he also planned to confirm the specific situation on the island. In any case, he has been favored by Marine for more than 2 years in the elite training camp. Even if he paid back for preventing the internship ship attack from happening, if the situation is not good for Marine, he will still help. Advertisement. As for whether he will be exposed, although I don't know how Marine will deal with the follow-up of his departure, but he has changed his appearance now. As long as he pays attention to the use of the Nianian fruit, the possibility of exposure is still very small. Driven by the power of thoughts, the moonlight soon came to the coast, and at the same time, Luo Wei also found Perona, who was hiding in the room and was lazy. Hey, is this the sound of artillery? What's going on with this small island? Could it be that there was a war here? After coming out, Perona was also attracted by the sound of artillery from the depths of the island and the large number of corpses on the coast, and said in amazement. You don't have to worry about the specifics. Now I'm going to the island to check the situation. Before I come back, you have to guard the boat, you know. Luo Wei didn't explain much, but told the other party. Perona's attention was immediately distracted. She curled her lips, and said, I knew it would be a good thing for you to find me. That's all right, isn't it? Just guarding the boat, I'm sure there will be no problem. As for escaping by boat while Luo Wei was away, she really hadn't thought about it, and Luo Wei was also not worried about it. You must know that among the 3 people on board, he has always been in charge of navigation matters. It's not how hardworking he is, it's all because Perona and Hobak are nautical idiots. Even if they are given pointers or permanent pointers, they don't have the ability to navigate the sea. Then I'll leave it to you. No more hesitation. Luo Wei flew out of the deck with a leap, and then without waiting to land, he urged his thoughts to fly into the air and quickly swept towards the depths of the island. Chapter 125 Reversal of the battle situation 4th. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. The trees below retreated quickly, and while Luo Wei was flying to the depths of the island, he activated the field of mind to perceive the direction of the bombardment. Sure enough, they are still fighting, and there are still a lot of people. Hey, the performance of these abilities could be. The invisible perception quickly spread to the deep area of the island, allowing Luo Wei to detect the general situation. He didn't care at first, but when he sensed certain situations, an unexpected expression appeared on his face. His eyes flickered slightly, and he immediately increased the urging of his thoughts, so that the flying speed increased sharply, passing the forest at a faster speed, and approaching the depths of the island. Boom boom boom. Amidst the violent bombardment, pits were blasted out of the ground, causing the pirates and marines within the explosion range to scream and die. The feather threshold. On the battlefield that had already been blasted into scorched earth by shells, marines and pirates could be seen fighting together everywhere. One of the figures with long pink hair moved vigorously, with 2 jade arms extending out of fence-like iron branches, towards the surrounding pirates. Swipe quickly. All the pirates who were swept by the fence-like iron branches were all wrapped around the iron bars, and then they could only struggle and roll in shock and anger. Damn it, it's this kind of ability again, shoot and attack her from a distance. Rewind, don't let her touch your body, or we will be caught too. Advertisement. Kill her quickly, as long as you kill her, these strange iron bars will disappear. Roaring and cursing came one after another. Although many pirates were trapped by iron bars and could not move, there were still many pirates around, and they continued to attack ferociously. There was a lot of gunfire, and several pirates were shooting with their guns, and the bullets shot out with the fire. Hina is so tired, but you have to rest after defeating the pirates. Under the highly concentrated battle, the burden on physical strength is very heavy. Even though he avoided the pirates' shooting, Shin could still see Hina's panting breath and Xiong Yang's delicate face. Kill. There was no time to breathe, and several pirates rushed to Hina quickly, roaring and slashing wildly with their knives. Boom. Hina was startled, and just when she was about to dodge, suddenly, a spiral of white smoke quickly extended, engulfing the pirates who attacked her and blasting them away. Looking along the source of the white smoke, there is a tall man with 2 cigars in his mouth. This man is Smoker. Although he is a supporter, Smoker's condition is actually not very good. Not only is he sweating, but he also has several bloody knife wounds on his body. Court death. There was a snarl mixed with a trace of anger, and opposite Smoker, the pirate who was fighting him rushed out, slashing fiercely with a sharp knife light. Not good. Advertisement. Smoker's complexion changed, and he hurriedly turned into white smoke and scattered in all directions, avoiding the tearing of the slash by elementalization in advance. The pirate fighting Smoker is one of the captains of the Crusher pirates. He has narrow eyes and a mouth full of sharp teeth like a beast. Jung. The slash failed, and the terrifying light of the knife tore the ground into long cracks, but the captain of the pirate quickly changed the direction of the knife, but the blade slashed between lightning and flint, and cut through one of the scattered white smoke. A muffled groan sounded, and the white smoke quickly gathered several meters away, revealing Smoker's main body, and at the same time, one could see a deep knife mark on his right leg. Do you really think that with the ability of Logia, you are invincible? Bah. The pirate captain sneered a few times, spat at his feet with disdain, and then raised his knife murderously. Marine, you have successfully angered me. Next, I will let you feel the fear of death. Both legs erupted with strong strength, and within a sprint, the pirate captain flew in front of Smoker, holding knives in both hands, and violently slashed at the head. Damn it! Smoker endured the island on his body, and angrily waved the 10-hand block made by Seastone in his hand. Bang! The violent collision reverberated, and a whirlwind visible to the naked eye rolled up from where the two were, and radiated around, causing large pieces of soil where it passed to crack and fly. Although he is one of the strongest members of the new generation of Marine and possesses the rare Logia ability, he is still far behind in the face of the captain of the great pirate force from the New World, Smoker. The ferocious slashing force made Smoker's legs bend immediately. Not only the soles of his feet sank into the mud, but he also retreated backward in a panic that was irresistible. Advertisement. Drink. The murderous roar kept echoing, and the captain of the pirate launched an extremely fierce offensive. The light of the knife kept slashing, and Smoker retreated steadily, and even added several stab wounds to his body. Under the fierce resistance, Smoker was not only extremely aggrieved, but also became more and more restless in his heart. Damn it, the intelligence department actually made such a major mistake. If it wasn't for these pirates from New World, but for the Emperor Alliance, how could this operation have fallen into such a predicament? Smoker roared in his heart. But it's no wonder he does. It can be said that this action to exterminate the Emperor's alliance was a well-planned plan. As long as everything goes well, the Emperor's alliance will definitely be completely destroyed. But the appearance of the Crusher pirates directly messed up Marine's plan, and even reversed the situation, turning the pirates overwhelming Marine. Although Terrence and the four captains were the real high-level fighters of the Crusher pirates who entered the Paradise this time, they also brought hundreds of New World pirates with them. The Pirates of Paradise and the Pirates of New World are completely at two levels. The power generated by hundreds of pirates of the Crusher pirates is enough to compare with the pirates of the Emperor Alliance several times. Not to mention Terrence and the four captains, the weakest of them is not inferior to the Commodore of the Marine headquarters, and the strongest Terrence has the strength comparable to the top headquarters Vice Admiral. Just like the current situation on the battlefield is auspicious. Not only Smoker, but all those with outstanding strength on Marine's side encountered fierce battles from members of the Crusher pirates. Chapter 126 The Battle of the Dangerous Situation First Update. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Roar. With two thick claws propped on the ground, he activated his Devil Fruit ability, and Drake, who had turned into an Allosaurus, opened his mouth and let out a roar, trying to bite the leader of the Crusher pirates who was fighting him. Boom. The team leader of the Crusher pirates reacted very quickly. Not only was he not overwhelmed by the Allosaurus transformed by Drake, but he quickly avoided the big mouth that was bitten off, and then kicked the Allosaurus on the neck. Armament Hockey's legs and feet burst out with terrifying power, Drake's mouth sprayed blood, and his huge body couldn't stop the momentum of flying, but he was kicked out tens of meters away. Too weak, Marine, you just missed such a good Devil Fruit calendar. The team leader of the Crusher pirates who landed shook his head showing contempt, and immediately rushed in again. His fists are also covered with Armament Hockey. With his good physical fitness, the strength of each punch is enough to make Drake, who has transformed into an Allosaurus, feel intense pain. Almost the same as Smoker. Even one of the strongest in the new generation of Marine, Drake and the captain of the 150 Smasher Pirates have a big gap in strength. As for the remaining two Smasher Pirate team leaders, they also chose their opponents, and the person they were fighting was none other than Marine's only general, Bastiu. Compared with the battle between Smoker and Drake, the battle on Bastiu's side is more intense. Aha! Advertisement. Amidst the roar of anger, Bastiu slashed out a gigantic flood-severing knife, and the Armament Hockey covered on the blade made the slashing power extremely ferocious. Ding! Boom! On the opposite side, one of the captains of the Crusher pirates froze, and quickly crossed the two knives he held in his hand to block the incoming flood-severing knife, causing sparks to splash and violent roaring echoes. The impact visible to the naked eye erupted, and the ground immediately collapsed, and at the same time, dense cracks spread towards the surroundings. Why did you stop? Aren't you very arrogant just now, saying that you will arrest both of us? At the same time, the collision between fingers and claws was like high-intensity shells colliding, and the air waves radiated towards the surroundings at an incomparably fierce speed, causing large areas of the ground to collapse one after another. Poof! An astonishing sound of collision resounded, and Dalmesia's full-strength blow-to-finger pistol was intercepted, but Terrence blocked it with his left hand that also turned into a sharp claw in an instant. On the other side of the battlefield, there is also an extremely fierce battle going on, and the scale is so huge that it is definitely the most terrifying part of the battlefield. The sharp claws slashed across the void, bursting out terrifying claw marks like slashing waves, and when they landed on the ground, they easily tore apart 20-meter-long cracks. The burly body leaned forward as if drawing a bow and shooting an arrow. Dalmesia raised his index finger with a sharp bony spur and immediately exploded at an astonishing speed, piercing Terrence's face with one finger. Oops, I can't escape. Boom. Advertisement. At this time, when Bastille Ju's power was exhausted and his new power was not born, he had to fight against the blowing fist in a hurry. Let's see who can have the last laugh. This time we are really in big trouble. The Alliance of Emperors has even joined the Crusher Pirates. Now we can only hope that the support will arrive in time. Don't dream, it will only be our Crusher Pirates who will win. Chi 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 chi. Immediately stabilizing his figure, Bastille breathed a little and put the dragon-severing saber horizontally in front of him. His face under the horn mask was full of heaviness. But at this moment, another Crusher Pirates made a move, quickly approached, and punched Bastille violently. Amidst the dull impact, Bastille, who had no time to use more armament hockey, staggered and moved sideways, and he could clearly see the red and swollen fist marks on his resisting arm. In just a split second, Bastille and the two Crusher Pirate team leaders fought fiercely together again, with terrifying slashes and shock wave radiation spreading continuously. When it came to the end, not only did the voice rise sharply, but Bastille also swung the Agdi shark knife again, charging bravely. Damn it, I can defeat these two alone, but now they are teamed up, and I can barely guarantee my own safety. Single quote. Dalmatia's pupils contracted, and he immediately covered armament hockey all over his body, and then crossed his arms in front of him. Advertisement. The captain of the Crusher Pirates obviously couldn't withstand Bastille's slash, his whole body was bent, and then he was slashed and flew more than 10 meters away. Bastille's eyes were sharp, and he shouted coldly, "Don't be too arrogant, mere pirates, you are the ones who don't want to leave alive." Gliding out at a speed beyond the naked eye, as if teleporting, Dalmatia had already arrived in front of Terence, who tore the earth apart when he reappeared. The two Smasher pirate team leaders greeted them without fear, and a strong murderous aura emanated from them. Although he was short of breath and had many bloody scratches on his body, Dalmatia still endured the pain and quickly turned around and stomped on his feet. His complexion changed slightly, and Dalmatia hurriedly backed away, but Terence also changed his move, and quickly swung out the sharp claw of his right hand, making terrible scratches. Dalmatia appeared not far away in time from the area covered by the sharp claw attack. At this time, he had already turned into a half-human half-dog in the dog form of Madara, the fruit of the dog. The huge scratches that made the void make a strong tearing sound bombarded Dalmatia's body, not only making him retreat more than 10 steps in a row, but also bleeding out from his body. The Smasher pirate team leader, who was split into the air, walked back with a big stride. He was not harmed substantially. He stood behind his companion, and both of them looked at Bastille provocatively. Shave. So what about Marine Rear Admiral? The captain and deputy captain even killed your vice admiral. You don't want to leave alive today. Terence's figure was slightly heavy, his feet sank into the mud, but he had a grin on his face. The sharp claws that resisted finger pistol suddenly grabbed Dalmatia's palm. Boom. Chapter 127 Desperate Situation, Second Update. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Just like the original scars on his body, Dalmatia still couldn't completely block the claw marks torn out by Terence even with Armament Hockey's defense and Zone's ability to increase his physique. The Cloak of Justice has long been lost, and several messy rips were added to the exposed suit again, and the flesh inside also showed bloody and deep claw wounds like the wounds on other parts. 6 styles return life. Stopping the retreating figure, the moment the huge claw marks dissipated, Dalmatia immediately relied on subtle muscle control to forcibly seal the claw marks, preventing the blood from continuing to flow. It's pretty good. The Marine Vice Admiral I killed last time can't stop the bleeding from the wound like you, but it just makes you suffer some more pain. Terence, who hardly saw any scars on his body, looked at Dalmatia in admiration at first, but at the end of the day, his face turned into a smile. Swish. When the words fell, his legs burst out with great force, and he shot out like lightning. Not only did he come to the vicinity of Dalmatia in the blink of an eye, but he also waved his sharp claws fiercely. The terrible claw marks were drawn with the momentum of tearing the void. Dalmatia decisively used the shaving to dodge, and the earth was easily torn apart again with cracks. Terence, the vice captain of the Crusher Pirates, who possesses the claw fruit ability, can turn his hands into terrifying claws. But even if I know the opponent's ability, given the difference in strength, I still can't gain the slightest advantage. This time, I really made a serious mistake in the operation to wipe out the Emperor's alliance. Quote. Advertisement. Difficult to deal with the opponent's fierce offensive, Dalmatia's mood sank to the bottom, both angry and annoyed. He is no stranger to the Crusher Pirates. After all, this is a powerful pirate force that is not considered weak in New World. It's just that Dalmatia didn't expect that the Crusher Pirates would have a connection with the Emperor Alliance, and they were also the vice captain of the Crusher Pirates and several captain-level figures. After an hour of fierce fighting, Dalmatia already knew that he was weaker than Terence. If he was the only one, even if he lost, he would still be able to escape. But now he is not the only one fighting. Once he loses his blocking, the rest of Marine, even Bastille can't stop Terence's power. You must persevere. Even if you die, you must wait for the arrival of support. Realizing that he was the only one who could delay Terence, Dalmatia's eyes showed determination. Smoker and the others are the future of Marine. If they die here, it will be an inestimable loss to Marine. As Vice Admiral, how could he allow such a situation to happen? Tempest kick. He was attacked by sharp claws again, and several claw marks were torn on his body, but Dalmesia did not retreat but advanced, struggling to kick Terrence's feet with a fiery slashing wave. This wave of Tempest kick was tens of meters long, no less than that of a swordsman. It was powerful and mighty, rolling up waves of air, as if it contained Dalmesia's determination to fight to the death. Boom, boom. The sharp claw pierced through the air, and the terrible claw marks bombarded the Tempest kick slashing wave. The violent collision caused a deafening roar, and the Tempest kick slashing wave was torn apart in the short moment it resisted. Determination is also difficult to change the disparity in strength. Dalmesia's strength is only at the level of middle-class powerful combat power, while Terrence has reached the level of high-level powerful combat power. Advertisement. After tearing open the Tempest kick slashing wave, the huge claw marks still disappeared, tearing towards Dalmesia. Dalmesia's face changed drastically, but it was difficult to avoid it. When the claw marks landed on his body, he immediately bled again and retreated backwards. Kill. The tyrannical roar echoed in all directions, and ordinary people would have been scared out of their wits by this kind of momentum, but Aang never retreated, and kept repelling the rushing pirates. Around her, pirates approaching triple digits have already fallen, but her physical strength is also close to the limit when she needs to deal with pirate attacks from all directions at all times. 0. Seeking flowers. Bang. A gunshot rang out, and Aang, who blocked the big knife from the opposite pirate with the dagger in his right hand, groaned, but was hit by the bullet on his right shoulder, splashing a flower of blood. The shoulder injury immediately affected Ain's movements, weakening her ability to resist the broadsword. Good chance. The pirate on the opposite side was overjoyed, his eyes flashed fiercely, and the broadsword blocked by the short sword immediately increased its strength, trying to split the female marine in front of her head. 38. Not only that, but several pirates rushed over again quickly, all of them waved their weapons with ferocious expressions, and attacked Aang fiercely. Point 0. Advertisement. Not good. Ain's expression changed, and he immediately endured the pain in his shoulder, swung the dagger in his left hand, and slashed open the throat of the opposite pirate. The pirate who tried to split Ain's eyes widened. He quickly covered his bloody throat, but it was useless. He took a few steps back and fell to the ground. Paper arts. After finishing off one person, Aang quickly moved like catkins, trying to avoid the weapons attacked by other pirates. Pooh. Blood spattered on his left arm, and his physical strength reached the limit. Ain's movements were greatly affected, and he didn't completely dodge. The blade slashed by a pirate hit his arm. She's going to die. Quickly, attack together and completely kill this woman. Eat me again. Ain was injured again, causing the surrounding pirates to scream excitedly, and immediately launched a more ferocious offensive, and Ain dodged in embarrassment when he was approaching. Have you reached the limit yet? The breath of death filled his heart, and under the dangerous predicament, Ain's eyes dimmed faintly. Maybe it was because he was the one he was chasing before, or maybe it was because the other person disappeared strangely. At this time, a figure of someone suddenly appeared in Ain's head. If it was him, he would definitely not be as weak as me. No matter how many pirates there are, he would kill them all in the end. The figure that appeared in his mind made Ain murmur in his heart. 32%. Chapter 128 ending with me third. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Boom boom. The strong whistling sound caused by the air being torn suddenly moved from far to near, and in just an instant, two blazing sword oars more than 10 meters high quickly passed Ain's side. The pirates who attacked her were all smashed by the sword energy, and even the waves of air blasted the other nearby pirates violently. The terrifying sword energy rushed out 100 meters away, leaving two deep cracks on the ground. The sea blue wavy long hair fluttered with the wind in the rolled-up airflow, which also revealed Ain's dazed delicate face, and she subconsciously looked in the direction where the sword energy appeared. Da da da. The falling black blade was casually held by the side, not far away. The tall and straight body walked towards Ain step by step with almost no pause. 27. Who was he? Ain seemed to be stimulated, and his consciousness would suddenly regain consciousness, but doubts arose from this. Clank. While walking, the pitch-black blade was raised again and swung towards the surrounding pirates. The tens of meters long sword aura was easily swayed out, like Shinigami's sickle, harvesting large pieces of pirates that the sword aura passed by life. The shrill screams resounded, and the bodies were cut off. Many pirates did not die immediately, but they also suffered more pain. Sword energy. It's so powerful, this person is actually a swordsman. The beautiful eyes are big, and the delicate face is shocked. Seeing the tall figure walking in the courtyard, he swung out a series of powerful sword chi. Ain's heart was greatly impacted, and his breathing seemed to become stronger. Hasty. Advertisement. Da da da. Before he knew it, a tall figure came across from Ain, and at the same time, all the pirates within a radius of more than 100 meters had turned into mutilated corpses, and the blood that flowed out dyed the ground red. Who are you? Ain's heartbeat quickened, and he felt nervous, but he couldn't help but want to speak. Dalmesia swung his fist vigorously and smashed into the air, and then was oppressed by the radiated air waves and retreated a few steps. He was full of astonishment, and quickly looked in the direction of the sword air. But within 10 seconds, the battlefield was almost traversed, causing tens of hundreds of pirate casualties. The void trembled, and the blazing sword energy that was tens of meters high rolled up layers of air waves, swept over with unrivaled violence and prestige, and instantly slashed on the huge claw mark that Terence had grabbed. A muffled groan came out, and Dalmesia backed away with a face full of pain, and the deep scratches on his waist and abdomen quickly gushed out blood, staining the surrounding clothes blood red. But before In could say what she said later, the tall figure who came to her suddenly turned his head and stared at the far side of the battlefield. Bang bang bang. The terrible blade slashed out, and the air was torn apart in an instant. After rescuing Dalmesia, Luo Wei went to 5.7 and went to Terence without the slightest hesitation. Terence's eyes burst out with terrifying killing intent, and he didn't give Dalmesia the slightest chance to breathe. The interception of the attack already made Terence very angry, but now that Luo Wei who was rushing towards him was slashing fiercely at him, this made Terence even more furious. Advertisement. Terence's face changed drastically, and the ferocious slashing force came from the sharp claws, not only made his legs bend sharply, but also he was sent flying out in just an instant. Ding. Boom. At an astonishing speed, it almost formed an afterimage, and what caught Dalmesia's line of sight was the stranger who shot towards Terence directly. Boom. The exhaustion of physical strength and the severe injury had already pushed Dalmesia to the limit, he murmured in his heart, and then turned into a roar. With the last of his strength, he swung his fist to meet the huge claw marks that were torn apart. Staggering to stabilize his figure, In hurriedly looked towards the direction where the tall figure was leaving. His beautiful eyes were full of deep doubts, but also confused. Is it still unstoppable after all? I only hope that my sacrifice can give the new generation a chance to live. The tall figure that suddenly broke into the battlefield was none other than Luo Wei, and the direction in which he was galloping now was also where the battle between Terence and Dalmesia was taking place. Boom. At first, I thought it was just an ordinary marine encirclement and suppression of pirates, but I didn't expect to find many acquaintances in marine, even Ain and others. Although the person in front of him saved himself and killed a large number of pirates, he was not wearing a marine uniform, which meant that the person was not his colleague. An astonishing roar sounded, and the air waves radiated like a gust of wind. The huge claw marks were cut off by the sword energy, and the remaining power of the sword energy tore the ground in front of it into long cracks that spread far away. Jung. Advertisement. The sharp claws pierced the air, and Dalmesia dodged in fright, but the injuries all over his body affected his movements. He barely moved most of his body, and one side of his waist and abdomen was immediately torn by the claws. Go away. Amidst the roar, the terrifying sharp claws directly met the cutting blade, and the two had an astonishing collision in an instant. The terrible impact directly caused the pirates who were knocked into the air to die before they landed. Their bones and internal organs were all shattered in an instant. Most importantly, the battle situation is still at a disadvantage for Marine. Sword Chi. Who? The astonishing force shattered the ground, and the turbulent air wave caused In to take several steps back. The tall figure seemed to compress the ultimate spring in an instant, moving towards the direction he just looked at an astonishing speed beyond imagination. Burst away. Although I am no longer a Marine, I have to repay the debt I owe, so let me end this battle. Luo Wei's eyes glowed sharply while galloping. Die. Laugh. Who the hell is he? The body is almost 30 degrees from the ground, and under the super fast burst, the body is like a rampaging monster, violently knocking all the pirates in front of it into the air. Messy sparks splashed everywhere, and circular air waves visible to the naked eye radiated hundreds of meters away. The ground was first torn apart by the escaping sharp rays, and then the rocks were crazily cracked to form a large pit that collapsed down. Chapter 129 I am a hunter, 4th more. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Boom. Flying upside down for dozens of meters, Terence barely stabilized his body and fell to the ground, but he still didn't stop his retreat immediately, but plowed 2 ditches nearly 10 meters long on the ground with his feet. After that, it stopped. Didn't even get cut off. Where the collapsed land was, Luo Wei exuded a fierce aura and stood standing with a knife in his hand. He stared at Terence who was sent flying by him, and there was a slight fluctuation in his eyes. It can be seen that although Terence was in a panic, there was only a shallow knife mark on his sharp claws that had suffered Luo Wei's slash. Although Luo Wei didn't use Haki and Nianli in the slash just now, the power of the kendo has not been restrained, it is a real slash by great swordsman. To put it bluntly, even a small mountain cannot withstand the slash of the great swordsman. The slash just now is enough to cut off a small mountain. Under the perception of observation Haki, Luo Wei can vaguely sense Terence's general strength. Although it is very strong, it has definitely not reached the level of overlord level combat power. At the same time, he also sensed that although the opponent's O9's sharp claws covered armament Haki, no matter in terms of strength or application level, it was at most comparable to his level. With this level of armament Haki, it is definitely not enough to withstand the slash of the great swordsman. Does Devil Fruit have the ability? It looks like his ability is to turn his hands into claws, and the claws are harder than normal. Advertisement. Thoughts flashed through his mind quickly. Through the simple confrontation just now, Luo Wei obtained the enemy's intelligence to the greatest extent. Great swordsman. Damn it, where did this guy come from? Does Marine still have foreign aid? He lowered his head and glanced at the knife mark on his right paw. Although it was not deep, it made Terrence's face very ugly. At the same time, when he looked at Luo Wei, his heart was full of surprise. Who are you? This battle is between our Crusher pirates and Marine. I advise you not to intervene indiscriminately. Although angry, under the deterrent force of the great swordsman, Terrence did not launch a counterattack, but showed fear in his eyes, and shouted loudly. The mention of the Crusher pirates in the words is naturally for the deterrent effect. Although the opponent is a great swordsman, their captain is a great pirate from New World, and their deterrent power is greater than that of the great swordsman. Who is this person? Why did he suddenly appear here? And his actions to intercept Terrence just now are obviously helping me. On the other side, Dalmesia, who witnessed the scene of Luo Wei flying Terrence, was also panting, and stared at Luo Wei in shock. In his impression, he absolutely did not know the other party, and even among the strong men he knew, none of them matched the person in front of him at all. However, Dalmesia also recognized Luo Wei as a great swordsman from the powerful slash just now, and for this reason, he was more concerned about Luo Wei's identity. Luo Wei looked at Terrence on the opposite side with a normal expression, and said in a calm but loud voice, "You can understand that I am a hunter, and I specialize in hunting down sinful criminals like you." Advertisement. Hunter. Sinful. Ha ha ha, it's ridiculous. Do you really think I'm a great swordsman? I'm the vice captain of the Crusher pirates. Don't be too arrogant. Terrence laughed back in rage, ferocity appeared on his face, and his eyes locked on Luo Wei were full of tyranny. When it finally turned into a roar, he rushed forward violently. Under the ferocious power, Terrence is like a vicious cheetah, bursting out at an astonishing speed and quickly grazing close to Luo Wei, then swung both claws together, tearing out huge staggered claw marks like fishing nets in the void. Thinking flow cut. There was no fluctuation in his eyes, and when the criss-crossed claw marks fell, Luo Wei slashed horizontally with an indifferent expression, and immediately chopped out a dark golden sword glow that was as real as it was. Boom. As soon as the dark gold sword light appeared, it exuded a palpitating aura. The scale was tens of meters long, and under the astonishing sharpness, there was a tearing sound in the void. The falling staggered claw marks were divided into two halves the instant they met the dark gold sword light, and the violent collision caused a roar, and the invisible sword light was like a huge crescent moon, flashing in front of Terrence like lightning. The pupils contracted into needles, and the strong sense of danger made Terrence's hairs stand on end. While he was frightened and angry, he quickly blocked his claws in front of him, to resist the tearing of the sword light. Boom. The billowing air waves radiated in all directions, and a large amount of dust around was blown up. Even if it weighed several tons, it rolled into the distance like a ball. Advertisement. In the diffuse air waves, a figure flew upside down like a paper kite. He was Terrence. Undoubtedly, the power of the slash has been greatly enhanced by using the flow of thoughts, and the power of the sword light is far stronger than the previous sword energy. Not only was the whole person chopped off into the distance again, but even Terrence's 618 claws were torn into deep cracks by the sword light. If it weren't for the metal-like structure of the sharp claws, which wouldn't bleed and wouldn't feel pain, Terrence's hands would have been almost crippled just by this slash. Flying straight 100 meters away, when it landed on the ground, Terrence's back kept rubbing against the ground, and after sliding for more than 10 meters, he was ejected violently, looking at Luo Wei in shock and anger. Let me deal with this person, and leave the rest of the pirates to you for the time being. When the saber was exhausted, Luo Wei did not immediately pursue it, but turned his head to calmly look at Dalmesia who was obliquely behind him, and after leaving a word, he shot away at a superficial speed. Dalmesia was stunned, and then subconsciously looked at other places on the battlefield. As far as he could see, there were fights everywhere, and the situation was obviously very unfavorable to Marine. Gritting his teeth, Dalmesia didn't hesitate too much, and immediately turned around to support other places on the battlefield. The harsh battle situation has left him with no choice. Even if Luo Wei's identity is unknown, he can only choose to believe now. Chapter 130. Thought Flow / Violent Ape First Update. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Even though the injury is serious, the combat power of a vice admiral is still not to be underestimated. The first place Dalmesia rushed to support was where Bastiu was. With a loud shout, he repelled one of the Smasher pirate team leaders with Tempest Kick. Without much time to explain, Dalmesia quickly cast the shave, and then quickly hit the finger pistol with both hands, madly attacking the leader of the Crusher pirates who was forced back by him. With one less enemy, Bastia's pressure was greatly reduced. Although he was surprised by Dalmesia's arrival, he didn't think too much about it, and immediately swung Zonshadao to attack the other person. The two Smasher pirate team leaders who had the upper hand were all at a disadvantage when they were scattered, and injuries were soon added to their bodies. Boom boom boom. When Dalmesia supported the others, Luo Wei also had a fierce confrontation with Terrence again, and huge movements continued to occur, causing the earth to tremble violently. The sharp claws attacked, but they were blocked by the stable blade. When the two collided, a violent air wave visible to the naked eye was once again stirred up. Drink! Terrence roared and swung the other sharp claw, tearing at Luo Wei's head with the fury of scratching the air. The blade shook violently, and the sharp claws that were with Zhou were immediately bounced off forcefully. Luo Wei moved quickly, and Guo attacked. Boom! Advertisement. His toes were like guns. While avoiding the attack, Luo Wei also launched a counterattack, poking the opponent's abdomen with one foot. At the same time, the soles of his feet were covered with powerful armament hockey, which greatly increased the power of this kick. Enhanced. Amid the muffled impact, Terrence coughed up blood, and was kicked back dozens of steps in embarrassment. His breathing had long since lost the steady, rapid and fluttering he had when he was fighting against Dalmisia. The more intense the battle, the greater the burden on physical strength, especially once there is an injury. It is easier to aggravate the physical exertion. Die. Coughing up blood in his mouth didn't make Terrence give up, but aroused his ferocity. He roared furiously, and his claws frantically grabbed Luo Wei, bursting out dense and chaotic scary claw marks. Luo Wei's eyes were cold, and there was no trace of panic on his face, and the sharp light of the knife quickly slashed out. Boom boom boom. The incoming claw marks were constantly annihilated by the powerful slashing strikes. Under the rapid collision, bursts of roaring reverberated, making the turbulent and radiating air waves wave after wave, becoming more and more intense. Have you reached the limit? Then there is no need to waste time. Blocking all the attacks, Luo Wei looked at Terrence with a crazy expression, a murderous intent flashed across his eyes, and he strode towards the opponent with great strides. The continuously bursting claw marks not only did not cause any damage to Luo Wei, but also could not stop his footsteps. With the continuous slashing, the front of his body was covered with a gapless defense by the light of the knife. Armed and hardened. Advertisement. Soon, Luo Wei came close to Terrence, and the already dark autumn water was coated with a layer of black light in an instant, becoming dark and deep, and at the same time emitting terrifying power fluctuations. In an instant, Luo Wei seemed to have turned into a terrifying beast at the top of the food chain. Not only did his eyes reveal sharp gazes, but his entire body exuded a berserk aura. The ground under his feet was collapsed by the terrifying force that erupted suddenly. Luo Wei, who was full of violent aura, jumped up, and with the force of Mount High, he swung his knife and violently slashed at Terrence on the opposite side. Thinking flow / violent ape. As if the power that wanted to shake the world was transmitted from the blade, the tyrannical breath almost condensed into substance. Terrence, who was attacking frantically, froze his movements, looked into Luo Wei's eyes, his pupils contracted into needles, his face changed drastically, showing a horrified expression. At this moment, he seemed to have hallucinations, and behind Luo Wei, he saw a terrifying giant ape roaring at him. Ah! The breath of death rushing into his mind was maddening. Terrence let out a hysterical roar, and swung his claws in an even crazier manner towards the berserk slashing attack. Boom! The earth-shattering roar resounded throughout the battlefield, and the billows of dust were lifted into the air, forming an ever-enlarging gray ring. The ground shook wildly, and pieces of rock and soil weighing several tons were lifted up by prying and fell towards the distance. Advertisement. The hurricane-like impact spread hundreds of meters away almost instantly. The ground was in a mess wherever it passed, and even many people in this range were blown out together. What is this? Could it be an explosion? Who was fighting? Could it be Dalmisia Vice Admiral? How could there be such an astonishing movement? What's going on? How could there be such an exaggerated impact? The battlefield seemed to be paused suddenly. Both the Marine and the pirates looked at the deafening roar in horror, and people like Smoker and Hina Dre were even more surprised. Coughing up blood, Dalmisia, who took the opponent's punch in exchange for a chance to pierce through the head of the opposing team leader of the Crusher Pirates with a finger pistol, quickly looked. As this the battle between the great swordsman and Tai Lun Qian Qinhao C. It actually caused such a shocking impact. The panting breath was stagnated, and Dalmisia murmured in shock. The billowing dust diffused for several breaths before slowly dissipating. At the same time, under the close attention of everyone on the battlefield, a huge pit with a diameter of tens of meters appeared. This pit is not only huge, but also nearly 10 meters deep, so that the sight of everyone can't touch the situation inside the pit. Kneeling on the ground with one knee, the bright red blood flowed down like a stream. Terrence used the will that almost gnawed his teeth to force himself not to make a sound. But this still can't change his current tragic situation. He is proud of it. The sharp claws that once showed indestructibility have disappeared on both arms, and only two severed arms with thick bones are left on the shoulders.